Chapter 430. Lin Xian took a step forward and dashed forward. Humph! Luo Yang placed his right hand in front of him and circulated the spiritual energy in his body. Lin Xian's body swayed. He didn't use any heaven-defying movement technique, so he looked ordinary. Soon, he raised his fist and punched out. How dare you attack me directly? You're courting death. Luo Yang sneered. This punch was too ordinary. It didn't have any shocking speed or terrifying momentum. How could it hurt him? Thinking of this, he stretched out his palm. As he punched out, lines of rock-like patterns appeared on his palm. His entire arm seemed to have been petrified. Boom! The palm and the fist collided, producing a thunderous sound that spread to all corners of the tea garden. A terrifying gust of wind blew, wrapping Lin Xian and Luo Yang inside. Many people squinted their eyes and looked at the scene. Judging from the fluctuation of qi, it seems like Luo Yang didn't hold back. That kid is unlucky. Even if he doesn't die, he will lose half of his life. Luo Yang's rock-like palm couldn't be broken by a warrior of the same realm. A mid-harmonious spirit, realm warrior, had no chance at all. At first, Luo Yang thought so too. However, when he touched Lin Xian's fist, his expression changed drastically. An extremely terrifying energy bombarded his arm, causing countless cracks to appear on his petrified arm. Crack, crack, crack. A deep sound was heard. Luo Yang's arm cracked and blood spurted out. When the gust of wind stopped, everyone in the tea garden was stunned. Lin Xian stood in the middle of the field with a smile. There wasn't a single wound on his body, not even a wrinkle on his clothes. Luo Yang, on the other hand, was clutching his arm in pain and groaning. Blood flowed down his deformed arm. Impossible, Luo Yang is injured. No way, that's a rock-like palm. How could it be deformed? Everyone was stunned. They felt like they were dreaming. Who is this kid? What just happened? How could he defeat Luo Yang? A mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior defeated Luo Yang with one punch. Isn't this too crazy? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Senior brother won't lose. The beautiful woman from the Yen Mountain sect was terrified. Duan Wuqing and the blue-robed swordsman also frowned. To be honest, they didn't expect such an outcome. Could it be that Luo Yang was careless? The Duan clan disciple beside him wondered. Careless? Humph! No matter how careless he is, how can a mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior injure a late harmonious spirit realm warrior? The Blue Mountain swordsman sneered and shook his head. What do you think? He looked at Duan Wuqing. It's hard to say. He might be an expert, or he might have used some unknown means. The two of them kept staring at Lin Xian. In the field, Luo Yang's expression was hideous, and his body trembled in pain. Brat, how dare you injure me? I'll kill you! Luo Yang roared ferociously. His left hand pressed on his right arm to stop the bleeding. At the same time, he swallowed a few healing pills. Die! Luo Yang threw a small black mountain at Lin Xian with his left hand. The air trembled, and the palm-sized mountain quickly enlarged in front of everyone's horrified eyes. In the end, it looked like a real mountain floating in the air. That wave of pressure was so great that it made many people pale and tremble uncontrollably. Die! Luo Yang raised his palm and controlled the black mountain to fall down. Not good! That's the Yen Mountain sect's treasure, the Black Prison, Devil Mountain. It's several times heavier than a real mountain. Someone recognized the terrifying treasure and quickly retreated in fear. Damn bastard, get out of the way! Among the crowd, Yin Duo anxiously shouted, although she didn't like Lin Xian, and even wanted to make Lin Xian suffer. She didn't want Lin Xian to be in any danger. After all, this was Lord Iron Hand's order. If anything went wrong, she wouldn't be able to escape the blame. As the Black Mountain fell down, a huge fluctuation occurred in the air. Countless waves of qi spread out in all directions like ocean waves. The air below exploded from the pressure. Lin Xian was locked down by an unknown force. He looked at the black mountain falling from the sky, his brows furrowed. Without dodging, Lin Xian took a deep breath and slashed at the air with his fingers like a sword. Whoosh! The resplendent sword radiance exploded in the air like 3,000 lightning bolts. The terrifying lightning sword Qi bombarded the Black Mountain and sent it flying. Lin Xian moved and came to Luo Yang's side in an instant. "What are you trying to do?" Luo Yang screamed when he saw Lin Xian's figure. He couldn't understand why the sect's treasure couldn't hurt Lin Xian. People like, "You will only be trouble if you live." Lin Xian's expression was cold as lightning sword radiance shot out from his fingertips. "Brother Duan, save me." Luo Yang felt the shocking lightning sword Qi and turned around to run like a madman. However, Lin Xian was faster. His fingers danced like 3,000 lightning bolts, and a sharp sword radiance pierced towards Luo Yang. "Brat, how dare you!" An angry roar was heard. Then, a terrifying palm slapped towards Lin Xian. The palm technique was amazing, but it was still too late. Lin Xian moved like a phantom and appeared far away in an instant. Luo Yang was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't imagine such a scene. The person who attacked was a disciple of the Shi family. It was Duan Tianlang who was with Luo Yang. He quickly went to Luo Yang and used his spiritual power to sense him. His expression changed drastically. "You crippled him." Duan Tianlang's expression turned ugly. "What? Luo Yang was crippled?" Everyone was stunned and looked at Lin Xian in horror. That was Luo Yang. Not only was he powerful, but he was also the eldest disciple of the Yanling sect. How could he be crippled just like that? Especially since the person who crippled Luo Yang was a martial artist that they didn't think highly of. "Brat, how could you be so heavy-handed? I can kill you on the spot." Duan Tianlang's voice was cold as he stared at Lin Xian. "Heavy-handed?" Lin Xian sneered. "What heavy-handed? It was just a casual attack. He can only blame himself for being too weak." Everyone was stunned. Why did these words sound so familiar? The disciples of the Oceanic Sky Pavilion trembled as they looked at Lin Xian in excitement. These were the words that Luo Yang had said before, but this time he was the unlucky one. Retribution. This is retribution. People like Luo Yang should be crippled. The disciples of the Oceanic Sky Pavilion cheered. "Brat, you are courting death." Duan Tianlang shouted angrily when he saw Luo Yang almost fainting from anger. "Are you blind? The Black Mountain just now was enough to crush dozens of mid-harmonious spirit realm warriors to death. Isn't his action a vicious attack? Or do you have some shady business with him, so you are trying to cover for him?" Lin Xian didn't back down when he faced the disciples of the Duan family. "How dare you? Do you know who you are talking to?" Duan Tianlang shouted coldly. "So what if he is a disciple of the Duan family? Do you think that a disciple of the Duan family can confuse right and wrong? Or do you think that you can represent the Duan family?" Lin Xian said loudly, "Brat, don't quibble. You are the one who crippled Luo Yang's cultivation. You have violated the rules of the Tea Garden Association. Not only will the Duan family not forgive you, the Yanling sect will not let you go either. Don't use these sects to pressure me." Lin Xian snorted. "Since I dared to take action, I can bear the consequences." Chapter 431. The crowd exclaimed, "That's right. How could a genius with such strength not have a backer?" Duan Tianlang's pupils constricted. He suppressed the anger in his heart and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" "Who am I?" Lin Xian's eyes glowed with a shocking light. "My name is Lin Xian. I believe that soon the entire Barren Flame City will know my name." At that moment, Lin Xian exuded an inexplicable aura. He looked down on everyone like a demon. The crowd was shocked by the aura. They looked at Lin Xian in shock, as if they were worshipping an ancient giant. Lin Xian? That's a strange name. Have I heard of it before? Which sect is he from? Why do I feel that he's so terrifying? The crowd discussed animatedly. They looked at Lin Xian with reverence. Among the crowd, Yun Duo also stared blankly at the figure. The situation was completely out of her expectations. She did not know what to do. What Lin Xian? I've never heard of him. Hurry up and tell us your sect. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Duan Tianlang shouted. You don't have to worry. I don't have a sect. No sect. Duan Tianlang laughed. You're just a rogue, cultivator. How dare you be so presumptuous here? Luo Yang also shouted crazily. Brother Duan, help me kill him. You must kill him. His cultivation was destroyed. He would be a cripple for the rest of his life. He could only be bullied by others. Therefore, he hated Lin Xian to death. However, he did not consider that if he had not been arrogant and bullied Lin Xian, he would not have ended up like this. He was the one who brought all of this upon himself. Don't worry. I'll take his head. Duan Tianlang's spiritual power surged out. His aura was even stronger than Luo Yang's. Stubborn. Lin Xian's eyes darkened. Duan Tianlang did not distinguish between right and wrong. It was obvious that he was using his position to avenge his personal grudge. However, he was not a pushover. He was not someone who could be bullied as he wished. Bright jade palm. Duan Tianlang waved his palm, and the spiritual qi in the air gathered madly. A terrifying palm shadow instantly pounced on Lin Xian. As one of the 4 great clans, the Duan clan had an extraordinary status. The Duan clan's disciples were the targets of everyone everywhere, but today there was actually someone who dared to go against them. Duan Tianlang could not tolerate this. I'll let you know that the Duan clan's might is unquestionable. Duan Tianlang waved his palm, and a bright light rushed towards Lin Xian. The Duan clan sure is impressive. They can't tell right from wrong, and they want to silence us. Lin Xian's voice drifted, and his body became even more blurry. This time he used the illusory demon step, leaving countless shadows in the air. The void spirit illusory demonic steps was an earth-tier martial art with extraordinary power. Not only was it extremely fast, but the illusions it left behind were also difficult to differentiate between real and fake. Not to mention Duan Tianlang, even a spirit transformation realm cultivator would find it difficult to tell which was Lin Xian's real body. The bright jade palm mercilessly fell and destroyed countless illusions, but none of them were Lin Xian's real body. Cowardly rat! Come out and fight if you have the guts! Duan Tianlang yelled madly. He had a lot of skills, but he could not use them. Is that so? I'm right beside you, but you can't see me. Lin Xian's voice came from behind Duan Tianlang. Everyone's heart palpitated. What a fast speed! They did not even notice when Lin Xian appeared behind Duan Tianlang. Brat die! Duan Tianlang turned around, but an even colder aura enveloped his body. You better not move, or I can't guarantee that your body is intact. A thunderous sword aura blocked his body. You dare to attack me? Duan Tianlang instantly stopped, but he was so angry that his whole body trembled. As a Duan clan disciple, he had a noble status. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? If you dare to attack me, the Duan clan will not let you go. I don't want to kill trash like you who relies on your clan to bully others. However, if you continue to act recklessly, I can't guarantee that you won't end up like him. With that, Lin Xian pointed at Luo Yang, who was lying on the ground. Duan Tianlang's body trembled, and fear appeared in his eyes. Just like Luo Yang, his cultivation had been crippled. A disciple whose cultivation had been crippled was useless. All right, everyone stop. Duan Wuqing stood up. He pointed his finger, and an azure light instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. Its speed was shocking. So fast! Lin Xian was shocked. He retreated swiftly, leaving behind an afterimage. Whoosh! The resplendent finger beam destroyed the afterimage, and it disappeared. Without the threat of the lightning sword aura, Duan Tianlang quickly arrived at a safe place. Men, take this brat down. I'm so angry! Duan Tianlang shouted crazily. Trash, get lost! Duan Wuqing shouted coldly. Duan Tianlang's body trembled, and he dared not speak again. He could only stare at Lin Xian with murderous eyes. All right, everyone knows what's right and wrong. I don't want to say anything more. However, this can only be done once. If there's a next time, don't blame the Duan clan for being heartless. Everyone was shocked, and there was an uproar. Duan Wuqing had let Lin Xian go. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Duan Tianlang was shocked. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Duan Wuqing's cold eyes, he lowered his head. He was just an ordinary disciple of the clan, while Duan Wuqing was a core disciple. There was a huge difference between their statuses. In front of Duan Wuqing, Duan Tianlang did not dare to act rashly. It's not like that. Brother Duan, save me! Luo Yang shouted crazily. He had lost his last hope. Brat, I'll kill you. The Yanling clan won't let you go. Junior sister, help me kill him. Luo Yang crawled to the side of the beautiful woman. Get lost. The beautiful woman kicked Luo Yang away and said with disgust, Men, throw this trash out. She did not dare to seek revenge from Lin Xian. Even a genius like her senior brother was crippled, let alone her. Everyone was shocked. Yun Duo stared blankly at Lin Xian. This young man had brought her too much shock. First, he shattered Luo Yang's arm with a single punch. Then, he overbearingly crippled Luo Yang's cultivation. Finally, he was not even afraid of the Duan clan's disciples. Who is he? Yun Duo was very curious. All right, the tea garden will continue, Duan Wuqing said in a deep voice. There were two reasons why he made the decision just now. First, he could not see through Lin Xian's strength. Being able to defeat Luo Yang and cripple his cultivation in one move was enough to prove that Lin Xian was an expert. He was at least at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. Secondly, he sent people to quickly gather information about Lin Xian. He found out that Lin Xian came with the Great Flag sect. Although he did not know the relationship between Lin Xian and the Great Flag sect, such a genius must have a close relationship. He could not ignore it. These two reasons made Duan Wuqing unable to kill Lin Xian. Chapter 432. Lin Xian stood in the middle of the field and said with a smile, I've defeated Luo Yang. Is it time for me to challenge someone? Seeing that the crowd was silent, Lin Xian continued, I want to challenge you. He pointed at Duan Wuqing. What? The crowd screamed again as if they couldn't believe their eyes. This guy is crazy. He dares to challenge Duan Wuqing. It's possible. I think he must have been blinded by the victory just now. Unfortunately, if he really dares to challenge Duan Wuqing, he will end up in a miserable state. Who was Duan Wuqing? He was a core disciple of the Duan family. Someone like Luo Yang couldn't compare to him. It was rumored that although Duan Wuqing was only at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm, he had defeated the older generation of spirit transformation realm experts. Although it was just a rumor, it showed how powerful and mysterious Duan Wuqing was. In the past tea garden gathering, those who challenged Duan Wuqing were usually at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. However, even those at the same level were defeated by Duan Wuqing in one move. Therefore, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Xian was courting death by challenging Duan Wuqing. Who do you think you are to challenge our young master Wuqing? Tianlang shouted again. This time, not only him. All the disciples of the Duan family stared at Lin Xian fiercely. These people formed a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. The pressure did not affect him at all. He said calmly, "I remember the rules of the tea garden gathering. The winner can challenge anyone he wants, and the one who is challenged can accept or not. I didn't break the rules, did I? Then why can't I challenge you?" At the end, his voice was like a sharp sword that cut through the void. Lin Xian wanted to challenge Duan Wuqing. This action shocked everyone in the tea garden. "If you want to challenge young Master Wuqing, you have to go through me first." A figure flew out and rushed toward Lin Xian with lightning speed. The spiritual energy in the air fluctuated and countless cold lights pierced through the void. Lin Xian's soul probed and felt danger. He took a step and his body disappeared. Chi-chi, countless rays of cold light tore apart the space where he was originally standing, and a cold aura spread out. "It's Han Yan-ku. I've heard that his cold mist sword art is exceptionally sharp. It's hard to find a match for him in the harmonious spirit realm. I didn't expect this person to be Lord Wuqing's supporter. If he makes a move, I'm afraid that kid will be in danger." That's right. Han Yan-ku is exceptionally powerful. Luo Yang can't compare to him. "Kid, if you can't even beat me, then don't even think about challenging young Master Wuqing." Han Yan, guest, shouted coldly with his sword in hand. "Really? Then you'll lose for me." Lin Xian's hand slid to his jade belt, and a black scabbard suddenly appeared in his hand. The Absolute Star sword was quickly unsheathed, and a violent sword chi surged. 3,000 thunderstorms. The sword light flashed with thunder and lightning, shooting into the sky. The tea garden was surrounded by thunderous sword chi, emitting a violent aura. Cold mist sword art. Han Yan, guest, quickly swung his long sword. The sword light was abnormally cold, and the whole space seemed to be frozen. The bone-piercing coldness pierced straight into people's souls. Boom! The void shook. The 3,000 thunderbolts sword art was too violent, and it dispersed the cold mist sword art in an instant. The thunderbolts in the sky condensed into a dazzling sword light, slashing toward Han Yan-ku. Han Yan-ku was shocked. He blocked the attack with his sword, forming a solid sword light in front of him. Ka! The sword light was like a thunderbolt, shattering Han Yan-ku's sword light and sending him flying. What? Han Yan-ku was defeated? And he was defeated in one move? The crowd went crazy. The young man in front of them had given them too much shock. Am I qualified? Lin Xian withdrew his Absolute Star sword. His eyes were like a sword light, piercing toward Lord Wuqing. "No, I'll take you on." Another figure flew out. This person was 2 meters tall, and his muscles were filled with explosive strength. He carried the aura of a dragon and tiger as he walked. Could he be the disciple of the great Titan sect, Wang Dali? That's right, it's him. Rumor has it that his strength is so great that he can pull out a mountain. He once smashed a peak harmonious spirit warrior into meat paste with one palm. I didn't expect him to come on stage. The crowd was excited, and they all looked at the stage. Looking at the tall young man in front of him, Lin Xian felt a sense of pressure. "Kid, come on. You can only challenge Lord Wuqing if you defeat me," Wang Dali shouted, and his body emitted a dazzling light. A hazy golden light covered his body as if he was made of gold. He looked extraordinarily powerful. He took a step forward, and the ground under his feet cracked open. The glaring cracks quickly slashed toward Lin Xian. The ground cracked as if it was being torn apart by someone. Lin Xian's body soared into the sky, defying the heavens. 7 steps of the dragon. Under his feet, a hazy green light appeared, like the purple claw of a giant dragon. Lin Xian took a step forward, and he stepped toward Wang Dali. Wang Dali shouted angrily and punched out. Too arrogant. Someone dared to step on him in the sky. He couldn't stand it. The fist carried a golden light, and it shattered the void. Lin Xian was like a willow leaf swaying in the wind, constantly swaying. However, he didn't care about it at all, as he had comprehended the concept of wind. He stepped on the golden fist, and a deep dragon roar sounded in the sky. The void surged as if it was about to split open, forming a huge wave that spread out in all directions. Lin Xian's body soared into the sky and flew upward. Wang Dali didn't move, but his face was unusually serious. Was he sent flying? Everyone exclaimed. It was still not enough. Yeah, no one can compete with Wang Dali in strength, but that kid isn't injured. That's rare. Everyone discussed, shaking their heads and sighing. However, they soon realized that they were wrong. Lin Xian's rising body suddenly stopped, and then he came down with an even more violent aura. He stepped out again, and an illusory dragon claw appeared under his feet. With a heart-palpitating power, it grabbed toward Wang Dali. Get lost! Wang Dali's body emitted a golden light, and he waved his fist toward the sky again. The two of them exchanged blows, and every collision caused the entire tea garden to tremble. Too terrifying. Who is this kid? He can actually compete with Wang Dali in strength? It's already the 6th move. Does he not have a limit? One move to decide the winner. Wang Dali was furious. No one had ever been able to compete with him in strength for so long. Uprooting mountains and rivers. He shook his arms 7 times and blasted toward the sky. Endless golden light rushed to the sky, dyeing the sky golden. This power was enough to threaten a spirit transformation realm warrior. 7th step. Lin Xian stepped out for the last time, and an illusory azure dragon appeared under his feet. It roared ferociously and rushed downward. The golden light in the sky was torn apart, and the azure dragon's roar instantly hit Wang Dali's fist. The sky was messed up and the ground sank. Wang Dali's hands were trembling, and he kept retreating. Every time he took a step back, the ground would crack. This scene was too terrifying. Wang Dali, who had always been the strongest in the harmonious spirit realm, was actually pushed back. Everyone stared blankly at Lin Xian, who was floating down, and they couldn't stop swallowing their saliva. No one has ever been able to beat me in strength. You are very strong. I admit defeat. Wang Dali shook his head and sighed as he felt his arm go numb. Lin Xian nodded and looked at Duan Wuqing. Chapter 433. Everyone was silent. Even the Duan clan was terrifyingly quiet. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. Perhaps only Duan Wuqing could withstand his strength. If anyone else went up, they would only be humiliating themselves. Duan Wuqing's eyes glowed as he slowly stood up. You are very strong. You are worth my time. Everyone was shocked. Was young Master Wuqing finally going to make a move? They were extremely excited. Very well, please. Lin Xian made a gesture of invitation. Please. Duan Wuqing also bowed. His body flashed, and he instantly appeared in the middle of the field. Everyone retreated, leaving enough space for the two of them to fight. When such peerless geniuses fought, they couldn't get too close. Otherwise, they would be unlucky if they were accidentally injured. Who do you think will win? A martial artist asked. Needless to say, young Master Wuqing, of course. He is a genius youth who defeated a martial artist in the spirit transformation realm. Yeah, I heard that the Duan clan Starfinger is extremely mysterious. Legend has it that if it is practiced to perfection, even the stars will explode. Although that kid is strong, how can he be compared to young Master Wuqing? Everyone discussed in low voices. None of them were optimistic about Lin Xian. It was no wonder. Although Lin Xian was valiant, young Master Wuqing was even stronger. In everyone's hearts, he was the symbol of invincibility. Take Wang Dali, for example. Lin Xian forced Wang Dali back in 7 moves. Back then, young Master Wuqing defeated Wang Dali with 1 finger. Everyone clearly saw the gap between them. Starfinger is the Duan clan's secret art. It is extremely powerful, so you have to be careful. Starfinger is the Duan clan's secret art. Legend has it that one finger can explode stars. Even if this martial art wasn't an Earth-tier martial art, it wasn't too far off. Duan Wuqing extended his finger. The surrounding spirit qi quickly surged, and the finger emitted a dazzling light. It was like jade with mysterious patterns on it. As he pointed his finger, the sky flickered. A thin, needle-like finger light flew towards Lin Xian's forehead. Duan Wuqing appeared gentle, but his attack was cold and merciless. He aimed directly at Lin Xian's vital point. In an instant, Lin Xian's aura tightened. He felt as if he was being locked down by an unknown force. Illusory demon steps. Lin Xian dodged with extreme speed like a ghost. The Void Spirit Illusory Demon Step was a true Earth-tier martial art with extraordinary power. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian broke free from Starfinger. So fast. What kind of footwork is that? Everyone was shocked. They simply couldn't see Lin Xian's figure clearly. In the distance, the blue-robed swordsman also frowned slightly. His gaze was like a blade light that enveloped the entire void. Although the speed is fast, the Starfinger is not that easy to dodge. The blue-robed swordsman shook his head slightly. Indeed, even though Lin Xian had dodged that resplendent purple light in an instant, the sense of danger in his heart still hadn't disappeared. Using his soul power, he quickly scanned the surroundings. His expression changed drastically. Although he dodged the sharp finger light, the resplendent purple light did not disappear. Instead, it continued to pursue him at a strange speed. What kind of finger technique is this? Lin Xian was shocked that it could automatically change directions. His body moved again, shuttling back and forth in the tea garden like a ghost. However, the light followed him like a shadow and quickly chased after him. It should have locked onto you. Looks like you can only resist with all your strength. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Since I can't dodge it, I'll just destroy it. He suddenly turned around and quickly pulled out the Star of Extinction sword. With the 3,000 lightning movement, the sword qi in the sky turned into thunderbolts and slashed at the finger light behind him. However, the Starfinger was so sharp that it actually pierced through the thunderbolts. That's not how you destroy the Starfinger. Kid, just wait for your death. Duan Tianlang sneered. It actually pierced through. Lin Xian was surprised. It seemed that he had underestimated the Starfinger. Try this. A trace of dragon's sword essence gushed out and merged with the sword qi. Qi. Suddenly, the resplendent finger light was split open and dissipated between heaven and earth. What? The Starfinger was split open? This is impossible. Duan Tianlang screamed in horror. As a disciple of the Duan family, of course he knew the power of the Starfinger. Even a martial artist of the spirit transformation realm could not destroy it so easily. Duan Wuqing stood with his hands behind his back and frowned slightly. You can destroy the Starfinger. Interesting. It seems that you can make me a little more serious. Say that after you beat me. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Watch this. Duan Wuqing stretched out his palm again. On his jade-like finger, there were blue lines entwined, emitting a light blue light. A finger light as thick as a stone pillar appeared in the void, and a huge shadow shrouded Lin Xian. What a terrifying aura! Everyone's faces turned pale, and they could not breathe. The Starfinger was extremely mysterious. A moment ago it was as thin as a silver needle, but now it was as thick as a mountain. The terrifying finger light pressed down as if it could destroy everything. Let's see how you block it this time. The disciple of the Duan family sneered. In the crowd, Yundua's small hands kept rubbing the corner of her clothes. She was very nervous. Nothing must happen to this bastard. Wind Slayer! The Star Extinction sword was swung out, and the violent lightning disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a strange and unpredictable sword light. Wherever the sword light passed, the concept of wind quickly spread out. In the sky, the bright finger light seemed to be under great resistance, and its speed slowed down little by little. An inexplicable power filled the void, and it kept breaking down the bright finger light. "What's going on? What happened?" everyone exclaimed. They could not understand, but the experts frowned tightly. "This is a concept." The blue-robed swordsman looked at the sky, and his eyes emitted a shocking light. Duan Wuqing snorted coldly. He also felt the concept of wind. In the sky, the bright finger light quickly became smaller, and finally it disappeared between heaven and earth. His astonishing means had stunned everyone. Concept of wind. "I didn't expect this to be your true strength." Duan Wuqing's expression was gloomy. "I really underestimated you." "What concept of wind?" Everyone was shocked and looked at Lin Xian in horror. Yundua's mouth was also slightly open, and she was very surprised. A martial artist who could comprehend a concept was definitely a genius. Lin Xian actually comprehended the concept of wind at such a young age. He was a genius among geniuses. Now Yunduo knew why Lord Iron Hand wanted Lin Xian to participate in the tea garden gathering. It was because Lin Xian's talent and strength were not inferior to Lord Wuqing. It was ridiculous that he had warned him not to make a move. Yunduo smiled bitterly. The disciples of the Yen Mountain sect looked at Lin Xian in horror, and they felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, they did not help Luoyang at that time. Otherwise, they would be the unlucky ones now. Even their senior brother, Luoyang, did not comprehend concept. They could imagine how abnormal Lin Xian's talent was. "You are very strong, but it is not enough to defeat me." Duan Wuqing was very confident. At this moment, a surge of spiritual energy was released from his body, stirring up the wind and clouds. "I will let you see the true power of the star finger." Chapter 434. Everyone was shocked. It was hard to imagine that the power was not Lord Wuqing's full strength. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Duan Wuqing did not look like he was lying. "Let me see your Duan clan's secret technique." Lin Xian was surrounded by the concept of wind. His black hair was like a waterfall fluttering in the wind. The first move of the star finger, void dimension. He pointed out with his finger, and a bright light flashed and disappeared between heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked and looked at each other. They could not see the finger light at all, let alone feel it. Lin Xian frowned deeply. In the next moment, his expression changed slightly. His body flashed quickly as he performed an extreme movement technique. A sword-like finger light instantly pierced through his shadow and quickly disappeared. What? It merged into the void? How can he dodge it? No wonder Lord Wuqing is so confident. Is this the true power of the star finger? The Blue Mountain swordsman also took a deep breath as he stared at Lin Xian's figure. He was also a little afraid of the Duan clan star finger. I wonder how this kid is going to dodge it? Lin Xian was shocked. The star finger was indeed beyond his expectations. Its effect was similar to his concept of wind, which could merge into the wind. Moreover, what surprised him was that he could not accurately lock onto it in his soul. The star finger's speed was extremely fast. Even the slightest mistake could lead to a misjudgment. Since I can't dodge it, then I won't waste it. Lin Xian stopped abruptly and swung his long sword. Sword patterns that looked like willow branches circled around his body. Returning wind, whisking willow sword. Many green patterns of sword qi surrounded Lin Xian. These sword qi had merged with the concept of wind. Its power was far beyond normal. It seemed to have changed the surrounding space. Boom! The star finger appeared instantly and collided with the defense, creating countless sparks. Qi! Qi! Countless waves appeared on the sword screen. Many sharp sword qi shot out from the sword screen and slashed toward the star finger. Lin Xian used himself as bait to draw out the unpredictable finger light. Then he used the concept of wind to defend himself before using the great dragon sword intent to destroy it. This series of actions happened in an instant, so when everyone came back to their senses, Starfinger had already disappeared. What? He actually blocked it. Duan Wuqing was stunned. This move was the killing move of the Starfinger. It came and went without a trace, and could kill people without leaving a trace. It was far from comparable to the previous few fingers. However, this killing move was easily blocked by Lin Xian. This made him feel unreal. Impossible, this must be a coincidence. Duan Wuqing did not believe it. He flicked his fingers continuously, shooting out rays of finger light one after another. Divine radiance lit up the sky, illuminating all directions as it rushed towards Lin Xian with a biting, cold, killing intent. This scene made everyone tremble. That aura seemed to be able to pierce through heaven and earth. However, this time, Lin Xian faced it head-on. The spiritual energy in his body revolved, and the concept of wind was pushed to the extreme. At the same time, the Absolute Star sword slashed out streaks of sword light, all of which contained terrifying sword intent. Boom! The void trembled as the finger light was split into two and dissipated in the sky. Chi-chi! Another two finger lights disappeared. The sword energy was unstoppable. Lin Xian was like a sword god. Every sword had an unpredictable power, causing the star finger light to disappear. No, this is not the concept of wind. Duan Wuqing looked at the sky with an ugly expression. This attack power, could it be sword intent? Impossible, he already has the concept of wind. How can he have sword intent? Duan Wuqing did not believe it because it was simply impossible. He had never heard of a person having two concepts. In the distance, the blue-robed swordsman also stood up suddenly. The table in front of him was cut in half by the invisible sword energy. At this moment, he was even more surprised than Duan Wuqing. Sword intent, he actually comprehended sword intent. The blue-robed swordsman's eyes bloomed with sword light, and a shocking aura rose from his body. He had comprehended sword intent, so he could clearly feel Lin Xian's sword intent. Hearing the blue-robed swordsman's words, everyone exclaimed. Sword intent was extremely difficult to comprehend in the concept. Once comprehended, the attack power would increase exponentially. That's not right. Didn't that kid comprehend the concept of wind? Why did it become sword intent? Yeah, could that swordsman have sensed it wrong? How could it be? Do you know who he is? He is Qiu Si Hai from the Star Ocean sect. How could he have sensed it wrong? Hearing this, everyone was silent. Lin Xian actually comprehended two types of concepts. This talent was also too terrifying. Duan Wuqing's expression was even more unsightly. Who is this kid? How can he comprehend two concepts? He was extremely jealous. As a core disciple of the Duan family, he did not comprehend concepts. But Lin Xian, an unknown brat, actually comprehended two kinds of concepts. This made him feel a strong sense of defeat. No, I can't admit defeat. How about comprehending concepts? My cultivation is far higher than his. I can't lose. Duan Wuqing gritted his teeth and said. At the same time, the aura in his body surged, burning with the blue flame. He used the star finger again, and it was like a dragon roaring in the air. 3,000 lightning haste. A sword chi was like thunder, containing a terrifying sword intent, slashing towards the void. This sword was abnormally violent. It was as if divine lightning had struck the ground and destroyed everything. At the same time, Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps, increasing his speed to the limit, instantly arriving in front of Duan Wuqing. Phantom sword. Lin Xian changed his sword technique again. The sword chi was illusory, slashing in all directions. Duan Wuqing's expression changed. This sword qi made him feel a strong sense of danger. His fingers moved, and an arc of light flew out, forming a half-moon attack in front of him. However, the phantom sword was illusory and had an illusion attack. Duan Wuqing could not distinguish it at all, and was instantly hit by the two sword qi. In the next moment, he was sent flying. Although he had activated his defensive armor at the first moment, the terrifying sword qi still caused his blood to churn. Impossible, this is impossible. He can actually resist my Starfinger. Duan Wuqing could not accept this. Who was he? He was a core disciple of the Duan family, and his cultivation was at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. Lin Xian was only at the mid-harmonious spirit realm, and there was a gap of 2 realms between them. One should know that the gap between the harmonious spirit realm was huge, and the difference between each realm was like heaven and earth. Unless one was a peerless genius or had a powerful weapon, then it was possible to fight across realms. Even then, it was only possible to fight across one realm. But Lin Xian was able to fight across 2 realms, and he even had the upper hand. This was too shocking. Even if he had sword intent, it was still impossible. Duan Wuqing looked at Lin Xian, his eyes full of shock and unwillingness. There's no need to fight anymore, you've lost. Lin Xian put away the star extinction sword and said in a deep voice, "What did you say? You're only temporarily in the lead. I haven't used all my strength yet." Duan Wuqing gritted his teeth and said he could not accept this result. Moreover, Lin Xian's attitude made him even angrier. Lin Xian shook his head. "I've already held back, just now. If we continue, you'll be seriously injured." Everyone exclaimed. Lin Xian's strength was already terrifying enough, but he still held back. Chapter 435. Lin Xian was right. He had only used part of his sword intent, which was only at the minor accomplishment level. Even so, Duan Wuqing couldn't bear it anymore. Moreover, Lin Xian's sword intent had reached 70%. If he used all of it, he could instantly kill Duan Wuqing. One should know that Lin Xian had killed 2 spirit transformation experts. Duan Wuqing didn't know this. In his opinion, Lin Xian's words were too arrogant. "Brat, I will let you know that the disciples of the Duan clan are not to be humiliated." Duan Wuqing's spirit energy surged. However, Lin Xian's speed was faster. The Wind Emperor's sword arrived in front of Duan Wuqing in a flash. Star point! Duan Wuqing's right hand shot out a fingerlight. His left hand was also raised high, slapping toward Lin Xian. The bright jade palm was also one of the secret arts of the Duan clan. The 2 ultimate techniques attacked Lin Xian at the same time. Divine light filled the sky. The jade palm covered the sky. The air was mercilessly torn apart. This kind of attack was enough to kill any harmonious spirit expert. However, Lin Xian's Wind Emperor's sword was a combination of 2 great intents. Its power was beyond Duan Wuqing's understanding. The sword energy swept across. Duan Wuqing was sent flying again. Everyone was stunned. Their minds were blank. The disciples of the Duan clan exclaimed and ran toward Duan Wuqing. "Brat, you dare to injure a disciple of the Duan clan. You are finished. No one can save you." Duan Tianlang's face was ferocious. "Shut up!" Duan Wuqing shouted coldly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up with difficulty. "I am not a sore loser. You are very strong. You have won." Young Master Wuqing, whose name shook the entire desolate Flame City, had actually lost. It wouldn't take long for the entire desolate Flame City to know. "Thank you." Lin Xian cupped his fists and said he didn't have any enmity with Duan Wuqing. This was just a competition. His goal was to become famous in the desolate Flame City. Lin Xian shifted his gaze from Duan Wuqing to the Blue Mountain swordsman. Everyone was stunned. Does he want to continue the challenge? As expected, Lin Xian said in a low voice, "Can we fight?" I couldn't ask for more. Blue Mountain swordsman Qiu Sihai stood up, and his aura surrounded him like a saber light. Unlike Lord Wu Qing's carefree aura, Qiu Sihai's aura was extremely sharp, like a heavenly blade that could cut through everything. This was saber intent, an indestructible saber intent. Feeling this aura, Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and he also activated a shocking sword intent. However, he still only used a portion of his sword intent and controlled it at the minor accomplishment realm. Take this. Qiu Sihai didn't talk nonsense. The long saber behind him clanged, and the sharp saber instantly slashed towards Lin Xian. An aura as heavy as a mountain, but not lacking in sharpness, instantly enveloped Lin Xian. The void buzzed as if it was about to break open at any moment. Everyone held their breaths as they couldn't withstand such an aura. Even a peak harmonious spirit warrior wouldn't be able to escape from such an attack. Pulling out the Star Extinction Sword, Lin Xian took the opportunity to attack. The sword light was like thunder, violent and domineering. The saber and sword collided, shaking the earth and the whole tea garden. In the next moment, the sword chi and saber light both disappeared in the sky. It's on par with my saber intent. Qiu Sihai looked dignified. Minor accomplishment saber intent, not bad. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Among all the warriors he knew, except for Lin Feng's sword intent, Qiu Sihai's saber intent was the strongest. Let's use our strongest attack to determine the winner. Qiu Sihai said in a deep voice. 4 swordsmen, like them, who had comprehended sword intent, their attacks were extremely sharp, and they could often determine the winner in 1 or 2 moves. All right. Lin Xian didn't want to waste any more time. Splitting mountain wave. Qiu Sihai condensed all the spiritual energy in his body and slashed out a stunning saber. The minor accomplishment saber, intent, surged in the sky as if it was going to split the sky in half. The dazzling saber light mercilessly fell, covering half of the tea garden. 3,000 lightning haste, unification, shocking heaven. The lightning flashed and condensed into a silver lightning, like the 9 heavens, thunder crashing down. Boom! The lightning suddenly appeared, the mountains and rivers were shattered, and this attack moved all directions. At this moment, all the warriors frantically retreated, fearing that they would be involved in this violent force. Qiu Sihai was surrounded by the saber, like a god of death. The next moment, his face changed dramatically. Not good. This sword intent has exceeded the minor accomplishment realm. He was shocked that the opponent's sword intent had surpassed his. The terrifying sword intent was vast and mighty, making him a little breathless. In an instant, he was shrouded in sword light. Not good. Qiu Sihai is going to lose. In the distance, Duan Wu Qing's eyes flashed, and his heart was bitter again. Lin Xian's aura at this moment was stronger than when he was fighting with him. What did this mean? This meant that Lin Xian did not use all his strength when fighting with him. Thinking of this, a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. Qiu Sihai, who was in the middle of the sword light, was even more uncomfortable. His whole body was shrouded in sword light, and he could not move at all. At this moment, fear rose in his heart. As a disciple of Xinghai sect, he was respected more. He had comprehended a rare saber intent and did not put anyone in his eyes. But now he knew how small he was and what it meant to be strong. Lin Xian's sword intent made him feel a sense of despair. This is a peerless genius. Qiu Sihai thought bitterly. This feeling was like facing the peerless genius of the sect. Am I going to die? He gave up resisting. However, in the next moment, the sword light disappeared as if it had never appeared. What? Qiu Sihai was shocked and suddenly looked up. He saw Lin Xian slowly sheathing the Star of Extinction sword back into its scabbard and standing with his hands behind his back. He could actually withdraw his sword intent at will. Qiu Sihai was shocked. He found that Lin Xian was stronger than he imagined. Thank you for showing mercy. Qiu Sihai landed and said with a trace of gratitude. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. A powerful genius like Qiu Sihai actually said such words to Lin Xian. Shock, absolute shock. Lin Xian was a peerless genius. Compared to him, Duan Wuqing and Qiu Sihai were much more ordinary. As expected, Lin Xian would be the topic of discussion in desolate Flame City for the next few days. Thank you for letting me win, Lin Xian said. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He knew that he had achieved the condition of being famous in desolate Flame City. You are strong, but you are not the strongest I have seen, Qiu Sihai said in a deep voice. There are a few monsters in Xinghai sect. Their talent and strength are definitely not inferior to yours. I really hope to see a battle between you two. Xinghai sect, Lin Yuxuan repeated, listening to Qiu Sihai's tone. There was another peerless genius in Xinghai sect. Don't doubt it, Qiu Sihai said. Although I am strong in the outside world, I am not even in the top 10 in Xinghai sect. Not even in the top 10. Everyone was shocked. They knew very little about the top forces. They only knew that the disciples inside were all experts among experts. However, they never thought that Qiu Sihai would not even be in the top 10. Chapter 436. Don't worry, I think we'll meet in the Azure Dragon Gathering sooner or later. Azure Dragon Gathering. Qiu Sihai's body trembled slightly, and Duan Wuqing's eyes lit up. Sure enough, a genius like Lin Xian wouldn't miss out on the Azure Dragon Gathering. Goodbye, we'll meet again if we have the chance. Lin Xian smiled indifferently and then floated away. Lin Xian, wait for me. In the crowd, Yun Duo followed behind Lin Xian with a red face, and the two quickly disappeared, leaving the tea garden. Barren Flame City. The city was unusually lively these days, and Lin Xian's matter had already spread. Everyone was shocked. Still shocked. Great Banner Mansion. Iron Hand looked at Lin Xian in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. You really didn't let me down. I'll take you to the headquarters, and then you can participate in the Azure Dragon Gathering's selection battle. Thank you, Lord Iron Hand. Lin Xian was happy. But there's one thing I need to remind you, Iron Hand said in a deep voice. Although you defeated Duan Wuqing and Qiu Sihai, it doesn't mean you can participate in the Azure Dragon Gathering. You should know that even Duan Wuqing and Qiu Sihai aren't qualified to participate in the selection battle. Lin Xian was slightly stunned. He didn't expect the Azure Dragon Gathering's qualification battle to be so high that even Duan Wuqing and Qiu Sihai weren't qualified. It seemed that the experts of the Dragon Star Kingdom were much stronger than he had imagined. Thank you, Senior, for reminding me. I'll work hard, Lin Xian said respectfully. Actually, if you're willing to stay in Great Banner Sect, you can participate in the next Azure Dragon Gathering. With your talent, there won't be many who can be your opponent in the next Azure Dragon Gathering, Iron Hand slowly said. When he found out that Lin Xian had actually comprehended 2 types of intent realms, he became fond of talent and wanted to take Lin Xian into his sect. Thank you, Senior, for your kindness, but I still want to seize this opportunity. Lin Xian's attitude was firm. He wasn't afraid of the selection battle, but more excited. Firstly, when he fought against Qiu Sihai and Duan Wuqing, he only used about half of his strength. Moreover, he still had the Evil King's crystal, which could help him reach the late harmonious spirit realm in a short time. At that time, even if he encountered a cultivator at the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, he would have the confidence to fight. All right, it's up to you. Iron Arms didn't say anything else. He knew that geniuses were all prideful. If Lin Xian didn't hit a wall, he probably wouldn't be satisfied. In the following days, Lin Xian temporarily settled down and cultivated diligently every day. Other than absorbing the energy within the crystals, He would also try to comprehend the illusory demon step whenever he had the time. The effect of this earth-tier martial art far exceeded his expectations. That day at the battle in the tea garden, he had only grasped a bit of it, but that speed had already surpassed his previous dragon inverse steps. If he could reach the small success stage, his speed would surpass the majority of spirit transformation realm warriors. The days of cultivation passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had been here for a month. During this period of time, he had successfully broken through to the late middle spirit realm by absorbing the energy within the evil king's crystal. Moreover, his illusory demon step had also made great progress. Although he hadn't reached the small success stage yet, he wasn't far from it. On this day, Iron Arms summoned Lin Xian once again. "Let's go. Follow me to the headquarters." Lin Xian nodded and followed behind Iron Arms. He hid his late harmonious spirit realm cultivation base, making himself appear as a mid-harmonious spirit realm cultivator. He did this to preserve his strength and also to not attract the attention of others. Otherwise, reaching the late harmonious spirit realm in just a month was too terrifying and would definitely attract the attention of others. He didn't want to be captured and studied like a lab rat. Lin Xian was very successful in hiding. Even Iron Arms didn't notice him. The two boarded the bronze chariot. 3 ferocious roaring flood dragons soared into the sky and disappeared from desolate Flame City. Seeing that the day of the Azure Dragon Association was approaching, all the forces became active. This was the golden age of the younger generation. It was not only related to one's reputation, but also the fate of the sect, because the Azure Dragon true chi from the Azure Dragon Association was not only magical for the individual, but also for the sect that the participant was from. Therefore, preparing for the Azure Dragon Association was not only a matter for the younger generation, but also for the entire sect. There were 6 top forces in the Dragon Star country. Each force was given 5 quotas to participate in the Azure Dragon Association. 5 spots were simply too few. One had to know that there were at least hundreds of thousands of people in a top force and countless genius disciples. However, even so, there were only 5 spots. When Lin Xian heard this news, he took a deep breath. 5 quotas! No wonder Iron Arms was so cautious and wanted to test his strength first. For a giant like the Great Flag sect, there must be a lot of genius disciples. If Lin Xian didn't have enough strength, he would only become a laughing stock. Even now, Iron Arms didn't have too much hope. He still hoped that Lin Xian would be able to participate in the next Azure Dragon Association. The headquarters of the Great Flag sect was in Longxing Country's Yong County. The 3 flood dragons were 8th grade demonic beasts, and their strength was comparable to a spirit transformation realm expert. Even so, it took them 5 days to reach Yong County. The loud roar of the flood dragons resounded in all directions. The 3 flood dragons quickly rushed toward a group of magnificent buildings. Lord Iron Arms is back! The warriors below exclaimed when they saw the flood dragons and the bronze chariot in the sky. Not long after, a group of warriors gathered below. Each of them had a powerful aura. The weakest was at the mid-harmonious spirit realm, while the strongest was at the spirit transformation realm. These people all looked at the sky with a respectful expression. "Welcome, Lord Iron Arms," a group of people said respectfully. The 3 flood dragons stopped in the sky, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The door of the bronze chariot opened, and Iron Arms slowly walked out. Lin Xian followed closely behind. The warriors below looked at the sky and were shocked. Who is that kid? How can he stay beside Lord Iron Arms? Moreover, when they sensed that Lin Xian was only at the mid-harmonious spirit realm, they were even more confused. But even so, no one dared to ask. "I came back to do one thing, and that is the Azure Dragon Association selection." Iron Arms strolled in the sky, his voice spreading in all directions. Inform them that the selection will begin in 10 days. Yes, the crowd below replied. Also, this is Lin Xian. From now on, he will also be a member of the Great Flag Sect. He will also participate in the Azure Dragon Association selection. Qing Shan, bring Lin Xian to rest. Yes, Lord, a slightly fat youth replied. Well, I can only help you to this extent. Whether you can participate in the Azure Dragon Association will depend on your strength. Iron Arms turned to Lin Xian and said, Chapter 437. Not long after, the whole Great Flag Sect knew that Lord Iron Hand had brought back a young man who was going to participate in the selection. Do you know that the kid I saw that day was only at the Mid-Harmonious Spirit Realm? Mid-Harmonious Spirit Realm? He has the nerve to participate in the selection? I don't know. Is it related to Lord Iron Hand? Did he go through the back door? Someone was doubtful. Impossible. Lord Iron Hand is the most impartial person. Even if he went through the back door, it would be useless. Otherwise, even if he passed the selection, he would still be ridiculed in the Azure Dragon Assembly. Everyone shook their heads. They couldn't understand why Lord Iron Hand would recommend a Mid-Harmonious Spirit Realm kid to participate. Have you heard the news from Desolate Flame City? That kid called Lin Xian defeated Qiu Sihai and Duan Wuqing, even though he is only at the Mid-Harmonious Spirit Realm. Defeated Qiu Sihai and Duan Wuqing. Everyone was surprised. They knew these two people. Even though they weren't top geniuses, they were still experts. A Mid-Harmonious Spirit Realm warrior was able to defeat these two people. It was enough to prove that he was extraordinary. It seems like this kid has the strength of a peak Harmonious Spirit Realm warrior. I also heard that this kid has mastered 2 types of Intent Realm. They are the Intent Realm of Wind and the Intent Realm of Sword. What? 2 types of Intent Realm? Everyone exclaimed. This news was too shocking. Comprehending 2 types of Intent Realm was even rarer than challenging someone who was at a higher level. If one had a powerful treasure, it was possible to challenge someone who was at a higher level. However, comprehending 2 types of Intent Realm wasn't something that anyone could do. Even an ordinary genius wouldn't be able to do it. I didn't expect this kid to be a peerless genius despite his ordinary appearance. However, even though he is strong, it is still too difficult for him to get a spot. There are only 5 spots in the selection, and we have a lot of monstrous geniuses here. Indeed, the top few disciples in Great Flag Sect were all geniuses who could kill spirit transformation realm warriors. Therefore, even though Lin Xian was a monstrous genius, no one was optimistic about him. Looking at his age, he is only 17 or 18 years old. I think Lord Iron Hand wants to train him well. With his talent, he will definitely be able to participate in the next Azure Dragon Assembly. Moreover, he has comprehended 2 types of Intent Realm. I think he will be able to enter the top 100. Everyone nodded, feeling more and more that this was the case. The Azure Dragon Society was held once every 10 years. 10 years later, Lin Xian would only be 27 or 28 years old, so he would definitely be able to participate. Everyone agreed that Lin Xian was chosen as a seeded player for the next generation. Lin Xian smiled faintly when he heard the news. He didn't try to explain himself. Everything would be clear once the names were announced. However, during the few days that he stayed in Daki Sect, he welcomed an acquaintance. Brother Lin, it really is you. I didn't think we'd meet again. Yi Qianqing strode in. Brother Yi, long time no see. Lin Xian greeted him with a smile. Brother Lin, are you really going to participate in the competition? Yi Qianqing asked. When he first heard about it, he didn't believe it either. When they first met, Lin Xian's strength was almost the same as his. But a few days ago, there was news that Lin Xian had defeated Qiu Sihai and Duan Wuqing. This made him very surprised. After all, every advancement in the Harmonious Spirit Realm was very difficult and required time to accumulate. However, Lin Xian seemed to have broken this understanding. What made him even more shocked was that Lin Xian wanted to participate in the competition. One should know that Daki sect was a top power with countless geniuses. The top 10 core disciples were even more powerful than Duan Wuqing. Seeing Lin Xian nodding, Yi Qianqing sighed. "Brother, Yi, why don't you tell me who is going to participate in the competition?" "All right," Yi Qianqing said slowly. "There are a total of 10 people who will participate in the competition. They are the top 10 core disciples of Daki sect. These people were all at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. 2 of them had already reached the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. Moreover, these people had the strength to fight against a spirit transformation realm warrior. The top few monstrous geniuses could even kill a spirit transformation realm warrior." Lin Xian was slightly surprised. He realized that the top 10 core disciples were about the same level as him. Now that he had broken through to the late harmonious spirit realm, it shouldn't be too difficult to fight for a spot. "But Brother Lin, if you really want to participate, you must be careful of 2 people," Yi Qianqing said. "Oh, the 2 at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm? Not all of them. One of them is Ouyang Kun. He is the number 1 core disciple. His cultivation is at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm, but he can easily kill a spirit transformation realm warrior. The other one is Hua Fei, who is ranked number 7. She specializes in soul attacks and is very strange." Ouyang Kun, Hua Fei. Lin Xian silently memorized these 2 and then asked for some information about the others. After sending Yi Qianqing away, Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. After hearing this news, he realized that these core disciples were definitely geniuses. Fortunately, he had broken through to the late harmonious spirit realm. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with these people. 10 days passed quickly. During this period of time, Lin Xian had completely consolidated his late harmonious spirit realm cultivation. The competition for the Azure Dragon Society's quota had also begun. The Great Banner sect was bustling with noise and excitement on this day. All the disciples had gathered, and most of the sect elders had also arrived. Lin Xian followed Yi Qianqing to the square. Looking at the dense crowd, he felt a trace of excitement in his heart. As long as he obtained the quota for the Azure Dragon Society, he could participate in the Azure Dragon Society. When he obtained the true Dragon Chi, he would be able to know the location of the Great Dragon Sword. "Brother Lin, those people are the top 10 core disciples," Yi Qianqing said. Lin Xian looked over and saw 10 figures standing proudly in the crowd. These people wore iron-blooded battle robes and had a strong aura. "That person is Ouyang Kun," Yi Qianqing whispered. A person stood in front of the core disciples. His appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were like lightning, like a dormant beast. Ouyang Kun is 30 years old this year. He participated in the last Azure Dragon Society, so he has a lot of experience. "You've participated in it once?" Lin Xian was astonished as he observed Ouyang Kun carefully. Yes, 10 years ago, Ouyang Kun participated, but he was still young and didn't get a good result. The arrogant figure felt Lin Xian's gaze and silently turned his head. His gaze was like a divine light piercing through the void. When he saw Lin Xian, he was still expressionless and quickly turned his head. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. This person's aura was very strong. Also, that girl with the dimples, she is Hua Fei. She is only 18 years old this year, but she has reached the peak of the harmonious spirit realm, and it is said that her soul has reached the level of a 4-star inscription master. 4-star inscription master? Lin Xian was astonished. These days he had never stopped cultivating his soul force. So strictly speaking, his soul had reached the level of a 4-star inscription master. This time, before Lin Xian could look over, the girl with the dimples had already looked over. Chapter 438. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. Such a strong soul force, worthy of being a core disciple. At this moment, Iron Arm stood up and said in a deep voice, "This is the Azure Dragon Society. There are only 5 spots for the challenge. There are 11 participants, and the top 5 will be qualified. Moreover, the first place will receive an additional reward. This reward may affect the ranking of the Azure Dragon Society. A reward that can affect the ranking of the Azure Dragon Society." The crowd exclaimed, including the core disciples. Their eyes shone brightly as they trembled with excitement. No matter what, they had to give it their all. Ouyang Kuan, who was at the front, revealed a smile. In his opinion, the first place would be his, and the special reward would also be his. "All right, let's cut to the chase. Lin Xian, you can come up." Hearing this, Lin Xian's body flashed and appeared in the middle of the square in an instant. "Ah, such a good movement skill." The Daki Sect's elder nodded slightly. For a moment, all eyes fell on Lin Xian. The top 10 core disciples stared at Lin Xian with different expressions. The top few disciples had a playful smile on their faces. They didn't put Lin Xian in their eyes. On the other hand, the core disciples at the bottom of the rankings were somewhat worried. Originally, they did not put Lin Xian in their eyes. However, when they saw Lin Xian's movement skill, they became vigilant in their hearts. That speed made them shudder with fear and trepidation. All right, let the competition begin. In the middle of the square, 11 young warriors were competing for the 5 spots. Each of them had to fight 10 rounds to determine the top 5. The referee was a white-bearded old man, a late-stage flower spirit warrior. This kind of cultivation was completely above everyone else, allowing him to control the competition well. The first match was Lin Xian's. His opponent was the 8th ranked core disciple. Hanjun's cultivation was at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm, but his aura was much stronger than Qiu Sihai and Duan Wuqing. "I heard that you defeated Qiu Sihai and Duan Wuqing?" Hanjun sneered. "I advise you to admit defeat. Those 2 can't be compared to me. Whether or not we can compete, we'll know after the battle." Lin Xian said in a low voice. "Good boy, you're really arrogant. Take this." Han Jun shouted coldly and his body floated out. "Battle Wolf Divine Fist." His fist swung out like the howl of a demonic wolf, carrying with it a ruthless aura. The wind from his fists whistled, shaking the surroundings. Han Jun was right. He was not someone Duan Wuqing and the others could compare to. Using the Battle Wolf Fist technique, he could probably defeat Duan Wuqing within 10 moves. However, Lin Xian's strength was far beyond his imagination. Within the violent fist shadows, Lin Xian's body was erratic. Like a willow catkin swaying in the wind, it brushed past the shadows of the fists but remained and scathed every time. What exquisite footwork! On the high platform, all the elders nodded and exclaimed, "This little guy is not simple. He can remain undefeated in the innate realm with just this movement technique." Sure enough, after dozens of moves, Han Jun did not even manage to touch the corner of Lin Xian's clothes. Damn it! Han Jun's face was gloomy. He felt embarrassed that he could not hit a mid-harmonious spirit brat. Wolf fighting in the wild. The shadows of the fists turned into hundreds of green shadow battle wolves, filling the entire arena. Each of the battle wolves had the strength to kill a peak harmonious spirit realm warrior. The shadows of the wolves pounced on Lin Xian, looking ferocious and terrifying. However, Lin Xian only swung his sword once and destroyed all of the attacks. Small success, sword intent. The news is true. Everyone felt the shocking sword intent and started to discuss among themselves. Small success, sword intent, so what? Watch my green wolf swallows the moon. Han Jun exerted all of his spirit energy and condensed the shadow of a green wolf behind him. Wind Emperor's sword. A shocking sword light flashed like a flash of lightning. The sharp sword chi instantly pierced through the shadow of the green wolf. Han Jun's face turned pale. He trembled and retreated 10 steps, looking at Lin Xian in horror. What a sharp sword intent! Lin Xian could have easily killed him with that sword strike. If it wasn't for the competition, he would have died long ago. The winner is Lin Xian. The referee elder announced the result quickly. Everyone was shocked. The result was out of their expectation. Even though Lin Xian was rumored to be a god, it was still unreal for him to defeat Han Jun so easily. Among the core disciples, the last 5 disciples were all nervous. Even the few in front had a trace of caution. Lin Xian's strength was out of their expectation. Perhaps only Ouyang Kuan and the others could remain calm. Sure enough, in the next match, Lin Xian's strength once again confirmed everyone's thoughts. The last 5 core disciples were no match for him, and he won with ease. Ouyang Kuan's performance was even more amazing. Even the second place, Yan Ming, was defeated by him within 30 moves. It seems like Ouyang Kuan will be the champion this time. Yeah, but I don't think the other 5 spots will be theirs. I think Hua Fei will get one of the spots. Her soul attack is too strange. That Lin Xian is not bad either. He is strong. Master Tai Shou is amazing to be able to find such a talented young man. Hey look, Hua Fei and Lin Xian are fighting. On the stage, Hua Fei was cute and witty. She had 2 dimples on her face, making her look like a little girl next door. However, if someone really treated her like a little girl next door, then they would be wrong. Hee, let me see how strong a genius like you is. Hua Fei picked up a harp and gently played it. Ding dong! A pleasant sound rang out, intoxicating everyone. However, this music contained a strange soul attack. Ordinary harmonious spirit realm warriors would be unlucky if they were caught off guard. Even a spirit transformation realm warrior would have to be careful when facing this kind of attack. However, Lin Xian was not worried. He was also an expert in soul force. With light steps, he quickly dodged the curved attacks. At the same time, he used the phantom sword art to form a phantom sword formation. Hey, he actually resisted Hua Fei's soul attack. This kid is too strong, the crowd exclaimed. Hua Fei was also surprised. Her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. You are also a soul cultivator. Her small mouth was slightly open. Her fingers that were playing the harp paused for a moment. However, this gap was seized by Lin Xian. His phantom sword formed a strange attack and slashed at Hua Fei. Humph! Hua Fei humphed. Her fingers moved and beautiful music was heard. Her spirit energy vibrated and quickly condensed. Shadows of sacred birds and sacred beasts appeared on the stage, dancing with the sound of the harp. Harmony of Zither Dao. It seems like Hua Fei is going to use her ultimate skill. Lin Xian frowned. He felt a sense of danger from these phantoms. Sword Qi soared to the sky. The great dragon's sword intent let out a deep dragon roar. Terrifying sword light flashed in all directions. Ding! Hua Fei's fingers paused. One of the strings on her harp broke. This harp was a mid-grade spirit rank treasure. It was very powerful. Moreover, the strings were made from the tendons of 8th grade demonic beasts. They were very elastic and impossible to break. There was only one reason why it broke, and that was because it was cut by Lin Xian's sword intent. Lin Xian wins. The referee elder announced. Humph. Chapter 439. I didn't expect that even Hua Fei would lose. This Lin Xian is really amazing. Everyone exclaimed and looked at Lin Xian with a hint of awe. This was a world where the strong were respected. The stronger Lin Xian was, the more awe these people would have. The competition continued and Hua Fei went up again. This time, her opponent was Ouyang Kuan. In the last competition, Hua Fei's harp had a broken string, so she didn't use her harp this time. Instead, she used a jade flute. Obviously, this jade flute was also a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Melodies that sounded like they were telling the tale of death, slowly flowed and reverberated in the arena. Yonkuin's face was expressionless. He stretched out his hand and slammed it down. Spiritual energy surged, and the sky seemed to be torn apart. A huge, purple stone tablet fell from the sky and suppressed the surroundings. The entire arena trembled violently, and the sad tune was broken. Hua Fei was sent flying out of the arena. The winner is Yonkuin. The judge saw that Hua Fei was only sent flying and wasn't injured. He let out a sigh of relief. No wonder he's the #1 core disciple. He's still so strong. He broke the soul attack in one move. Yeah, first place is definitely senior brother Yonkuin. Everyone was talking and looking at Yonkuin with admiration. Yonkuin didn't have any expression about his victory. His opponents weren't these people, but the powerhouses of the Azure Dragon Association. For example, the chief disciples of the other 5 top factions. As for the rest, he didn't care at all. Lin Xian looked at Yonkuin in shock. To be honest, Yonkuin's strength was beyond his expectations. Moreover, that move was very violent. Even an early-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator wouldn't dare to take it head-on. However, he was able to control his strength very well and only sent Hua Fei flying. This kind of method was indeed terrifying. Moreover, this person's aura had an inexplicable power. He should have comprehended a domain, but he didn't know what kind of domain it was. Shaking his head, Lin Xian didn't go up. He thought that he would know when he met him. Next, everyone took turns to go up. As the number of matches increased, the strength of each contestant was clearly displayed before everyone. The core disciples ranked in the bottom 5 lost more than they won. They were already out of luck with the 5 spots of the Azure Dragon Association. However, these people did not give up. They treated every match seriously and gave it their all. From this point, it could be seen that they were different from ordinary cultivators. They would not give up on themselves just because they had lost their quota this time. Those who had the ability to fight for a spot were the core disciples, ranked at the top. Of course, there were 2 exceptions. One of them was the cute girl Hua Fei. She relied on her strange soul power to rush to the front. The other person was Lin Xian. His domineering display also made everyone gasp in amazement. Moreover, Lin Xian and Yonkuin were the 2 martial artists who had yet to lose. Fuck, this Lin Xian is too terrifying. He hasn't lost yet. What's the big deal? He hasn't met a real expert yet. I'm guessing that if he meets Yonkuin or Zuyang, he'll lose for sure. That being said, it was indeed surprising that he could reach such a level at his age. The focus of everyone's discussion was Lin Xian, the dark horse. Look, Lin Xian's opponent is Zuyang. Zuyang was at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. He was ranked 2nd among the core disciples. Brat, your undefeated streak ends here. Zuyang drew out a blood-red long blade. He was very unhappy that he had lost to Yonkuin just now. Now, Lin Xian, a mid-harmonious spirit brat, was able to maintain his undefeated streak. This made him even angrier. Therefore, he immediately used his ultimate skill, the Broken Sun Saber art. The blood-red blade light slashed through the void. It was like a broken sun, bringing with it a sense of desolation. He used his secret art right away. It seems like Zuyang is going to get angry. Sigh, it's Lin Xian's bad luck to have come across Zuyang. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. They instinctively thought that Lin Xian would lose. There was no other way. Zuyang's cultivation was 3 levels higher than Lin Xian's. The gap between them was too big. Moreover, the Savage Sunblade art was a high-rank spirit art. Its power was incomparable. Therefore, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. However, many of the elders on the viewing platform were slightly interested in this. I wonder if this kid has any other secret arts. If he doesn't, I'm afraid he will lose. The blood-red sun shone in all directions. The terrifying blade light swept across the stage. A sense of desolation spread out. The sky was dyed blood-red. Facing such a sharp blade art, Lin Xian quickly used the phantom illusion. No, he dodged while waving his star extinction sword. Every strike was aimed at the weakest part of the blade light. Therefore, even though the entire stage was filled with blade energy, the area 10 meters in front of Lin Xian was very safe. Good eyesight. He can find the flaw in every strike. Iron Arms nodded slightly. However, Zuyang was very shocked. He had practiced the savage sun blade art to the great completion realm. It was very difficult for warriors of the same level to find his flaw. However, amid harmonious spirit, Brat was able to find his weakness every time. He found it hard to believe. He didn't believe that it was luck. What kind of heaven-defying luck could accurately find his flaw every time? No matter what, he had to be the first to attack. He had to use his secret art and win with an overwhelming victory. Blood Sun Intent. Savage sun like blood. A savage sun appeared behind Zuyang's back and quickly merged with the blade. He swung his blade. The blood-red blade light was shocking. It fell down like a river of blood, covering the entire stage. Blood Sun Intent. Zuyang is using his intent. It seems like the battle is about to end. Facing the Blood Sun Intent, Lin Xian used the wind intent at the first moment. The void fluctuated. Spiritual qi condensed and turned into a tornado, sweeping across the stage. The blood-red blade light hit the tornado, creating a thunderous sound that shook the heaven and earth. What? He blocked the Blood Sun Intent? Everyone exclaimed. So what if he blocked it? My Blood Sun Intent has already surpassed the minor completion realm. Zuyang shouted and waved his long blade. The 100-meter long blood-red blade light fell again. The airwaves in the air were like a tsunami rolling to both sides. The blade light completely covered Lin Xian. However, in the wind intent, a shocking sword intent rushed to the sky. The sword light flickered and surged in all directions. The terrifying sword qi cut the Blood Sun Intent in half. Suddenly, Zuyang's body trembled and he quickly retreated. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The three forces collided with each other. The entire stage fell into a violent energy storm. What's the result? The crowd couldn't wait to look at the stage. However, the stage was covered by the energy storm. Suddenly, the late spirit realm judge frowned. He stretched out both of his hands and pulled with force. Asterisk chi asterisk, the terrifying energy storm that covered the stage, was torn apart. He waved his sleeve. The violent energy swept across the sky and the stage returned to normal. Chapter 440. On the stage, Zuyang was half kneeling on the ground with a long blade in his hand. His hair was disheveled and he was in a sorry state. The blood on the corner of his mouth was very eye-catching. What? Zuyang lost? This is impossible. The crowd couldn't believe it. Zuyang was the genius ranked second among the core disciples. His cultivation had reached the peak of harmonious spirit realm. No one could defeat him except for Ouyang Kuan. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by Lin Xian? For a moment, Lin Xian became the focus of everyone's discussion. Moreover, many people were comparing him with Ouyang Kuan. With Lin Xian's current record, he was almost certain to get a spot. Moreover, he had yet to be defeated. The first place of this challenge would be between him and Ouyang Kuan. Ouyang Kuan turned his head and looked at Lin Xian with a trace of contempt in his eyes. Too weak, so weak that he couldn't arouse his interest. As a former participant of the Azure Dragon Association, Ouyang Kuan was far superior to Zuyang and the others in terms of cultivation and experience. In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Xian was a monstrous genius. However, in his eyes, Lin Xian was ordinary because he had seen too many monstrous geniuses in the Azure Dragon Association. The competition continued until the last 5 spots were decided. The top 3 core disciples had all obtained a spot. The remaining two were Gui Huafei and Lin Xian. Iron Hand looked at Lin Xian and pondered. To be honest, he just wanted to let Lin Xian run into a wall and accumulate experience so that he could participate in the next Azure Dragon Association. However, he didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. Not only did he obtain a spot, but he also defeated the second-ranked Zuyang. This kind of talent was rarely seen in his life. I wonder how he will fare against Ouyang Kuan. Will he be able to win? Iron Hand didn't know why, but a trace of expectation rose in his heart. When this thought came to his mind, even he was shocked. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. This was obviously impossible. Ouyang Kuan's strength was far beyond Lin Xian's. In the arena, Lin Xian and Ouyang Kuan stood on opposite sides. They were about to enter the final round. Everyone held their breaths and watched quietly. Although they knew that Lin Xian had no chance of winning, they still retained a trace of hope in their hearts. Brett, you're not bad. I feel like I'm looking at my past self in you. Ouyang Kuan spoke for the first time, and his voice was as firm as a boulder. With your aptitude, you should have a great chance of entering the next Azure Dragon Society, he said in the tone of an elder. Thank you, senior apprentice brother Ouyang. Lin Xian smiled. However, we cultivators must seize every moment. I'm not sure if I'll participate in the next tournament, but this time I'll definitely shine with my own brilliance. Arrogant and ignorant. Ouyang Kuan snorted. There are countless geniuses more monstrous than you in the Azure Dragon Assembly. Looks like you won't wake up until I show you some true strength. As he spoke, he stretched out his 5 fingers, and streaks of purple chi spread out from his fingertips. Universe, devil-suppressing hand. The purple palm fell, and the spirit chi in the sky vibrated, forming a huge vortex. The purple palm fell from the sky, suppressing Lin Xian. The purple palm was like a real mountain, and it fell quickly. Boom! The arena trembled, and it was forcefully pressed down by 3 feet. Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps and quickly dodged the attack. However, before he could react, Ouyang Kuan had already arrived beside him. His right leg swept out like a dragon emerging from the sea. Bang! A dull sound echoed in the arena. In a moment of desperation, Lin Xian quickly used the silver thunder body and forcefully kicked. Lin Xian's terrifying power forced him back. Lin Xian's fall left a deep gash in the arena. He slid all the way to the edge of the arena. After the attack, Ouyang Kuan stood with his hands behind his back and spoke calmly. Do you see that? This is the difference between us. The crowd exclaimed. They didn't expect Ouyang Kuan to push Lin Xian back in 2 moves. It seemed that Ouyang Kuan was indeed powerful, suppressing so many geniuses. Lin Xian shook his numb palms, and his eyes shone with a shocking light. The kick just now had indeed made him suffer, but he was excited. It had been a long time since he met such an opponent who could make his blood boil. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile, as expected of someone who participated in the previous Azure Dragon Society. You're indeed powerful. An opponent like you is worthy of my full strength. Lin Xian's words caused an uproar. Many people were puzzled. Could it be that this kid had some kind of trump card? However, more people thought that Lin Xian was bragging and was just trying to save some face. Iron Arms also frowned. He couldn't guess what kind of trump card Lin Xian had. Ouyang Kuan sneered. No matter what kind of trump card you have, you can't win against me. Is that so? Lin Xian smiled, and his hands quickly formed a seal. Release the seal. A slight sound came from his body, and suddenly a vast aura rushed out. This is late, harmonious spirit realm. Everyone widened their eyes. He actually hid his cultivation. This is too terrifying. Many people went crazy. Lin Xian was able to remain undefeated after hiding his cultivation level. If it wasn't for Ouyang Kuan, they wouldn't have known that Lin Xian was actually a late harmonious spirit realm cultivator. Zui Yang and the others looked at the arena, their faces burning. They had always thought of themselves as geniuses, and they didn't put anyone in their eyes. However, they never thought that they would be defeated by Lin Xian. Moreover, Lin Xian had suppressed his cultivation level to fight them. He actually hid his cultivation level. Iron Arms was also surprised. Even with his cultivation level and eyesight, he couldn't see Lin Xian's hidden cultivation level. This kid is interesting. Maybe he can create some surprises. On the arena, Ouyang Kun looked at Lin Xian with a dignified expression. It's useless. Even if you are at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm, you still can't win against me, let alone a late harmonious spirit realm cultivator. Now it's time to end this. His voice was still echoing, but his figure still appeared in front of Lin Xian. A purple light bloomed on his body, dancing like a divine flame. His 5 fingers turned into a claw, grabbing at Lin Xian's throat. Lin Xian quickly retreated, and at the same time he unsheathed his star extinction sword. The sword hilt quickly hit the purple palm, creating a clanging sound. Then, Lin Xian held the long sword and slashed out. The sword light was fleeting, silently stabbing at Ouyang Kun's shoulder. This sword attack combined the great dragon sword intent and the concept of wind. Not only was it sharp, but it was also extremely fast. In a flash, Ouyang Kun's spirit energy defense was cut open. However, Ouyang Kun's strength was extraordinary. His shoulders shook, and at the same time he used his fingers like a knife and quickly cut the sword. The long sword vibrated, creating a strange sword light in the air. With a tearing sound, a corner of Ouyang Kun's iron blood battle robe was cut off. What? He almost injured brother Ouyang. The crowd below exclaimed. Many people only saw the corner of the robe falling, but they couldn't see the trajectory of the sword and Ouyang Kun's movements. Only Zuyang and a few others could see it clearly. On the high platform, the elders of the Great Flag sect narrowed their eyes. Chapter 441. Lin Xian's sword cut off the corner of Ouyang Kun's clothes, causing a commotion. Looking at Lin Xian, whose aura had changed greatly, Ouyang Kun's face became serious. He was surprised that the sword light could break through his defense. Moreover, the sword light was so fast that he was caught off guard. Universe, devil, subduing palm. Purple light pulsed all over his body. It was as if he could suppress everything. Ouyang Kun's body was covered in purple light. His aura was comparable to that of a spirit transformation realm warrior. With a wave of his palm, purple chi filled the sky. It was like a ray of light from outer space. It attacked Lin Xian with a terrifying aura. The entire arena was covered in purple light. Even a spirit transformation realm warrior would not dare to resist it. Looking at the terrifying attack on the arena, the crowd below exclaimed. Some of the weaker disciples turned pale. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian only swung his sword. He had raised his sword will to 50% for the strike. The sword chi was shocking. It split the purple light in half and quickly slashed at Ouyang Kun. The 50% sword intent was too shocking. It caused the swords of the surrounding warriors to tremble as if they were about to fly into the arena. What kind of sword intent is this? It's so terrifying. I can't breathe. Oh my God, this aura is far beyond that of a small success sword intent. Can he even hide his sword intent? Everyone was stunned. Even the elders were shocked. It was common to hide one's cultivation level. It was also relatively easy to do. However, a person's realm could not be hidden unless he did not use it. However, Lin Xian seemed to have broken this rule. Not only did he hide his cultivation level, but he also hid a part of his sword intent. This method was terrifying. In the crowd, Zui Yang's face was pale. He was still brooding about losing to Lin Xian. However, facing this sword intent, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. In the arena, Ouyang Kuin's face became gloomy. Every time he was full of confidence and used the tone of a senior to educate Lin Xian, the latter would show unexpected strength. This was clearly a slap to his face. 50% sword intent. This brat actually comprehended 50% sword intent. Ouyang Kuin's body flickered with purple light, sometimes high and sometimes low. He had once joined the Green Dragon Society. Back then, he had met many swordsmen who had comprehended sword intent. Some of them had even comprehended 70% sword intent. However, those people were far older than Lin Xian. He had never seen someone as young as Lin Xian who had comprehended such sword intent. Looks like I'll have to go all out. Ouyang Kuin's heart was heavy. He had originally intended to reserve his strength for when he faced the chief disciples of other sections. But now, it seemed that he had no choice but to use his full strength. To be able to force me to use my full strength, even if you lose, you should be proud. Ouyang Kuin's voice was cold. The purple qi on his body flourished, like a purple cloud that quickly flowed. Extreme violet spectroscopic technique. The qi on Ouyang Kuin's body floated quickly and separated from his body, gradually forming a blurry figure beside him. Everyone looked at the figure with fear on their faces. This was because they saw that the illusory fog eventually turned into a human figure, whose appearance was 80% similar to Ouyang Kuin. What is this? A doppelganger? Everyone was stunned. In the stands, Tai Shou and the others frowned. Extreme violet spectroscopic technique. I didn't expect him to succeed. Rumor has it that this secret technique is comparable to an Earth rank martial art and is extremely difficult to cultivate. I didn't expect to see it again today. Lin Xian's talent is heaven-defying, but Ouyang Kuin's talent is not bad either. Once this secret technique is used, even if Lin Xian has 50% sword intent, it will be difficult for him to resist. Lin Xian frowned as he looked at the figure that looked like a clone. He quickly used his eye technique to sense, but he found that the doppelganger's aura was exactly the same as Ouyang Kuin's. How is this possible? Just as he was surprised, Ouyang Kuin and the purple figure quickly rushed over, turning into two purple rays of light. He waved the star extinction sword, and the sword qi drew a half-moon arc in front of him, forcing the two to retreat. However, the two of them attacked from the front and back, and their strength was comparable to a spirit transformation realm martial artist. They actually suppressed Lin Xian tightly. Everyone was stunned. Just when they thought that Lin Xian would win, such a situation actually occurred. As expected of eldest senior brother, he even has such a secret technique. It seems that Lin Xian will lose for sure. That's for sure. This secret technique is equivalent to the attack of two spirit transformation realm martial artists. No matter how heaven-defying Lin Xian is, it is impossible for him to resist two spirit transformation realm martial artists. However, although this secret technique is powerful, it must have a certain limit. Otherwise, it would be heaven-defying. Some people guessed that it might not take too long. Indeed, Ouyang Kuin's attacks were fierce, and he looked like he wanted to end the battle quickly. He had just mastered the purple extreme diffusing light technique, so he could only use it for a short time. However, this was enough. After all, no one could resist the attack of two spirit transformation realm martial artists. Universe, devil suppressing hand. Ouyang Kuin and his doppelganger used two secret techniques at the same time, attacking Lin Xian from the left and right. If this attack hit, Lin Xian would lose half of his life, even if he didn't die. The referee elder's expression became serious. He was ready to help at any time. At this moment of crisis, Lin Xian sighed and grasped the hilt of the Wind Shadow sword. Originally, he didn't want to reveal his trump card. However, facing such an attack, he had no choice but to do so. It was either the 70% sword intent or the Wind Shadow sword. After thinking about it, he decided to use the Wind Shadow sword. After all, the Wind Shadow Sword was easy to recognize. Moreover, he wanted to hide his 70% sword intent as a final killing move. Seeing that the huge purple palm was about to wrap Lin Xian quickly pulled out the Wind Shadow Sword. With two swords in hand, Lin Xian lightly tapped his feet and spun like a whirlwind. A terrifying sword light stirred up the surroundings. The sword light flashed and filled the entire stage. In an instant, Lin Xian's doppelganger appeared on the other side of the stage. Boom! The terrifying sword light disappeared and the two purple palms split apart. Not only that, the doppelganger was split into two and quickly disappeared. Yonkuin's iron-blooded battle robe was also torn apart. The terrifying sword intent pierced through his inner armor and left a sword mark. However, Lin Xian was very careful. The sword mark only stayed on the surface and didn't hurt Yonkuin. Yonkuin's body stiffened and cold sweat flowed out of his forehead. In that instant, although he saw the sword chi's path and tried his best to resist, the sword chi was too terrifying. It instantly pierced through his defense. Everyone was stunned. They didn't see the entire process. They only saw the stage being surrounded by the purple aura. In the next moment, the shocking sword light enveloped the entire stage. Although they didn't see the entire process of the battle, they saw the result clearly. Lin Xian was unharmed, but there was a sword mark on Yonkuin's chest. The winner was immediately determined. The referee elder was also stunned. That sword strike just now gave him a breathtaking feeling. Chapter 442. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected this result. The elders in the stands stared at the green jade sword in Lin Xian's hand. Is that sword a high-grade spirit grade treasure? Yeah. Why does it look so familiar? It looks like the Evil King's sword. Iron Hand looked at the Wind Shadow Sword and slowly said, "That's right, it should be the Wind Shadow Sword. I didn't expect this little guy to obtain it." What? It really is the Wind Shadow Sword. No wonder he could defeat Yonkuin. The elders exclaimed. High-grade spirit grade treasures were very precious in the Dragon Star country. Moreover, the terrifying attack bonus allowed the owner to challenge those with higher cultivation levels. Yonkuin stared at the Wind Shadow Sword in Lin Xian's hand with a face full of unwillingness. However, a loss was a loss, so he could only leave in anger. Damn, I didn't expect Lin Xian to have a high-grade spirit grade treasure. This kind of treasure is rare even in the Great Sects. Yonkuin actually lost, but it wasn't an unjust loss. Even an early-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator might not be able to compete with a high-grade spirit grade treasure. This kid is really lucky to have a high-grade spirit grade treasure. The group of people discussed spiritedly. They all attributed Lin Xian's victory to the Wind Shadow Sword. However, they didn't know that the Wind Shadow Sword was only one of Lin Xian's many trump cards. Even without the Wind Shadow Sword, Lin Xian could still win the competition. However, he didn't want to reveal his other trump cards. With the end of the competition, the Azure Dragon Association Spot Challenge also came to an end. Lin Xian became the biggest dark horse and took first place. He had obtained the Azure Dragon Association spot, and there was also a mysterious prize waiting for him. Not only Lin Xian, but everyone was curious about this mysterious prize. However, no matter how much they guessed, they still didn't know what it was. After the competition, Lin Xian was called away by Lord Iron Hand. Iron Hand stared at Lin Xian in the ancient study. To be honest, I didn't expect you to reach this point. Before this, I didn't even think that you could get a spot in the Azure Dragon Society. The rest will depend on your performance at the Azure Dragon Gathering. I'll do my best to get a good ranking, Lin Xian said. With your current strength, it is indeed not possible for you to obtain the Azure Dragon Chi. If you can enter the top 100 this time, you might be able to break into the top 30 next time, Iron Arms said. Azure Dragon Chi? Impossible. Lin Xian was stunned. In the entire Azure Dragon Society, there are only 72 people who can obtain true dragon chi. These people are all peerless geniuses. Their strength is beyond your imagination. Iron Arms continued. In the history of the Great Banner Sect, the best result was only to reach the top 50. As for the rest, it would be hard for them to even reach the top 100. Lin Xian frowned slightly. This was not what he had expected. After all, he was aiming for first place. I want to know the strength of the top few martial artists of the Azure Dragon Association. Iron Arms was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to ask such a question. In his opinion, Lin Xian was biting off more than he could chew. However, he still gave an explanation. There are 4 peerless geniuses in the entire Tianan region. These people all come from 5-star sects and have a very deep foundation. For example, the first place is Infinite Tyrant. He is the chief disciple of the Sky Dominator sect and has reached the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. It is even rumored that he once fought against a spirit detecting realm martial artist and didn't lose after hundreds of moves. Late stage of the spirit transformation realm. Fought against a spirit detecting realm martial artist? Lin Xian was stunned. He didn't expect the first place to be so powerful and have reached the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. Iron Arms continued. In addition to Infinite Tyrant, there is also the myriad sword sects Zhou Jianying. Last time, her sword intent had already reached 70%. This time, it must be even more terrifying. It is rumored that she is very close to reaching the large success stage. Therefore, the Azure Dragon Association is far more difficult than you think. Lin Xian took a deep breath. These geniuses were indeed beyond his expectations. No wonder Iron Arms didn't have much hope for him. With his current level, he would probably be defeated in one move if he met these people. Although you can't fight against these geniuses, if your cultivation improves a little more, you can still obtain a spot in the Azure Dragon Association. Azure Dragon Association was the title given to the top 72 martial artists. These people could enjoy the aura of the Azure Dragon, so they were called Azure Dragon Geniuses. Also, you don't have to be too discouraged. Your talent is extraordinary. I believe you will be able to shine in the next Azure Dragon Association. Regarding Lin Xian's talent, Iron Hand still acknowledged it. At such a young age, he had already comprehended 50% sword intent and also had the concept of wind. This kind of talent was really rare. My cultivation improves a little more. Lin Xian was puzzled. The reason he improved so quickly was because of the nefarious monarch crystal. Otherwise, even if he was a peerless genius, it would be impossible to improve his cultivation in such a short time. Seeing the doubt in Lin Xian's eyes, Iron Arm smiled and said, "Come with me." The two of them walked towards the depths of the Great Banner Sect. The back mountain was the Great Banner Sect's forbidden area. Besides Iron Arms, no one else was allowed to enter. At this moment, Iron Arms led Lin Xian into the forbidden area. Passing through a dark cave, the two of them arrived at the underground world. Below them was a huge palace. The decorations were almost the same as the Great Banner Sect's main hall. This is... Lin Xian was puzzled. He didn't know why Iron Arms would bring him here. Iron Arms pushed open the blood-red door and led Lin Xian in. As soon as he entered, Lin Xian felt a bone-piercing chill, as if he had entered a 10,000-year-old ice cave. "You're here." A weak voice sounded. This voice carried a trace of exhaustion. "Sect Master, are you okay?" Iron Arms asked with concern. "Sect Master." Lin Xian was shocked. He suddenly raised his head and looked in front of him. In front of him, there was a blue throne. It emitted a cold air that could be felt from far away. And on top of the ice throne, there was a woman lazily leaning on it. The woman's face was cold, and there was endless exhaustion between her eyebrows. Her exquisite body was leaning on the ice throne. Vaguely, there was a trace of a black flame jumping about. This person is actually the Great Banner Sect's sect master. Lin Xian was shocked. While living here, he had learned that Iron Arms was the Great Banner Sect's vice sect master. However, he had never heard of the sect master. Not only him, but many of the disciples didn't know. Even the core disciples had never seen her before. Lin Xian never would have thought that the mysterious Great Banner Sect's sect master was actually a woman. Moreover, she looked very weak. This person is injured, and it's not light. Wine Lord transmitted. Do you see that black flame? That kind of flame can probably even burn a spirit-connecting realm martial artist to death. It can even burn a spirit-connecting realm martial artist to death? Xianzai was shocked. He carefully looked at the black flame. With his outstanding soul, he could clearly feel the terror of the flame. He really didn't know how this woman had survived. Fortunately, she has the blue ice throne. Otherwise, she would have already been burned to death. Lin Xian took a deep breath and respectfully said, Junior Lin, Xian greets Senior. Chapter 443. Iron Hand explained with a smile, he is not Ouyang Kuan. He defeated Ouyang Kuan in this competition and won first place. Oh, the cold woman's beautiful eyes turned and looked at Lin Xian again. Late harmonious spirit realm, comprehending sword intent. This aura, there is even the concept of wind. He is indeed a genius. Lin Xian was shocked. The woman only glanced at him and she could see through him. Perhaps even a late spirit detecting expert like Iron Hand could not do this. Sanfeng, since you brought him here, there should be no problem. Can you bring him to the immortal transformation pool? The cold woman's voice was lazy as if she was unwilling to say more. All right, I will bring him to the immortal transformation pool. Sanfeng. At this moment, Lin Xian was shocked again. This woman actually called Iron Hand Sanfeng. Could it be Jiang Sanfeng? Lin Xian suppressed the doubts in his heart and followed Iron Hand to the bronze door at the side. Inside was a completely different world. There was a pool with a diameter of about 10 meters in the middle. It was shrouded in multicolored light and colorful mist. As soon as they entered, they could feel a rich spirit energy rushing towards them. Such rich spirit energy. Lin Xian was shocked. This energy was not much weaker than the energy inside the Evil King's crystal. Could this be the reward for the first place? Lin Xian's heart was burning with excitement. This was the immortal transformation pool. It only opened once every 10 years. It contained pure energy that could help a cultivator increase their realm. Go and soak yourself in it. I will bring you out after 3 days. Lin Xian quickly nodded. He could not wait any longer. If everything went well, his cultivation could increase again. This was very important to him. After all, he needed to increase his cultivation after hearing about the strength of the Azure Dragon Association's geniuses. Iron Hand left and closed the bronze door. Lin Xian quickly entered the immortal transformation pool and began to absorb the energy inside. Strands of pure energy quickly entered his body. Under the effect of the longevity art, these strands of energy turned into spirit energy in his body. 2 days later, Lin Xian's cultivation increased greatly, reaching the peak of harmonious spirit realm. This speed was too terrifying. No wonder Iron Hand had said that the prize for the first place could affect the Azure Dragon Association's ranking. At this rate, it was very likely that he would break through again and reach the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. It was only natural that an increase of 2 levels would affect the Azure Dragon Society's ranking. However, this sort of fortune was something that could only be chanced upon by luck. After all, the immortal transformation pool was only open once every 10 years, and only the champion of the great sects were able to enjoy such treatment. Fortunately, Lin Xian had won first place. Otherwise, he would not have had a chance. There's only one day left. I must absorb as much as I can and try to break through again. Humph! Brat, no matter how hard you try, you will only be able to reach the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to obtain the true dragon chi with your current cultivation. Even if he managed to squeeze into the azure dragon genius, I'm afraid that his weak true dragon chi wouldn't be able to lock onto the great dragon sword's position. Wine Lord said. Then what should we do? Lin Xian said, right now I can only do my best to improve my cultivation and strive to squeeze into the top 72. It wasn't that Lin Xian wasn't talented enough. His talent was already heaven-defying. However, his cultivation time was too short. If one were to count seriously, it would only be 2 years. Moreover, he didn't have a powerful sect to rely on. All the resources and treasures he had were obtained by risking his life. As for those peerless geniuses, they were nurtured by their sects the moment they were born. They never lacked any heavenly treasures. In addition, many of those geniuses had participated in the previous immortal transformation. Compared to these geniuses, Lin Xian's foundation was still too weak. Wine Lord, do you have a way? Lin Xian asked. There is a way, but it depends on whether you dare to do it or not. Wine Lord said with a smile. Really? Lin Xian was delighted. As long as I can increase my cultivation, there's nothing I wouldn't dare to do. All right, then I'll tell you. Do you see the flame on the girl's body outside? As long as you absorb it, your strength will increase greatly. What? Absorb that black flame? Lin Xian widened his eyes. With his current strength, a wisp of the black flame could burn him to ashes. Wine Lord, are you sure you don't want to burn me to death? Lin Xian's face fell. With me here, how could I burn you to death? Wine Lord said, however, the moment you absorb it will be painful. If you can't endure it, all your previous efforts will be wasted. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, I won't give up. Lin Xian's eyes were firm. All right, I'll teach you the secret technique now. Use this method to reach the spirit transformation realm first. Then absorb the black flame, Wine Lord quickly said. Relax your mind and don't resist. Lin Xian sat cross-legged and emptied his soul. The next moment, he was pulled by a mysterious force and his consciousness temporarily left his body. His vision blurred, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself in front of Wine Lord. In front of him, Wine Lord leaned against the divine tree with a wine gourd in one hand. He looked very carefree. Little Xian, we meet again. This is... Inside the mysterious little sword, Lin Xian was shocked. He had been here once before, and that was when he first learned of Wine Lord's existence. Little Xian, since you'll find the great dragon sword sooner or later, there's no harm in telling you some things in advance. Wine Lord's black hair fluttered, and his slightly lazy face looked very serious at this moment. Of the 5 swords in the world, whoever obtains one is honored. One of them is the great dragon sword, which represents an offensive saint technique. It can be said to be the most offensive. Aside from it, there are 4 other divine swords. One of them is the devouring sword, which was originally controlled by me. The devouring sword is said to be able to devour everything in the world. Legend has it that when evolved to the extreme, it can even devour time and space. Later, due to some reasons, my physical body fell, and only my remnant soul came here. Now, I only have the incomplete devouring sword in my hand, but it should be enough to pass to you. Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect Jiu Ye's origin to be so shocking. He actually controlled one of the 5 swords in the world. But if you pass it to me, what will you do? Lin Xian asked. Although he longed for power, he did not want anything to happen to Wine Lord. In my current state, I'm afraid I'll die if I leave this space. Rather than that, I'd rather pass on the devouring sword to you. In the past, your cultivation was too weak. If you exposed these things too early, it would be disadvantageous to you. Now, for the sake of the great dragon sword, I have no choice but to pass it to you in advance. Wine Lord. Lin Xian's eyes were moist. All this time, it was Wine Lord who had selflessly helped him. This kindness was like a father's love, and he would never forget it. All right, it's not like we're parting forever. Why are you so sad? Wine Lord said, Besides, I'm passing it to you with selfish motives. If you can find the reincarnation sword in the future, I hope you can do me a favor. Chapter 444. All right, let's get down to business. I'll teach you the devouring sword now. With that, Wine Lord pointed his finger at Lin Xian's forehead. Instantly, countless black vortexes appeared in all directions, emitting a terrifying aura. An indescribable rhythm resounded, as if it was the sound of the great Tao. Countless terrifying scenes surrounded Lin Xian. Inside the cave, Lin Xian sat cross-legged in the immortal transformation pond with his palms facing the sky. Beside him, the snow-white little monkey swam happily in the pond, continuously drinking the spiritual liquid in the pond. Suddenly, a vortex appeared between Lin Xian's eyebrows, and it grew bigger and bigger. The black vortex rotated, forming a strange suction force, rapidly absorbing the spiritual liquid in the pond. In an instant, 1/3 of the spiritual liquid was sucked into the black vortex. Lin Xian's aura increased rapidly, and soon he reached the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. However, his aura was still increasing rapidly. Boom! Lin Xian's aura exploded, forming a terrifying shockwave behind him. In the next moment, his cultivation reached the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. Lin Xian opened his eyes. His gaze was like two swords that cut through the void. At this moment, he was like the reincarnation of the sword god, exceptionally sharp. Following his awakening, the black vortex on his forehead didn't disappear, but became even more violent. However, his cultivation didn't increase this time. Beside him, the snow-white little monkey cried out anxiously. It opened its little mouth and crazily absorbed the spiritual liquid. There wasn't much spiritual liquid left in the immortal transformation pond, and with Lin Xian and the snow-white little monkey's absorption, it quickly reached the bottom. Whoosh! The snow-white little monkey entered the demonic beast pouch. Lin Xian also withdrew the black vortex and slowly stood up from the immortal transformation pond. This was because he felt a powerful aura quickly approaching. Without a doubt, only Iron Arm could enter this secret palace. Sure enough, in the next moment, Iron Arm pushed open the bronze door and entered. However, when he saw the dried-up immortal transformation pond, he was stunned. In the past, generations of geniuses had come here to absorb, but at most they could only reduce the spiritual liquid by 1/3. How could there be someone like Lin Xian who had absorbed all the spiritual liquid in the immortal transformation pool? Tai Shou felt a burst of pain in his heart. That was a strange treasure of the Great Flag Sect. It was extremely mystical and could increase a martial artist's cultivation for a short period of time. Now that the treasure had been sucked dry, it would take decades for it to recover. Seeing Iron Arm's pained expression, Lin Xian faintly smiled. I can see that the sect master's body is being tortured by the black flames. I have a way to get rid of the black flames. What, you have a way? Iron Arms was shocked, but soon he looked over with a suspicious gaze. Do you really have a way? He couldn't be blamed for not believing it. It was just that the black flames had tortured the sect master for hundreds of years. Over the past 100 years, Sect Master Lung had used all kinds of methods, but was unable to remove it. He could only use the ice throne to suppress it. One could only imagine how terrifying the black flames were. But now a young man actually told him that he had a way to get rid of the black flames. Of course, Iron Hand didn't believe him. This black flame is abnormally strange and violent. I'm afraid that only the Black Dragon clan of the Demon Clan has such power. What, you know? Iron Arms exclaimed. Of course, not only do I know, but I can also help Sect Master get rid of the black flames. Come with me. Iron Arms was too excited. For the past 100 years, Sect Master Lung had been tortured by the black flames countless times. Moreover, their great flag sect had fallen from a 5-star sect to a 4-star sect. If their sect master could get rid of the black flames and recover his strength, then Great Flag Sect would be able to become a 5-star sect again. At that time, they would become the only overlord of the Dragon Star Country, and all of their hopes were placed on Lin Xian. Soon, Iron Arms led Lin Xian out of the bronze cave and into the main hall. Reaching the peak of the harmonious spirit realm in 3 days is not bad. Sect Master Lung's lazy voice sounded. Thank you for your praise, Sect Master. Lin Xian cupped his fists and smiled. He hit his cultivation base again. In everyone's eyes, he was only at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. His real cultivation base had reached the early stage of the spirit transformation realm, and his strength was comparable to a mid-stage spirit transformation realm warrior. Even if he met a late-stage spirit transformation realm warrior, he would still have the strength to fight. Of course, he could still fight an ordinary spirit transformation realm warrior, but there was still a gap between him and the 4 peerless geniuses. Sect Master, I have good news for you. Iron Arms said excitedly, there is hope to get rid of the black dragon flame in your body. All right, San Feng. After so many years, I have heard such words many times. Don't say it again. Sect Master Lung shook his head slightly. You should focus on preparing the Azure Dragon Association. If I can get more Azure Dragon True Chi this time, I might be able to suppress the black dragon flame again. Sect Master, what Lord Iron Arms said is true. I might be able to help you get rid of the black dragon flame in your body. You, Sect Master Lung, didn't believe him. Young man, it's better to be down to earth. She thought Lin Xian was a bootlicker. However, Lin Xian's next words made her sit up in shock. Do you feel the most pain every day during the Z hour and the most relaxed during the Chen hour? What? Sect Master Lung was speechless. When she opened her eyes, a terrifying pressure filled the hall. Sanfeng, Sect Master, I didn't tell him these things. Iron Arms was equally shocked. However, he was very happy. The more Lin Xian said, the more capable he was. Feeling this terrifying pressure, Lin Xian was shocked. This aura had probably surpassed the spirit detecting realm. What is this woman's cultivation level? He was puzzled. Honorable realm. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Above the spirit detecting realm is the honorable realm. This woman has long reached the honorable realm. However, after being tortured by the black dragon flame for all these years, I'm afraid she only has 10 or 20% of her strength left. Honorable realm. Lin Xian took a deep breath. That was the true overlord of a region. The sect that the honorable realm belonged to was a 5-star sect. The top forces in the entire South Horizon region were also those enormous 5-star sections. Can you really cure it? Sect Master Lung's body trembled slightly. The aura in the entire hall was violent. The terrifying pressure made Iron Arms break out in cold sweat. However, under such circumstances, the black flames in Sect Master Lung's body suddenly counterattacked. Her body was instantly enveloped by the black flames. Not good. Iron Arms' expression changed drastically. He instantly took out a broken iron blood flag and pressed it against the black flames. On the ice throne, a terrifying icy aura was emitted, suppressing the black dragon flame. However, the black dragon flame was abnormally violent. It seized the moment when Sect Master Lung lost control and counterattacked crazily. Seeing that Sect Master Lung was about to be unable to hold on, Lin Xian's great dragon sword intent resonated. A low dragon roar was heard. Suddenly, the black flames seemed to be frightened. It quickly retreated and burrowed into Sect Master Lung's body again. Chapter 445. Lin Xian's aura actually suppressed the black dragon flame. Sect Master Lung and Iron Arms were stunned. At this moment, Sect Master Lung's chest heaved up and down as she gripped the ice throne with both hands. It had been 100 years, almost 100 years. She finally had hope. Taking a deep breath, Sect Master Lung calmed down. She raised her hand slightly and took out a scroll. This is a divine sword visualization painting. It's a treasure that I obtained from the ancient ruins. This visualization painting is a treasure for a swordsman. If you can help me get rid of the black dragon flame, I'll give you this treasure. Divine sword visualization painting. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Since it was obtained from the ancient ruins, it must be extraordinary. He did not think too much about it. After all, he had absorbed the black dragon flame, and it was beneficial to him. He did not expect Sect Master Lung to give him a divine sword visualization painting. How could he miss out on such a treasure? Thank you, Sect Master. I'll do my best. Then Lin Xian came before the ice throne and said in a deep voice, Sect Master, I hope you don't resist during the process of absorbing the black dragon flame. Otherwise, the black dragon flame will be dormant in your body, and you won't be able to absorb it completely. Sect Master Lung nodded. In the next moment, she withdrew her spiritual power and left the ice throne with light steps. Lin Xian sat on the ice throne and was ready to take action at any time. Sure enough, when Sect Master Lung gave up resisting, the black dragon flame in her body suddenly flourished and enveloped her instantly. Buzz! A black vortex appeared between Lin Xian's eyebrows and produced a terrifying suction force that instantly enveloped the black dragon eye. In just a moment, more than half of the black dragon flame was sucked away. In the next moment, Lin Xian's body trembled and countless black dragon flames enveloped his body. A stinging, burning sensation came, making him feel like he was better off dead. It was as if his soul had been ignited. Lin Xian nearly lost his mind and lost control. Fortunately, he had comprehended the dragon sword essence, and his will was extraordinary. Maintaining a trace of clarity, he controlled the black vortex with all his strength. Soon, all the black dragon flame was sucked into the vortex. After these black dragon flames left Sect Master Lung's body, they vented all their resentment on Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly spread the great dragon sword intent to every part of his body. Moreover, he used the cold energy of the frozen throne to suppress the black dragon flames. The sword of devouring unleashed its power and sucked away all the black flames. Although it was only for a moment, the pain made him feel as if he had experienced tens of thousands of years. Fortunately, everything went smoothly in the end. The black dragon flames were completely devoured by the sword of devouring. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. If he had wavered in the slightest, the black flames would have burned him to ashes. Thank you, young Master Lin, for saving my life. Sect leader Lung smiled. Beside him, Iron Arms also said gratefully, Young Master Lin, you are the benefactor of the Great Flag Sect. Seniors, you're exaggerating. Lin Xian smiled faintly and left the ice-ceiling throne. Young Master Lin, this is the Divine Sword Visualization Diagram. It should be able to give you some inspiration. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Xian took the Divine Sword Visualization Diagram and left the underground palace with Iron Arms. In the following days, Lin Xian began to increase his strength with all his might. In the mysterious space of the small sword in his body, there were two more things. One was the spiritual liquid from the immortal transformation pool, and the other was a ball of black flames. The violent black dragon flames were abnormally quiet, as if they were afraid of something. The spiritual liquid from the immortal transformation pool was only effective for harmonious spirit realm warriors. After Lin Xian entered the spirit transformation realm, it lost its effect. However, he planned to use the spiritual liquid to help the snow-white little monkey and little gold increase their strength. Little gold was also a mutated beast. With the help of the spiritual liquid, it quickly grew into an 8th-rank demonic beast. At this moment, 3 purple gold lines condensed behind little gold's back. Its aura was abnormally strong. Lin Xian put it away with satisfaction and turned to look at the snow-white little monkey. After the snow-white little monkey consumed the liquid, its appearance didn't change much. However, Lin Xian wasn't worried. The little monkey's origin was very mysterious. Even the 3-headed pig wasn't its opponent. Wuji, the snow-white little monkey rubbed its head against Lin Xian's face. It seemed to be more intelligent. After playing with the snow-white little monkey for a while, Lin Xian entered the mysterious, small sword again. This time, he planned to refine the black dragon flames. However, the process was very difficult and might take a long time. After all, the black dragon flames could even burn venerables to death. He had to be careful. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the sword of devouring in addition to the great dragon sword intent. Although it was broken, it was more than enough to resist the black dragon flames. Taking out a strand of black flames from the black dragon flames, Lin Xian absorbed it into his body and began to absorb the terrifying and violent energy. 3 days later, he opened his eyes and felt his aura become stronger. He let out a mouthful of turbid air and stopped cultivating. Instead, he took out a scroll. It was the divine sword visualization diagram. On the scroll, a long sword was drawn. It was very lifelike, as if it was going to fly out of the scroll. Lin Xian looked at it and felt a strange concept. It was as if he was looking at some ancient battles after a long time. He withdrew from the divine sword visualization diagram. This time he felt a lot of things. Just like that, time passed quickly as he cultivated and comprehended. It was less than a month before the Azure Dragon Association. All the major forces had already begun their preparations. Dragonrise Nation, 6 major forces for major families, a total of 40 geniuses would participate in the Azure Dragon Association. The Azure Dragon Association would be held in the ancient Azure Dragon City. It was far away and required a teleportation array. This kind of long-distance teleportation array was very ancient and didn't exist in the Dragonstar Nation. They would need to go to the nearby 5-star Heavenly Fire Sect. Therefore, the geniuses of the Dragonstar Nation would first go to the northern teleportation array to the Heavenly Fire Sect. Then, they would go to the Azure Dragon City through the ancient teleportation array of the Heavenly Fire Sect. Daki Gate. Everyone gathered at the martial arts square. Ouyang Kuin and the others had arrived early. Why isn't Lin Xian here yet? I don't know. He shouldn't miss it. He's so arrogant. I wonder what reward he got this time. A group of people discussed. Look, he's here. Everyone turned around and saw a figure quickly approaching from afar. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the martial arts square. You're late. Ouyang Kuin's voice was cold, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. The first place should have belonged to him. But Lin Xian came out of nowhere and made him lose face. Not only that, but he also took away the mysterious reward. Sorry, I've been cultivating recently and delayed some time, Lin Xian said with a smile. Cultivating? Let me see the results of your recent cultivation. Ouyang Kuin sneered and suddenly attacked. As soon as he attacked, he used extreme purple light speed. His real body and doppelganger flew out quickly, and a merciless purple hand slapped toward Lin Xian. His aura was 30% stronger than before. As expected of eldest senior brother, he can still increase his strength in such a short time. I'm afraid Lin Xian is in danger. Chapter 446. Lin Xian smirked. He didn't even pull out his sword. Instead, he used his fingers as a sword and drew an illusory sword shadow in front of him. These days, he had been studying the divine sword visualization picture, and his sword art had become more profound. A sword light slashed out and turned into countless sword chi, breaking the extreme purple light-splitting art. Boom! Ouyang Kuin retreated awkwardly with a pale face. What? He forced Ouyang Kuin back in one move? He didn't even pull out his wind shadow sword. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was able to win last time because of his wind shadow sword. But this time he defeated Ouyang Kuin without even pulling out his sword. This kind of improvement was heaven-defying. They were already shocked by Ouyang Kuin's improvement, but compared to Lin Xian, it was not even worth mentioning. Ouyang Kuin's face was pale with fear. He was defeated by Lin Xian in one move. This kind of disparity made him feel a strong sense of powerlessness. Lin Xian, what kind of reward did you get? Hua Fei asked curiously. Lin Xian smiled indifferently. He channeled his spirit energy, and a vast aura gushed out. This is peak harmonious spirit realm. Everyone widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Ouyang Kuin's voice trembled. 1 month. In just 1 month, he went from late harmonious spirit realm to peak harmonious spirit realm. This speed was too terrifying. Not to mention Lin Xian. Even the 4 peerless geniuses couldn't do it. Is this the reward for the first place? Hua Fei widened his eyes. Lin Xian smiled and didn't explain. He stood with his hands behind his back and waited quietly. Everyone looked at Lin Xian with reverence in their eyes. Even Ouyang Kuin didn't dare to act rashly. Lin Xian already had the strength to challenge those of a higher realm. Now that his cultivation had increased, it would only take 1 move for him to kill Ouyang Kuin. Lin Xian didn't show off his cultivation to show off. He just didn't want to be defeated by others. His goal had already jumped away from these people. Only the peerless geniuses in the Azure Dragon assembly could make his blood boil. Not long after, he looked up at the sky. In the sky, 3 Jiao dragons roared ferociously. The bronze chariot floated in the air, exuding a savage aura. Greetings, Sir Iron Hand. The 5 of you, follow me to the northern teleportation platform. Iron Hand's voice came from the bronze chariot. Immediately, Lin Xian's group of 5 rose into the air, rushing towards the bronze war chariot. Apart from Lin Xian's group of 5, Iron Arms and 2 other elders were also going to the Azure Dragon Society. The group stepped onto the bronze chariot and quickly flew towards the teleportation formation in the north of the Dragon Star Nation. There, all the young warriors of the Dragon Star Kingdom headed for the Heavenly Fire Sect. The teleportation array in the north of the Dragon Star Nation was located in a huge desert. Half of the 6 great forces and 4 great clans had already arrived. The arrival of Lin Xian and the others attracted everyone's attention. The disciples of the 6 great factions seemed quite calm because they had the same status as the Great Banner Sect. However, the people of the 4 great families were quite nervous. This was especially so for the Jiang family's elder, who looked at the bronze war chariot with a complicated expression. Big Brother Lin. Among the Jiang family warriors, Jiang Yuding cried out. Beside her, a 5-colored peacock also called out to Lin Xianming. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. The snow-white peacock on his shoulder was also jumping happily. Sister Ting, do you know that person? A white-robed youth near Jiang Yuding had a solemn expression. He lifted his gaze slightly and looked at Lin Xian, but he realized that he could not see the latter's cultivation level. Yes, Big Brother Lin saved him before. He's my benefactor, Jiang Yuding said happily. Lin Xian and the others walked out of the bronze war chariot and landed in an empty space below. While the crowd was sizing them up, Lin Xian was also observing the young warriors around him. These people had extraordinary strength and powerful auras. A few of them were as strong as Ouyang Kuin. They were probably the chief disciples of other factions. "Little brother Lin." A simple and honest voice sounded. Lin Xian turned around. "You really came." This youth was the companion that Lin Xian had met in Qingshan City, Dongfangxiong. At this moment, Dongfangxiong still had a simple and honest expression, but his aura was even more powerful. His aura was much stronger than Ouyang Kuin's. This is the power of bloodline. Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect Dongfangxiong to have the power of bloodline. This kind of talent was much higher than ordinary geniuses. The two of them were talking when a mocking voice sounded. "Ouyang Kuin, I haven't seen you in a few years, but you're still the same. It looks like you won't be able to become a spirit transformation realm warrior in this lifetime." Lin Xian turned around and saw a group of young men walking over. They were currently teasing Ouyang Kuin. Ouyang Kuin cried out, "Spirit transformation realm. You've actually entered the spirit transformation realm." Spirit transformation realm. The surrounding warriors all looked over. The Great Flag sect disciples were even more shocked. To be able to enter the spirit transformation realm at this age. He was definitely a genius. One had to know that an entire Dragon Star nation, only this youth had reached the spirit transformation realm. Who is this person? Lin Xian was surprised. He looked at the white-robed youth with a hint of interest. His cultivation was also at the spirit transformation realm, but he hid it so no one knew. This person is called Zhao Kuang. He's from the Dragon Star Nation's royal family, Hua Fei explained. Like Ouyang Kuin, he had also participated in the previous Azure Dragon Society. However, his ranking was higher than Ouyang Kuin's, and he had broken through to the spirit transformation realm. He probably had a chance to compete for the Azure Dragon Society's spot. This person is very strong. Dongfangxiong's expression was also serious. Soon, all the participants arrived. At this moment, Zhao Kuang stood in the center and spoke loudly. "This time, you're not only representing your sect, but also the Dragon Star Nation. Therefore, I'll be leading the team this time." "What? You'll be leading the team?" Everyone was in an uproar. Although he said he was leading the team, he was actually becoming the #1 person in the Dragon Star Nation. "You're leading the team? Why?" Someone was unconvinced. Everyone present was a genius and was very proud. How could they be willing to admit defeat? "Because of my strength," Zhao Kuang coldly snorted. The aura of the spirit transformation realm erupted from his body and swept out in all directions. A heart-palpitating aura pressed down in all directions, causing the expressions of the geniuses to change slightly. Other than Lin Xian, everyone felt a sense of oppression. "Whoever is unconvinced can come up and challenge me." Zhao Kuang's gaze swept past everyone. His cold gaze shocked many people. One had to know that Zhao Kuang was an old man who had participated in the Azure Dragon Society once. He was very experienced, and his cultivation had reached the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. With this kind of strength and identity, he could suppress the geniuses of the other factions. "I'm not convinced." Someone stood out. "It's that monster from the Star Ocean sect." It said that he's only 20 years old this year and can already defeat the older generation of spirit transformation realm cultivators. Looks like there's a good show to watch. Many people had excited expressions on their faces. The monster from the Star Ocean sect walked out. He was wearing a blue robe and had a cold and arrogant expression. He didn't put anyone in his eyes at all. "What's so great about the spirit transformation realm? I've killed many spirit transformation realm cultivators." Chapter 447. Everyone thought that Zhao Kuang was arrogant, but they didn't expect the Star Ocean sect to be even more arrogant. He dared to say that Zhao Kuang was old. Although Zhao Kuang had participated in the last Azure Dragon Assembly, his real age was only around 30 years old. He was considered very young among the 400 to 500 years old spirit transforming realm cultivators. I will use facts to prove that you are indeed old. The Star Ocean sect genius was very confident. Presumptuous, arrogant. The royal disciple shouted coldly. Zhao Kuang stopped the disciple behind him and said with a playful smile, "Since you don't want to admit defeat, I will play with you." Everyone was excited and looked at the field nervously. Lin Xian frowned and asked doubtfully, "Won't the upper echelons of the sect do anything?" Hua Fei shook her head playfully. "They won't as long as no one dies. These are all genius disciples. Too strict of a discipline will restrict their nature." "That's true." Lin Xian nodded and looked at the field. The Star Ocean sect genius shook his arms 9 times, and a star appeared in the sky. A vast and boundless qi gushed out and rushed toward Zhao Kuang along with a swinging palm. "Suppress!" Zhao Kuang's hand fell, and his terrifying palm enlarged, forming a green lotus that covered the sky. This was the strength of a spirit transforming realm cultivator. He could not simply control the surrounding spiritual qi, but his body could also merge with the spiritual qi to attack. The huge green lotus was 100 meters tall with crystal clear petals. It spun rapidly and created a terrifying impact. Even 10 harmonious spirit realm cultivators would not be able to resist such power. Boom! The vast starlight and the green lotus collided, and the terrifying energy shook the surroundings. Everyone was shocked. This power was far beyond their own. As expected of a spirit transforming realm cultivator, his spiritual qi usage is too brilliant, Hua Fei said with envy. In the blink of an eye, several moves had passed. The Star Ocean sect genius was suppressed, but he didn't show any signs of losing. The Star Ocean sect genius was extraordinary to be able to resist Zhao Kuang. One should know that geniuses were able to fight above their level. For example, Zhao Kuang was an early spirit transforming realm cultivator. However, his strength was comparable to an ordinary mid-spirit transforming realm cultivator. However, the Star Ocean sect's monstrous genius was able to resist until now with his peak harmonious spirit cultivation base. Humph! Green Lotus Mountain. Zhao Kuang harumphed coldly. Being unable to capture a harmonious spirit warrior after such a long time made him lose face. The gigantic lotus blossomed, covering the sky and forming a green mist. On the other side, the monster from the Star Ocean sect was cloaked in the radiance of the stars. Behind him was a vast ocean, rolling up thousands of waves. The waves merged with the starlight, forming the power of the sea of stars that rushed into the sky. Boom! The void trembled, almost shattering. Zhao Kuang took a step back and frowned. The monster from the Star Ocean sect kept retreating. However, he quickly transferred the force to the ground and didn't suffer much damage. Humph! What are you talking about? A spirit realm expert is only SOO. The Stellar Ocean sect monster refused to accept this and wanted to fight with his life on the line. The starry sky above his head spun and formed a terrifying energy. All right, save your strength for the Azure Dragon Assembly. A terrifying giant hand appeared, stopping the competition. Lin Xian raised his head and discovered that it was the upper echelons of the Star Ocean sect. Although the competition did not continue, at the last moment, the terrifying aura formed by the Star Ocean sect freak made them fearful. Anyone else can continue to challenge me, Zhao Kuang said coldly. Everyone was silent. Zhao Kuang's strength was very strong. They had no chance of winning at all. Even if they forced a draw, it would be meaningless. The Zhao clan is the royal family. Moreover, Brother Zhao is a spirit transformation realm expert. It's natural for him to lead the team. The disciple of the Red Leaf clan was the first to express his opinion. With this example, the other forces agreed. In the end, only the Dragon Elephant sect and Great Flag sect didn't agree. What do you mean by this? Zhao Kuang looked at the disciples of the two sections. Hee, I'll take you on. Beside Lin Xian, Dongfang Xiong stood up with a silly smile. The disciple of the dragon elephant sect shrugged and didn't stop Dongfang Xiong's actions. Seeing this, the crowd was in an uproar again. There was actually someone who dared to challenge Zhao Kuang. Another one courting death. The disciple of the Zhao clan sneered. Brother Xiong, do your best. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, Brother Lin, I'm confident. Dongfang Xiong walked onto the stage. Hee, take my fist. With that, a terrifying fist swung out. Boom! With one punch, the entire ground cracked and all the air in front of him was sucked out. Damn, what kind of strength is this? So terrifying. Green Lotus Mountain. Zhao Kuang swept his palm and formed a green lotus in front of him. Bang! The iron fist smashed into the green lotus. It was as if two mountains had collided, causing the ground to tremble. Spirit energy surged, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. Humph! It's useless. Zhao Kuang was wrapped in the green lotus, and his face was filled with disdain. Dragon Elephant Fist. Dongfang Xiong roared and used the ultimate technique of the Dragon Elephant sect. A terrifying force surged out and collided with the green lotus, causing wave-like ripples to appear. Cracks that resembled a spider web appeared on the surface of the crystal-clear lotus flower. Furthermore, the cracks rapidly expanded and covered the entire petal. What? He actually cracked the petal of the green lotus. The disciple of the Zhao clan screamed in horror. This green lotus was formed from a cultivation technique. Their Zhao clan's cultivation technique was an earth-grade martial art. The moment the green lotus appeared, it was incomparably mysterious. Coupled with the use of a genius like Zhao Kuang, even a mid-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator might not be able to break it. However, Dongfang Xiong had actually cracked the green lotus with just his physical strength. It was too terrifying. Die for me. Green lotus condense. Zhao Kuang's face was gloomy as the spirit energy in his body surged out. The huge green lotus blossomed with a dazzling light and gradually condensed as if a real green lotus had been reborn. The huge green lotus petal was like a sharp heavenly blade as it slashed toward Dongfang Xiong. Not good, that kid is in danger. Even a spirit transformation realm cultivator wouldn't dare to take this attack head-on. Damn, that kid actually took it head-on. He's courting death. The disciple of the Zhao clan sneered. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He used his eye technique and could vaguely see the blood in Dongfang Xiong's body surging. There was a layer of faint golden light in his body. This is the power of bloodline? Lin Xian was shocked. The bloodline power in Dongfang Xiong's body was much stronger than those of the bloodline disciples he had seen before. Even he felt a sense of apprehension. A layer of golden light appeared in Dongfang Xiong's body. He circulated his bloodline power and punched the green lotus. A terrifying force shook the surroundings like an earthquake. Boom! In the sky, the green lotus condensed from an earth-grade martial art was split in half by the punch and fell to the ground. Zhao Guang's pupils shrank. He quickly retreated and used the divine lotus fist to force Dongfang Xiong back. Boom! 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 Dongfang Xiong retreated, creating several deep pits in the ground. Chapter 448. Everyone was stunned. Although Dongfang Xiong was pushed back in the end, the scene of him exploding the green lotus with one punch was deeply imprinted in their minds, especially the Zhao family members. The corners of their mouths twitched, and their faces were filled with fear. What lotus? It's as hard as a turtle shell. Dongfang Xiong rubbed his fist and sat down beside Lin Xian with a silly smile. Old Li, does that youth have that kind of bloodline? At this moment, the upper echelons of the major factions were communicating with their divine senses. The one who spoke was an elder of the royal family. Elder Li of the Dragon Elephant sect smiled and said, "You will know in the future whether or not he has that kind of bloodline. However, that kid from your Zhao family is not very good. He actually tied with 2 rising stars in a row. Humph! The royal family elder coldly snorted. But he had to admit that those 2 youths did have the qualifications to fight against Zhao Kuang. The new generation surpasses the old. It can be imagined that it won't be long before this world belongs to the young. Iron Hand sighed. Humph, what young? The royal family elder sneered. Your great banner sect's leader this time isn't very good. It's far worse than the previous years. Is it bad? You will know when the time comes. Iron Hand smiled indifferently. He had seen Lin Xian's terror before. Even now, he still couldn't figure out the youth's background. However, in his opinion, it wouldn't be difficult for Lin Xian to defeat Zhao Kuang. Below, after the battle between Dongfeng Xiong and Zhao Kuang, only the Great Banner sect was left. Zhao Kuang looked at Ouyang Kuan with a playful expression. What is the meaning of your Great Banner sect? What, you want to challenge me? His words are full of disdain. Ouyang Kuan's face was gloomy. He clenched his fists, but then he put them down. He had sparred with Zhao Kuang several times, but he lost every time. Now that Zhao Kuang had reached the early stage of the spirit transformation realm, the gap between them would be even greater. If I get the first place reward, I will definitely be able to enter the transcendent realm. Ouyang Kuan's heart was filled with anger. He glared fiercely at Lin Xian. Then, the corners of his mouth curled into a strange sneer. He decided to provoke Zhao Kuang and give Lin Xian a good beating. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. I have no objection to you being the leader, Ouyang Kuan said in a deep voice. However, this is the leader of the Great Flag sect, not me. Even if you ask me, it's useless. What? Not you. The surrounding disciples were stunned. They all knew Ouyang Kuan's strength. He was definitely able to suppress the other disciples of the Great Banner sect. The smile on Zhao Kuang's face froze as he stared at Ouyang Kuan. You dare to trick me? Ouyang Kuan shrugged his shoulders. He's the first in this competition. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Then he pointed at Lin Xian. Suddenly, everyone turned to look at Lin Xian, but they soon revealed suspicious expressions. Even Zhao Kuang sneered. Him? He's still a teenager, right? Is there no one else in your great sect? You're all cowards. The others also roared with laughter. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian was too young. He looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old. Moreover, the aura on his body was very faint. They weren't sure of his cultivation, but they guessed that he was at most a late, harmonious spirit realm. However, they soon stopped laughing because all the geniuses of the Great Banner sect were looking at Lin Xian with a strange expression. Could it be that this teenager is the leader this time? Everyone was stunned. It's really you? Zhao Kuang looked down at Lin Xian. The Great Banner sect is really declining. They actually let a young brat be their leader. What a joke! All right, I'll be the leader of the Dragon Star country this time. Zhao Kuang turned around and said loudly. He didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. Lin Xian stared at Zhao Kuang's back and narrowed his eyes. Originally, he didn't plan to take action, but this Zhao Kuang was too arrogant. It was fine if he raised his status, but he shouldn't have stepped on the head of the Great Banner sect. Since you're the leader, shouldn't you ask for our Great Banner sect's opinion? Lin Xian stood up and asked coldly. The disciples of the Great Banner sect heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Lin Xian gratefully. Indeed, Zhao Kuang's words made them sullen. However, the gap between them made them unable to take action. But Lin Xian stood up at the crucial moment. He was the hero of the Great Banner sect. However, he sneered in his heart, what an idiot, daring to go against Zhao Kuang. Let's see how you'll die this time. Zhao Kuang's face darkened. He quickly turned around and looked at Lin Xian coldly. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. He stretched out his palm and a green lotus appeared, pressing down mercilessly. The void trembled as a terrifying spiritual energy enveloped Lin Xian. The surrounding cultivators quickly retreated, fearing that they would be affected by the spiritual energy. "Little brother Lin, do your best. I have faith in you," Dongfang Xiong cheered from the side. Lin Xian looked at the green lotus above his head and narrowed his eyes. "Fuck, this brat is scared silly. He's not even moving. Too weak. Why did the Great Banner sect send someone like him?" Zhao Kuang sneered and pressed his palm down mercilessly. Boom! Lin Xian's body was penetrated. "The disciples of the Great Banner sect," exclaimed. They thought that Lin Xian was dead, but soon they were stunned, because the figure turned into a wisp of green smoke and quickly dissipated in the air. He dodged? When did he dodge? Everyone was shocked. They didn't see it clearly at all. Zhao Kuang's face darkened. To be honest, he didn't see it either. "Damn brat, why is he so fast?" He cursed in his heart. At the same time, he used the green lotus to cover his body. Just as he finished his defensive measures, Lin Xian instantly appeared behind him. He waved his arm and a terrifying sword qi slashed down. Like 3,000 lightning bolts, the violent sword qi slashed on the green lotus, emitting a sonorous sound. That terrifying force caused Zhao Kuang to stagger. "Die for me." His face was sinister. He didn't expect to suffer a loss. He waved his palm and 2 green lotus petals slashed into the void. However, Lin Xian's figure had already disappeared. Whoosh! Lin Xian appeared in front of Zhao Kuang again. He waved his arm and slashed out another thunderous sword qi. Green Lotus Mountain. Lin Xian's speed was too fast. Zhao Kuang couldn't catch him at all and could only passively defend. Fortunately, his green lotus technique was an earth-grade martial art. It was tough and sturdy. The terrifying lightning struck the green lotus, causing countless sparks to fly. "It's useless. No matter how fast you are, it's useless. You're too weak. You can't break my defense at all." Zhao Kuang laughed loudly. The surrounding air vibrated, forming countless lotuses that bloomed in the air. The terrifying aura interweaved into a large net that quickly fell. However, Lin Xian sneered. "You can't break my defense. Are you sure?" The lightning sword light disappeared. Lin Xian waved his arm and stabbed out with sword qi. Wind Emperor's sword. This sword contained a terrifying sword intent. It pierced through the green lotus defense and stabbed into his chest. Bang! Zhao Kuang's body stiffened. The green lotus illusion on his body quickly faded. Drops of blood dripped to the ground. Chapter 449. The elder of the royal family was shocked, but when he sensed that Zhao Kuang had only suffered superficial injuries, he let out a sigh of relief. "Do you still think the disciples of the Daji sect are bad?" Iron Hand mocked. "You." The elder of the royal family looked at Iron Hand coldly and snorted. Iron Hand didn't care and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. With the strength that Lin Xian had displayed, he could enter the top 100 of the Azure Dragon Society. Moreover, he believed that Lin Xian must have a trump card. When the time came, it was very likely that he would enter the top 72. Below, the crowd was stunned. It took a long time for them to exclaim, "I'm not dreaming, right?" Zhao Kuang was injured. "Oh my God, who is this kid? His sword qi is so terrifying. When did the Daji sect have such a heaven-defying genius?" The monsters of the Star Ocean sect looked at Lin Xian with fighting spirit in their eyes. The people of the Dragon Elephant sect had strange expressions. Anyone who was with Dongfang Xiong must be a monster. Lin Xian returned to the Daji sect with a smile. He looked at Ouyang Kuan with a sharp gaze. Ouyang Kuan's heart skipped a beat and cold sweat flowed down his back. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's strength made his heart tremble. To be able to injure Zhao Kuang, this kind of strength was enough to kill him. From now on, he didn't dare to provoke Lin Xian anymore. "Brother Lin, good job!" Dongfang Xiong shouted. Hua Fei and the other disciples also cheered. Zhao Kuang's face darkened and his body trembled. His aura quickly surged and a green lotus appeared behind him. "Kid, how dare you injure me?" As the first person to break through to the spirit transformation realm in the Dragon Star country, he thought that he was a peerless genius and wanted to lead the young martial artists of the Dragon Star country. However, he didn't expect to be injured by Lin Xian. He couldn't bear it. He had to kill Lin Xian to calm the anger in his heart. "Are you sure you want to fight?" Lin Xian was fearless. He slid his fingers and grabbed the black scabbard. A wave of sword chi rushed into the sky. Terrifying sword intent surged, as if countless sword lights had passed through everyone's hearts. Everyone was so shocked that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It was as if there was a divine sword hanging above their heads that could fall at any time. This is sword intent. Everyone's hearts beat wildly. A swordsman who had comprehended sword essence was definitely a terrifying existence. Zhao Kuang was also shocked. To be honest, he didn't have much confidence in defeating Lin Xian, who had comprehended sword intent. However, the current situation made it difficult for him to back down. Just as the battle was about to break out, a resounding voice sounded from the sky. "All right, everyone stop. Whatever grudges you have, wait until the Azure Dragon Assembly," the royal elder said in a low voice. To be honest, Lin Xian's performance made him feel uncertain. He didn't want Zhao Kuang to get injured at this time. Hearing this, Zhao Kuang heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, his heart was in his mouth again. "Lin Xian, are you willing to be the leader of the Dragon Star Kingdom?" Iron Arms asked. "Not interested." Lin Xian shook his head decisively. He was indeed not interested. Being the leader would definitely be very troublesome. Moreover, he had to comprehend the divine sword visualization diagram and absorb the energy of the black dragon flames. There was no extra time at all. Hearing Lin Xian's answer, everyone's expression was strange. This guy really didn't care at all? However, the royal elder heaved a sigh of relief. In that case, let Zhao Kuang be the leader. No one objected. Lin Xian didn't object, so the others naturally couldn't say anything. However, after this battle, everyone's opinion of Lin Xian and Dakemen had completely changed. Even the royal family didn't dare to easily cause trouble for Dakemen. Hua Fei and the others felt very happy when they felt the respectful gazes around them. They looked at Lin Xian gratefully. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, they wouldn't have such a status. Zhao Kuang was going crazy. He wanted to tear Lin Xian apart. He was now the leader of Longxing Kingdom, but he couldn't feel happy. This feeling was like he was picking up trash that Lin Xian didn't want. "Arrogant brat, wait until the Azure Dragon meeting. I'll let you know my true strength." This storm passed quickly. Not long after, many participants stood on the teleportation platform. With a flash of white light, these people disappeared. Heavenly Fire Sect, a 5-star sect, the true overlord of the Tianan region. There were not only experts in the sect, but there were also terrifying existences like supremacies. Moreover, their younger generation was very powerful. Among them, the most dazzling genius was Heavenly Fire Crown Prince, Jin Wudao. He was one of the 4 peerless prodigies and ranked 3rd in the previous Azure Dragon meeting. Every title was so dazzling that people of the same generation couldn't raise their heads. At this moment, there was a huge teleportation array near Heavenly Fire Sect. With a flash of white light, a group of figures appeared. Lin Xian's spiritual power vibrated and he quickly woke up. Immediately after, he felt a scorching aura rushing towards him. This heat wave was very shocking, making him wonder if he was teleported wrongly. He looked up in surprise and saw that the surroundings were fiery red. In the distance, there was a towering volcano that pierced the clouds. Flames rose from it, making for a terrifying scene. Flaming mountain, where Heavenly Fire Sect was located. The disciples of Heavenly Fire Sect all cultivated fire elemental cultivation techniques. On Flaming Mountain, it could speed up their cultivation. At this moment, disciples from many countries had arrived near Flaming Mountain. Near Heavenly Fire Sect, there were 4 strong countries and dozens of large countries. In addition, there were also some powerful families and sections. Dragonstar Strong Country was one of the 4 strong countries, so their arrival attracted the attention of many people, especially Heavenly Wind Strong Country, which didn't have a good relationship with Dragonstar Strong Country. At this moment, they were looking coldly at Lin Xian and the others. "Zhao Kuang, this time I'll beat you until you can't get up." The leader of Heavenly Wind Strong Country was a purple-haired youth. At this moment, he was staring coldly at Zhao Kuang. Lin Xian looked over and found that the purple-haired youth's cultivation was also at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. Other than the purple-haired youth, the other cultivators of Heavenly Wind Strong Country were about the same as Dragonstar Strong Country. "Xiling, this time I'll let you know how powerful I am." Zhao Kuang coldly snorted. Arguments like this happened everywhere in the vicinity. Lin Xian helplessly shook his head and closed his eyes to comprehend the divine sword visualization diagram. At this moment, the teleportation array lit up again. Another group of cultivators walked out. Everyone looked over, and soon, Dragonstar Strong Country and the other strong countries lost interest. The Sky Mountain Empire's martialists who walked out of the teleportation array were not weak, but they were still lacking compared to the Dragonstar Empire. At this moment, Heavenly Mountain Strong Country's cultivators felt the powerful aura around them, and their expressions were a little unnatural. "Phone, or you're still young. After this experience, you'll definitely be able to achieve good results next time." Ling Fingzi nodded. As a genius of Black Wind Sect, he had high hopes placed on him. However, when he came here, he realized how weak he was. He even saw several young cultivators at the spirit transformation realm. This kind of cultivation was an overlord in Heavenly Mountain Strong Country. Chapter 450. Ling Fingzi's body froze because he saw Lin Xian. For a moment, he had the urge to rush over. However, when he realized that Lin Xian was in Longxing Nation, he broke out in cold sweat. Impossible! How did he get the Longxing Nation's quota? Ling Fingzi could not believe it, even if he was beaten to death. However, the truth was right in front of his eyes. The Black Wind Sect elder beside him was also stunned. Although he had never seen Lin Xian before, Lin Xian's portrait and deeds were widely known in Sky Hill Nation. Back then, their Black Wind Sect had even pursued Lin Xian with all their might. Who would have thought that in less than a year's time, Lin Xian would actually attend the Azure Dragon Genius Assembly? Furthermore, he was a genius from Longxing Nation. For a moment, he even had the urge to run. If Lin Xian discovered them, their Black Wind Sect might very well be annihilated. One had to know that Black Wind Sect was merely a 3-star sect and was considered an overlord in Sky Hill Nation. However, such a force was not even worth a fart in Longxing Nation. Longxing Nation's 6 major forces all had the strength of 4-star sections. It was far from what they could compare to. The only fortunate thing was that Lin Xian was currently resting with his eyes closed and did not see them at all. Ling Fingzi and the rest carried a flustered mentality as they quietly arrived in the crowd. Lin Xian closed his eyes and split a trace of his soul spirit to observe the surroundings. He also summoned the snow-white monkey to watch over him. Most of his energy was placed on comprehending the divine sword visualization diagram. The more he comprehended the diagram, the more profound he felt it was. In addition to Wine Lord's guidance from the side, Lin Xian's attainments in Sword Dao became more and more valiant. The Dao of the sword was ever-changing, and there were countless branches within it. For example, some pursued power, some pursued speed, and some pursued unpredictability. These were all sword daos, but the forms they displayed were vastly different. Lin Xian had the strength type Thunderclap 3000 and the speed type Wind Emperor's one sword. His great dragon sword intent was an attack type sword intent. Once the sword intent was unleashed, it was invincible and could destroy everything. The sword of Devourer, on the other hand, was a little strange. Although its attack power was inferior to the great dragon sword, it had reached the pinnacle in other aspects. Lin Xian was in the middle of comprehending when he suddenly frowned and opened his eyes. This was because he could feel a powerful intent coming from the teleportation array. What a sharp concept! This was saber intent. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the teleportation array. After a short while, the teleportation array flashed with white light, and one figure after another appeared. Terrifying and violent saber intent spread out in all directions, like sharp saber radiance cutting through the void. Everyone looked at the teleportation platform in shock. Two old men walked out of the teleportation platform first. The two of them had ordinary looks and stooped figures, like old men in their twilight years. However, there was a sharp glint in his eyes that made one's heart palpitate. Twin blades heaven and earth. These two old men have also come out. Iron Arms was shocked. Lin Xian was surprised. The two of them were not weaker than Iron Arms. If they joined forces, there was a high chance that they could defeat Iron Arms. This is the Godly Knife Sect, the top of the 4-star sections. All their disciples are saber cultivators, and their attack power is terrifying. Hua Fei explained from the side. The Godly Knife Sect. Lin Xian looked up. On the teleportation platform, two people from the younger generation stood in front. The person on the left had a smirk on his face and a long blue saber hanging from his waist. This young man looked gentle, but the aura he exuded was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Next to him was a young man with a cold expression. He carried a long crimson saber on his back, and his saber intent was shocking. Lung Yidao. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect to meet an old friend here. Lung Yidao was from the snow-seeking sect in the state of Great Xia. He had comprehended saber intent a long time ago. After the state of Great Xia changed, he fled the state of Great Xia. He did not expect to become a disciple of the Godly Knife Sect. Let's go, junior brother. These people are too weak, the smirking youth said. Everyone was angry, but no one dared to refute him. The Godly Knife Sect was a top 4-star sect, and its foundation was far beyond that of other sections. Moreover, this martial artist, named Han Fei, was one of the 5 talents. His strength was beyond imagination. In the last Green Dragon Society, there were 4 peerless geniuses who dominated the crowd. After them, there were 5 talents. They were slightly weaker than the 4 peerless geniuses, but each of them was a legendary existence. They were far from being comparable to the others. Lung Yidao nodded. He knew the strength of this senior brother. He was afraid that no one present could take a blow from him. He took a step forward and was about to leave. However, when he looked at the crowd and saw a person, he stopped. Hey, junior brother, why did you stop? Han Fei turned around. Lung Yidao looked at the crowd with a trace of excitement on his face. The surrounding crowd was stunned, not knowing what had happened. However, the young martial artists of the Dragon Star Kingdom were shocked. Lung Yidao's gaze was so sharp that they could not bear it. Brother Lung, long time no see. Lin Xian greeted him with a smile. I knew that a genius like you wouldn't be absent from the Green Dragon Society. Lung Yidao's voice was cold even when he saw an acquaintance. Genius. The disciples of the Godly Knife Sect exclaimed. They knew that Lung Yidao's talent was second only to Han Fei. Now he called another person a genius. How could they not be shocked? Han Fei smiled and looked at Lin Xian with great interest. His eyes were as bright as divine light. Not bad. He was not affected. Han Fei was stunned. His knife intent was very powerful. Ordinary people could not resist his gaze, but Lin Xian was not affected at all. This was enough to show that he was extraordinary. Junior brother, your old friend is very good. I like him. Han Fei smiled like a child. Brother Lin, can you fight with me? Lung Yidao said in a deep voice. Of course. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and his eyes emitted a shocking light. Boom! Two auras erupted quickly and collided in the sky. Sword intent and saber intent were both concepts with extremely sharp offensive power. Once these two concepts appeared, it immediately caused the surroundings to fall silent. The surrounding martial artists turned pale and trembled. The aura was very fierce, as if it could destroy them with just a trace. What a terrifying knife intent! I'm afraid it's almost on par with Han Fei. The godly knife sect is amazing. They have two peerless swordsmen. Who is that kid? His sword intent is so terrifying. It's not weak at all. Everyone was frightened and kept retreating. In the crowd, the people of the Black Wind sect were frightened. Lin Xian's aura was too strong. They could not resist at all. Ling Fengzi was even trembling. A year ago, Lin Xian could not defeat him, but now he was afraid that he could kill him with a sword chi. In the field, the two did not continue to fight. Instead, they quickly withdrew their auras. Brother Lin, I hope I can fight with you at the Green Dragon Society, Lung Yidao said in a deep voice. He had wanted to fight with Lin Xian for a long time, but he never had the chance. Chapter 451. Lung Yidao's strength was shocking, but Lin Xian's ability to contend with him was even more shocking. One had to know that even Zhao Kuang couldn't block Lung Yidao's blade intent. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had blocked the attack effortlessly. When did Dragon Star Nation have such a genius? The people from Windy Nation were shocked. Lin Xian's strength had already surpassed Zhao Kuang's, but he wasn't the leader. This was too strange. Song Yu, go test his strength, Fan Chao, the leader of Xuanwu Nation, said. Xuanwu Nation was ranked first among the 4 nations, and their strength was above Dragon Star Nation. However, Lin Xian's strength worried them, which was why Fan Chao wanted to test him. Song Yu was ranked 3rd in Xuanwu Nation, and his strength was stronger than Zhao Kuang's. With him, they should be able to test Lin Xian's strength. Song Yu sneered. Although Lin Xian's sword intent was terrifying, his strength wasn't to be underestimated. Moreover, Lin Xian's cultivation wasn't at the spirit transformation realm, so his true combat strength shouldn't be that strong. Song Yu arrived at Dragon Star Nation and sneered, "Since we have nothing to do now, why don't we spar?" He ignored Zhao Kuang and the others and stared at Lin Xian. Zhao Kuang's face was gloomy. Song Yu obviously didn't take him seriously. Although Dragon Star Nation was weaker than Xuanwu Nation, he couldn't sit back and do nothing in front of so many martial artists. Song Yu, don't go too far. Why don't you play with me? Song Yu turned and said ferociously. Zhao Kuang's heart sank. As the leader of Dragon Star Nation, he didn't dare to fight. If he lost, it would be a huge blow to Dragon Star Nation's reputation. Thinking of this, he could only grit his teeth and whisper, "Lin Xian, why don't you spar with him and let him know how powerful Dragon Star Nation is?" Everyone was stunned. They all knew Zhao Kuang's character. He was arrogant and no one dared to offend him in Dragon Star Nation. Now he was speaking so softly to a young man. This made everyone feel like they were dreaming. Not interested. Lin Xian shook his head. If it had been Lung Yidao or his senior brother, Lin Xian would have made a move. However, the Song Yu in front of him was clearly someone like Zhao Kuang, so he wasn't interested at all. "Brett, you're courting death." Song Yu furiously attacked. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He was the 3rd genius of Xianwu country, but he was looked down upon by a harmonious spirit brat from Dragon Star country. He couldn't bear it. As he punched out, ripples appeared on his fist, releasing a terrifying power that blasted towards Lin Xian. Sensing this power, Hua Fei and the others quickly retreated, fearing that they would be affected. This was the power of the spirit transformation realm. They couldn't resist it. Even Zhao Kuang's expression changed. It seemed that Song Yu's strength had improved. However, Lin Xian merely flicked out a sword ripple and broke this terrifying punch. Song Yu let out a muffled groan and took 3 steps back. He looked at Lin Xian in horror. The people from Black Tortoise Country were even more shocked. Song Yu was ranked 3rd among them. In the past, he alone was enough to crush the entire Dragonstar country. But now, Song Yu was forced back by a single sword chi. "I want you dead." Song Yu was furious. He was going to fight with his life. The spiritual energy on his body fluctuated, forming layers of rock-like armor. His arms were completely petrified, and his body was filled with a shocking amount of energy. "I'll take you on." Beside Lin Xian, Dongfang Xiong rubbed his palms. His body was hazy and covered with a layer of golden light. Dragon Elephant Fist. A terrifying fist swung out, sucking away all the spiritual energy in the area. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound rang out, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Song Yu was forced back again. This time, the rock-like armor on his arms cracked. What? He was forced back again. Everyone was stunned. The people from Black Tortoise Country were dead silent. This time, the one who forced Song Yu back wasn't Lin Xian, but a tall and honest young man. Who is this person? How could he force Song Yu back? After all, Song Yu was a spirit transformation realm martial artist. His cultivation was far stronger than his peers. However, both of his attacks were repelled, and the opponent was a harmonious spirit realm martial artist. This was like a dream. Impossible. Fan Chao from Xian Wu Country couldn't believe it. He licked his dry lips and looked towards Dragonstar Country. The senior elders from Xian Wu Country harumphed coldly with a gloomy expression. "Awesome, I want more." Dongfang Xiong was excited. Lin Xian rubbed his nose. This guy was really battle-hungry. Song Yu's face darkened. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He wanted to teach the other party a lesson and embarrass Dragonstar Country. But now, it seemed that he was the one who made a fool of himself. When did Dragonstar Country have so many monsters? I don't know, but it seems like Dragonstar Country is going to rise. Everyone was discussing. At this time, the teleportation formation reacted again. Another overwhelming aura appeared, and it was getting stronger. Many people were shocked. They stopped paying attention to Dragonstar Country and stared at the teleportation formation. Lin Xian also looked over with a frown. Song Yu took advantage of this gap and ran back to Xianwu Country. Light flickered, and a huge pressure enveloped the surroundings. Dozens of figures appeared. The person in the lead had an outstanding temperament and was handsome. His silver robe was embroidered with a crescent moon. The powerful aura he exuded was even stronger than Han Fei's. "Yu Yan!" someone exclaimed. Lin Xian frowned. He felt a strong pressure. Yu Yan, a genius of the Fantasy Moon sect. He's also one of the 5 heroes, and his ranking is higher than Han Fei, Hua Fei said. No wonder he was so strong. Lin Xian was shocked. With his current strength, he might not be able to compete with the 5 heroes. In the crowd, Han Lu stopped smiling. Her eyes flashed with blade light. On the side, Leng Yidao burst out with a shocking blade intent, as if he was going to split the void. However, the disciples behind him showed an infatuated expression. So beautiful! Not only them, but most of the male martial artists around were also infatuated, looking at the beautiful woman in front of the teleportation formation. Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. Beside Yu Yan, there was a woman in white. She had a beautiful face and an exquisite figure, as if she had walked out of a painting. In particular, there was an inexplicable aura on her, as if she could steal people's hearts and souls with a single look. What a powerful woman! When did such a genius appear in the fantasy moon sect? Han Fei's voice was a little solemn. Humph! Lung Yidao snorted coldly. His voice was like a blade light, cutting through everyone's hearts and immediately waking them up. What's going on? Everyone woke up and felt a lingering fear. At that moment, they seemed to be in an illusion. If it weren't for that blade intent, they probably wouldn't have been able to come out for the rest of their lives. It seems that her illusions have become stronger again. Lin Xian exclaimed in his heart. That stone bead was really magical. Yu Yan walked out and looked at Han Fei as a greeting. He completely ignored the others. Chapter 452. Very soon, she revealed a smile. This smile seemed to be able to melt even the cold ice. Everyone was mesmerized once more. While at this time, that beauty in white winked at Lin Xian, revealing a playful expression. Lin Xian rubbed his nose and laughed bitterly. This lass was clearly trying to scam him. Sure enough, the next instant, countless pairs of eyes around looked at Lin Xian, their gazes carrying a hint of flames of jealousy. Why do I feel like you all know each other? Hua? Fei asked in puzzlement. A friend of mine. Lin Xian smiled faintly. The Great Flag Sect's disciples were stunned, the corners of their mouths twitching. In the beginning, they thought that Lin Xian was a country bumpkin, but the longer they interacted with each other, they discovered that Lin Xian was even more terrifying. Not only was his own strength formidable, but his friends were also more perverted than the other. Dongfang Xiong, Lung Yidao, as well as the absolute beauty Zhao Shui, they were all pinnacle geniuses. Yu Yan frowned slightly. Although he did not turn around, he sensed everything clearly. This junior sister of his, he knew her temperament. She looked charming, but if one really interacted with her, they would know that under that warm exterior, there was a heart that rejected people 1,000 miles away. But he did not expect that Zhao Shui would make such an expression towards people. That kind of cute expression was what he had never seen before. His soul force revolved and sensed Lin Xian's cultivation. Following that, the corners of his mouth revealed disdain. Trash! This bit of strength was not worthy of competing with him for a woman. Following that, several youths who thought that their strength was pretty good wanted to worm their way into being friends with Zhao Shui in the name of challenging. But these people were all defeated by one look. At this point, not only was Zhao Shui absolutely beautiful in everyone's eyes, but she also had an additional layer of mystery. During this period, Zhao Shui still used her gaze to tease Lin Xian from time to time. Finally, Lin Xian was seriously scared and could only close his eyes to comprehend martial arts. Humph! Yan Qi, you go and teach that punk a lesson for me. Yu Yan transmitted his voice. Understood. A cold youth walked out. He had a crescent moon painted on his face, appearing very bewitching. You come out and fight. Yan Qi was very arrogant and overbearing. He pointed the spear in his hand at Lin Xian. As expected, someone is challenging you. Zhao Shui's voice rang out in Lin Xian's mind. Sigh. Lin Xian sighed. He naturally knew that this was because of Zhao Shui. He quickly stood up and unsheathed the absolute star sword. Sword Qi like silk. These days he had been studying the divine sword visualization picture and had a new understanding of swordsmanship. This sword move was his new use of sword Qi. Originally, his sword Qi was abnormally violent or as fast as lightning. However, this sword Qi was as soft as silk. Strands of green sword Qi flew out and intertwined in the air, quickly entangling Yan Qi. Break! Yan Qi was enraged. The long spear in his hand danced, forming a crescent spear light. Even though his strength was above Song Yan's, there was nothing he could do against this soft sword Qi. He could only watch helplessly as the sword Qi entangled him. This scene shocked the Mirage Moon sect's disciples. Although Yan Qi's strength was only average among them, it was very easy for him to crush a country like the Dragon Star Nation. But now he was actually restrained by his opponent in one move. Slash! Although Yan Qi could not move his body, he used a soul power attack. The Mirage Moon sect was originally good at soul power attacks, so soul power attacks were Yan Qi's ultimate move. Let's see how you die. Yan Qi sneered. He had already imagined Lin Xian's miserable state after his soul was injured. Thinking of this, he revealed a cruel expression, but soon he couldn't make it out, because when his soul power attack came into contact with Lin Xian, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no effect at all. How is this possible? Yan Qi's eyeballs almost popped out. He could not believe it. He once again used a strange soul power attack, but there was still no reaction. This time not only him, but all the Mirage Moon sect's disciples were stunned. Even Yu Yan furrowed his brows. Hua Fei stood beside Lin Xian. She could clearly feel Yan Qi's soul power. That soul power far surpassed hers. He had probably reached the peak of a 4-star inscription master. However, this kind of terrifying soul power strangely disappeared every time it came into contact with Lin Xian. Hua Fei's eyes widened. She sensed carefully, but did not discover anything. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Do you still want to continue? Yan Hui was driven mad. He could not beat him, and his soul power attack had no effect. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and say, "You win!" With a slight flick of his finger, Lin Xian withdrew his sword qi. Everyone was shocked. Even the Mirage Moon sect's disciples lost. Was this Lin Xian still human? Wasn't this a little too powerful? Why do I feel that he has the strength of an azure dragon genius? The Mirage Moon sect's disciples' faces were gloomy. Among them, Yu Yan locked his gaze on Lin Xian. As strong as he was, he did not discover how Lin Xian avoided the soul power attack. Lin Xian did not have any intention of explaining. He became more and more mysterious in everyone's hearts. In fact, it was very simple. He used the sword of devouring, a consummate skill that was said to be able to devour everything. Devouring the little soul power was as easy as flipping his hand. In the following time, some people sparred and some closed their eyes to cultivate. Everyone was waiting for the day when the super teleportation array opened. Yu Yan observed Lin Xian for a while and then gave up. Although he did not know what method Lin Xian used, he was confident that he could kill Lin Xian in one move. Thinking of this, he retracted his gaze, put his hands behind his back, and looked at the distant fiery mountain. That was the place where the person he wanted to challenge was. His goal was to become a peerless genius. This time he must stand at the peak of the Azure Dragon Society. How confident are you this time? Han Fei suddenly asked. Half, Yu Yan replied. The premise was that they had not improved too much. Everyone was at a loss, not knowing what the two were talking about. However, the expressions of the people from the Godly Knife sect and the Mirage Moon sect all changed. To be able to make two peerless geniuses talk so solemnly, there were only 4 peerless geniuses. These 4 peerless geniuses, apart from the Heavenly Fire sect's Heavenly Fire Crown Prince, who else were there? Lin Xian asked curiously. To be honest, he did not know. The 4 peerless geniuses, Heavenly Fire Crown Prince Jin Wudao, Sword Dao Fairy Zhou Jianying, Iron Monkey King Yan Shan, and the number 1 unparalleled overlord, Infinite Tyrant. Han Fei said in a deep voice, the 4 great geniuses have unparalleled combat strength, representing the top strength of the South Horizon region's younger generation. Especially the number 1 Infinite Tyrant. He suppresses all heroes with his fists. Everyone fell silent. The 4 great geniuses were like 4 mountains, pressing down on everyone until they could not breathe. This was a golden age. To be able to witness so many geniuses was an honor. In previous eras, most of the time, only one genius would appear, at most two. But in the recent 100 years, there were 4 great geniuses appearing together. It could be said to be the golden age of martial arts in the past 1,000 years. The martial artists born in this era were lucky because they could witness the miracle of an era. But at the same time, they were also unfortunate. Chapter 453. At that moment, the power of the 4 peerless geniuses was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Many people felt powerless, but there were also some geniuses who had high fighting spirit in their eyes. Their goal was to challenge the martial artists of a higher level. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He could only strive to obtain the most true dragon qi. Thinking of this, he once again increased the absorption of the black dragon flame. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During this period, Lin Xian successfully absorbed a trace of the black dragon flame. The spiritual energy in his body was purer and thicker, and it even had a trace of fire aura. After the wind and thunder energy, he had another type of energy. However, his use of the fire attribute energy was still shallow, and he was far from being proficient in using the wind and thunder energy. This time, he did not continue cultivating. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the flaming mountain in the distance. Is it going to open? He was looking forward to it. Countless colorful lights appeared in the flaming mountain, and a pillar of light pierced through the heavens and earth. It expanded rapidly and finally enveloped the entire flaming mountain. Soon, the huge pillar of light disappeared, but an even more ancient aura surged out. The ancient teleportation portal has opened. Let's go. Yu Yan led the Fantasy Moon sect disciples toward the flaming mountain. The Godly Knife sect followed closely behind, and the other strong countries also moved. Lin Xian stood up and took a deep breath. Let's go. Immediately, the people of the Dragon Star Kingdom followed behind him and flew into the distance. The closer they got to the flaming mountain, the more Lin Xian could feel the shocking heat. The black dragon flame in his body seemed to be challenged, and it was restless. Using the art of longevity, Lin Xian suppressed the restlessness. Fortunately, the fist-sized black dragon flame in the mysterious small sword was not affected. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him. The Heavenly Fire sect was indeed a 5-star sect. The concentration of spiritual energy and the scale of the buildings inside far surpassed that of a 4-star sect. It could be said that this was the most majestic sect Lin Xian had ever seen. They did not delay and flew toward the ancient teleportation portal. Soon, they arrived in front of a huge formation. The formation was 1,000 meters wide, and it was completely made of black metal. There were complicated inscriptions on it, and it gave off an ancient aura. At this moment, there were already 6 Heavenly Fire sect elders standing in front of the ancient teleportation array. Greetings, Senior. Yu Yan and the other young geniuses said respectfully. Lin Xian used his eye technique to probe the other party's situation. Then he revealed a look of shock. These 6 people were all spirit detecting experts. As expected of a 5-star sect, they could easily gather 5 spirit detecting experts. It has to be said that even large sects didn't have more than a handful of spirit detecting experts. It seemed that the difference between a 4-star sect and a 5-star sect was not just the difference of having a venerable. One of the spirit detecting realm elders nodded and said, "Wait here. The transfer array will open soon." The crowd waited patiently, and not too long later, a terrifying surge of heat descended from the sky. It was as if Mars from outer space was crashing into the Earth. What terrifying heat! Everyone panicked and activated their protective shields one after another. Lin Xian also formed a defensive barrier, but it didn't affect him much. The black dragon flame in his body emitted a wave of energy that flowed through his body, counteracting the heat wave. He raised his head and looked up. In the sky, there was a majestic figure that looked like a god of fire. There seemed to be a layer of mysterious energy around him that blocked all senses. This figure released countless rays of light like a sun as it descended towards the ground. In an instant, the defenses of the martial artists below showed signs of melting. Even Iron Arms and the other spirit detecting experts had serious expressions and didn't dare to be careless. Boom! The god of fire's figure had already landed on the ground. Countless flames spread in all directions as if a volcano had erupted. Lin Xian's expression changed greatly. He felt as if he was floating in a sea of fire and could be annihilated at any time. This kind of aura was too uncomfortable, as if he couldn't control himself. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and quickly used the sword of devouring to quietly devour the flames that were surging towards him. Only then did he feel a little better. He turned around and found that most people were like him. Their faces were scarlet red and they couldn't breathe. Greetings, venerable Scarlet Flame. Iron Arms and the other spirit detecting expert said. Venerable. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Venerable Scarlet Flame was a peak existence in the Tianan region. He had seen the sect master of the Great Flag sect, Venerable Lung, before. However, Sect Master Lung was injured and his strength was greatly reduced. Now that he saw Venerable Scarlet Flame, he realized how terrifying a Venerable was. Such a person could probably kill everyone present with a raise of his hand. He sized up the fiery figure in front of him, but he couldn't find anything. He couldn't see anything at all. Brat, don't challenge the Venerable's dignity, Wine Lord quickly reminded. Lin Xian was shocked and quickly withdrew his soul power. With your current level, even if you use all your senses, you won't be able to sense anything. Moreover, you might anger the Venerable and bring trouble to yourself. Lin Xian nodded. Facing Venerable Scarlet Flame made him feel as if he was walking on thin ice. Venerable Heavenly Flame nodded slightly in response to Iron Arms and the others' greetings. The terrifying flames around him contracted and surrounded his body, forming scarlet ripples. Only then did the crowd realize that there were dozens of young disciples behind him. One of them was wearing a flame robe and had long scarlet hair. He had a stalwart figure and a stern face, emitting a violent aura. At this moment, the red-haired man's gaze swept across the crowd. It was like two flame spears piercing through the void. Anyone who met his gaze would feel as if their soul was being burned. So scary! Zhao Kuang's eyes were red. He quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. Only Yu Yan, Han Fei, and a few other geniuses could resist such a gaze. What a sharp gaze! Who was this person to be able to suppress so many geniuses? Jin Wu Dao, Yu Yan said in a deep voice. What? He's the Heavenly Flame Crown Prince. Everyone was shocked. They had long heard of the Heavenly Flame Crown Prince's reputation, but this was the first time they saw him. As expected of a peerless genius, one gaze was enough to make people collapse. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. He had finally seen the top geniuses of the Tianan region. This Heavenly Flame Crown Prince only gave him one feeling: strong. At this moment, Jin Wu Dao retracted his gaze and revealed a trace of disdain. It seems like there are still no geniuses worthy of my attention this time. In this world, only Infinite Tyrant can pique my interest. The Heavenly Flame Crown Prince no longer paid attention to you, Yan, and the others. Master, please activate the array. Activate the array! Supremacy Scarlet Flame said in a deep voice. Immediately, the 6 spirit detecting realm elders began to activate the ancient array bit by bit. Taking advantage of this, Lin Xian quickly analyzed the Heavenly Flame Crown Prince's combat strength. The peak of the spirit transformation realm was far superior to his peers. Moreover, he also sensed a terrifying bloodline power in Jin Wu Dao's body, as well as a blazing energy source. Each of these things could crush everyone, but the Heavenly Flame Crown Prince was able to gather all of them. It was truly terrifying. In addition to a 5-star sect like the Heavenly Flame sect, the Heavenly Flame Crown Prince's cultivation techniques and artifacts were definitely the best. Such a person could crush all geniuses. Chapter 454. Just as Lin Xian was analyzing Prince Heavenly Flame's combat strength, the ancient teleportation array beside him was activated. Prince Heavenly Flame strode forward and followed behind Supremacy Scarlet Flame into the teleportation array. Behind him were the other disciples of Heavenly Flame sect. Then Fantasy Moon sect, Godly Saber sect, and other forces all stepped into the ancient teleportation array. With a flash of light, Lin Xian felt a powerful spatial force on his body. Then, countless black lines appeared in front of his eyes. When he woke up again, he had already arrived at an unfamiliar place. There were ancient buildings all around, and the walls and pillars were filled with sword scars. It was filled with the vicissitudes of history. This was an ancient city, an incomparably huge ancient city. Just as Lin Xian stepped down from the teleportation array, he felt the great dragon, sword intent, in his body vibrate. This is true dragon chi. Lin Xian was shocked. There was a shocking true dragon chi under the ancient city. According to Wine Lord, the great dragon sword intent was born from the great dragon sword, and the great dragon sword was formed by a true dragon fusing with the origin of heaven and earth. It could be said that it came from the same source as the true dragon chi. Therefore, when he stepped into the ancient azure dragon city, the great dragon sword intent had such a reaction. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian controlled the trembling great dragon sword intent in his body. He knew that he was getting closer to the great dragon sword. At this moment, Lin Xian looked back and realized that the warriors around him had different expressions. Prince Heavenly Flame's body was covered in flames, and his eyes were emitting a shocking light. This was the place where he would once again create glory. As for Yu Yan, Han Fei, and the rest, their expressions were solemn. The other warriors were mostly looking at the ancient buildings around them curiously. Lin Xian followed the crowd and walked towards the ancient battlefield. In the center of the ancient azure dragon city, there was a vast area. In the center, there were 4 martial stages with a radius of 1,000 meters. They were made of black gold, similar to the ancient teleportation array. There were already many people near the ancient martial stages. They were probably the participants from the other forces in the Tianan region. Among them, 3 people were the most eye-catching. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he looked into the distance. He saw a woman at first glance. He was dressed in green and looked simple and unadorned. He carried an antique sword on his back, and his eyes were as sharp as a divine sword. Her body was filled with an extremely sharp aura, as if a divine sword would be unsheathed at any moment. What a terrifying sword intent! Lin Xian was shocked. As a swordsman, he immediately noticed the woman in green. He could clearly sense the terrifying sword intent within the girl in green. With his current mastery of the great dragon sword will, he was afraid that he would not be able to win. Needless to say, this green-clothed woman was one of the 4 great geniuses, the Sword Dao Heavenly Maiden, Zhou Jianying. Lin Xian realized that Zhou Jianying's sword intent was very proficient. Even if she hadn't reached great accomplishment, she wasn't far from it. He roughly estimated that this woman's sword intent was at least 80% complete. Then he looked at the person on the left. This person was dressed in a long black robe. His entire body was shrouded in darkness, only revealing half of his pale face. A strange and eerie aura was emitted from his body. His aura was no weaker than that of the woman in green. What was even stranger was that there was a huge oval-shaped package wrapped in white bandages behind him. This strange shape and terrifying aura made the surrounding people not dare to approach. This person was the Iron Puppet King who could control puppets. It was said that he had a puppet with the strength of a spirit-detecting realm cultivator. It could be said to be extremely powerful. The two of them had powerful auras that suppressed the other geniuses. However, there was an even more domineering aura that filled the area. That aura was extremely domineering, as if nothing was in its eyes. A golden-haired man stood in the center, looking disdainfully in all directions like a golden god of war. The aura on his body seemed to have surpassed that of the heavenly flame-crowned prince and the others. Ba Wuji, the leader of the four great prodigies, was also the champion of the previous Azure Dragon League. Not only did he cultivate the Earth-class hegemonic Chi technique, but he also had the Overlord bloodline. His combat strength was unparalleled, and he could unleash his domineering aura to the extreme. The four great prodigies faced each other from a distance, emitting terrifying auras as they collided in the void. Suddenly, an invisible force enveloped the area, forming a terrifying pressure zone. Everyone trembled and retreated with pale faces. They couldn't withstand the aura of these great prodigies at all. Lin Xian was surprised. He executed the great dragon sword intent and circulated it in his body to counteract the violent pressure. At the same time, he looked around. Most of the people had retreated, and only a small number of martial artists were resisting. A bright moon condensed behind Yu Yen, emitting endless light and pushing away the terrifying pressure. Han Fei's saber intent soared into the sky, destroying everything. In addition, there were 3 young geniuses who were proudly resisting. A silver-haired girl was surrounded by snowflakes, and a bone-piercing chill filled the air. She held an ice staff in her hand, like a snow maiden from the Ice Kingdom. There was also a thin young man holding a lightning trident, emitting terrifying lightning from his body, as if the god of thunder had descended to the world. The last person was dressed in white, holding a folding fan in his hand and a bamboo flute at his waist. He was handsome and elegant. These 5 people were the 5 great prodigies, second only to the 4 great prodigies. Only these 5 people could resist the pressure of the 4 great prodigies. However, no one knew that there was someone else who could resist. Lin Xian appeared to be calm in the face of this pressure, but he quickly withdrew. Now was not the time for him to compete with the 4 great prodigies. He had to accumulate strength and wait until he absorbed enough black dragon flames to break through to the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. At that time, he would be able to compete with the 4 great prodigies. The 4 great prodigies didn't fight for long before quickly dispersing. They wouldn't fight here. Everything would have to wait until the Azure Dragon meeting. Next, it was to verify the identity information and receive the items needed by the Azure Dragon meeting. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. Soon, Lin Xian finished verifying the information and received a set of bronze battle suits. Not only him. Every participant received a set of battle suits. However, Lin Xian found that these battle suits were not the same. For example, he, Dongfang Xiong, and the others were all wearing bronze battle suits. Zhao Kuang, Fan Chao, and the others who had participated in the previous meeting were wearing silver battle suits. In addition, there were silver battle suits and golden battle suits. Many martial artists were curious, not understanding what the different colors of battle suits represented. However, when they put on the battle suits, they exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xian put on the bronze battle suit, but it didn't have any effect. However, Zhao Kuang's silver battle suit changed. A wisp of aura rose from the ground and entered his battle suit. Immediately, his battle suit emitted a faint light. The silver battle suits emitted a silver light. Their light surpassed that of Zhao Kuang and the others. What was even more shocking was that a few golden battle suits emitted a dazzling light that far surpassed the silver battle suits. Lin Xian wore the bronze battle suit the most, accounting for about 2/3 of the participants. Next were the silver battle suits. Only a few martial artists wore golden battle suits. Among them, the 5 great prodigies all wore golden battle suits. As for the 4 great prodigies, they wore 5-colored battle suits. Streams of true dragon chi flowed around them like ferocious true dragons. Chapter 455. Seeing the different forms of battle suits, some martial artists started to complain. Soon, the crowd got an explanation. The color of the battle suit was based on the ranking of the previous Azure Dragon Gathering. For example, those who had never participated in the Azure Dragon Gathering would wear bronze battle suits. Lin Xian and the others were wearing bronze battle suits. Those who had entered the top 300 would wear silver battle suits, such as Zhao Kuang and the others. Those in silver battle suits would enter the top 100. As for the top 72 Azure Dragon Geniuses, they would all have a trace of golden light. For example, the silver gold battle suit. The 5 heroes would wear gold battle suits. The last 4 geniuses would wear 5 colored, exquisite battle suits, which represented an unparalleled status. The ranking was very clear. As long as one wore the battle suit, it would be clear at a glance. Moreover, the battle suits contained the true dragon chi of the corresponding ladder. However, it could not be used for the time being. One would have to wait until the end of the competition to enjoy the effects of the true dragon chi. I see. Lin Xian understood. The final ranking would be based on the battle suit. If one's battle power was extremely strong, then even the bronze battle suit could evolve into a 5-colored battle suit. The corresponding martial artist would then become the 5th exceptional genius. The winner of every match would obtain the true dragon chi, while the loser would lose the true dragon chi. After understanding this, the crowd could only wait for the next competition. At this moment, 5 figures appeared on the ancient city in front of the ancient martial platform. The 5 of them had powerful auras, as if they were the rulers of the world. Their terrifying auras shrouded the surroundings. Supremacy Red Flame was among them. Those who could be with Supremacy Red Flame were definitely supremacies. The crowd was shocked. The sudden appearance of 5 supremacies was definitely a shocking scene. One of them was wearing a green ancient robe. He looked young, as if he was only in his 20s. However, his aura was even more powerful than Supremacy Red Flame's. That's Supremacy Green Lotus. Although he looks young, his real age is at least 500 years old. Lin Xian was shocked and looked toward the ancient city. Supremacy Green Lotus was sitting in the middle, and the other 4 supremacies were sitting beside him. It seemed that Supremacy Green Lotus was above the other 4 in terms of both status and strength. Supremacy Green Lotus is an elder of the Martial Alliance. His strength and status are above average among the supremacies, Iron Hand explained. Martial League? Lin Xian was surprised. This was the first time he had heard of it. This Martial League is so powerful. Even Venerable Red Flame has to be courteous to him? Of course. You should know that the members of the Martial Alliance are all venerables. What? All of them are supremacies. Lin Xian was stunned. This level of strength was definitely above that of a 5-star sect. Moreover, in the entire Tianan region, there was probably no one who could match him. Seeing Lin Xian's shocked expression, Iron Hand continued to explain. The Martial Alliance is indeed filled with venerables. However, these venerables do not belong to the Martial Alliance alone. For example, Supremacy Chihua. He's the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Fire Sect and a member of the Martial Alliance. In the Martial League, other than a few rogue supremacies, the rest are similar to Supremacy Red Flame. Upon hearing that, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. If the Martial Alliance was an independent force, that would be too terrifying. What exactly is this Martial League for? Is it just for the sake of managing the Azure Dragon Society? Isn't that a little wasteful? There were a total of 13 members in the Martial Alliance. They decided everything in the Tianan region. Moreover, they were also the main fighting force against the Black Dragon Society. Control everything? Fight against the Black Dragon Society? Lin Xian was stunned. These 2 things were too shocking. There were tens of thousands of countries in the Tianan region with hundreds of millions of people, and they were controlled by 13 people. This was indeed a world where the strong were respected. Moreover, the Martial Alliance was the main fighting force against the Black Dragon Society. How powerful was the Black Dragon Society to be able to fight against the Martial Alliance that was full of venerables? Lin Xian asked the question in his heart. The Black Dragon Society ran amok in the Tiannan region back then and occupied almost half of the territory. If it wasn't for the Martial Alliance's resistance, the Tiannan region would have become hell on earth, Iron Hand said in a deep voice. The Black Dragon Society's leader's magic power is monstrous. It's said that he's already one step away from the Venerable Realm and has reached an even higher level. He has 2 envoys and 4 guardians under him. Each of them has the strength of a Venerable Realm cultivator. The battle back then was very tragic. Society leader Lung was injured in that battle and went into seclusion. Lin Xian was silent. He thought of the Black Dragon Flame. It seemed that it was left behind by a certain Venerable Realm cultivator in the Black Dragon Society. In the past, the Azure Dragon Society would at most send 1 or 2 Venerables, but this time 5 appeared. I guess it's related to the Black Dragon Society. Black Dragon Society. Lin Xian's expression was serious. Yes, at the southwest border of the Tiannan region. The remnants of the Black Dragon Society have revived, and their forces are growing stronger. Recently, there's a rumor that the remnants of the Black Dragon Society seem to be doing something big. They seem to want to revive one of the 4 guardians. At first, I thought it was a rumor. However, looking at the Martial Alliance's actions, it seems that the rumor is most likely true. Originally, I wanted to let you experience it more and go all out in the next Azure Dragon Society. Now, it seems that you'd better go all out this time and try your best to get some true dragon chi. Iron Hand said. Lin Xian nodded. Iron Hand's words were clear. If the Black Dragon Society revived, the Tiannan region would be in trouble again. At that time, there might not even be a next Azure Dragon Society. Just as Lin Xian and Iron Hand were talking, the 4 ancient martial platforms suddenly shone brightly. Lin Xian sensed a strange aura coming from the bronze armor, as if it wanted to rush to the 3rd martial platform. Don't resist. In the Azure Dragon Society, everything has to follow the guidance of the true dragon chi, Iron Hand explained. Lin Xian relaxed his body. Indeed, under the guidance of the true dragon chi, he arrived at the 3rd martial platform. Not only him, but all the contestants' armor also emitted a strange aura, and they were all pulled into the martial platforms. Soon, everyone was assigned. Lin Xian observed and found that the distribution of the true dragon chi was very balanced. The situation in each martial platform was about the same, and the levels were even. Among them, the 4 peerless geniuses were in charge of the 4 martial platforms, and the 5 heroes were in the 4 corners. Lin Xian was in the 3rd martial platform, and the Heavenly Fire Crown Prince was in charge. Among the 5 heroes, Yu Yan was also in the 3rd martial platform. Lin Xian quickly scanned and found that Baoji was in the 1st martial platform, Zhou Jining was in the 2nd, and the Heavenly Fire Crown Prince was in the 3rd. Yen Shan was in the 4th martial platform. This situation was the same as their ranking in the Azure Dragon Society. Among them, Zhao Shui was in the 2nd martial platform, Lung Yidao was in the 1st martial platform, and Dong Fengxiong was in the 4th martial platform. Zhao Kuang, Hua Fei, and Lin Xian were in the 3rd martial platform. After the distribution, Venerable Green Lotus on the ancient city spoke, his calm voice reverberating in all directions. The opponents will be guided by the true dragon chi. Intentional killing is not allowed during the competition. Violators will be stripped of their true dragon chi. Chapter 456. I announce that the Azure Dragon Gathering will begin now. The loud voice spread out in all directions. Then, 4 figures quickly appeared on the 4 arenas like ghosts. These 4 people were all at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. They were the judges this time. As soon as Venerable Green Lotus finished speaking, the ground around the arenas trembled. Stands rose from the ground. There were millions of spectators in the stands. These martial artists were here to watch the Azure Dragon gathering. They came from all over the Tianan region. Due to the rules of the Azure Dragon gathering, they couldn't show their faces. Now that the Azure Dragon gathering had begun, they could finally watch the geniuses of the Tianan region compete. Waves of shocking cheers shook the heavens and the earth, affecting the young martial artists present. Many people were excited and their blood boiled. If they could stand out in the Azure Dragon gathering, it wouldn't take long for their names to spread throughout the Tianan region. Just thinking about it made them excited. When the competition began, the 4 arenas bloomed with light. An invisible force guided everything. In the 3rd arena, a young man with a long spear went up. He was at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. He appeared on the arena in a flash, looking high-spirited. His long spear danced in the air, creating countless spear shadows that shook the void. As the first martial artist to go up, he naturally wanted to perform well. However, when he saw his opponent, his expression was uglier than crying. Because his opponent was Prince Heavenly Flame. Prince Heavenly Flame came to the arena with an impatient expression. His opponent was only in a silver battle suit. Such an opponent couldn't increase his true dragon aura at all. One had to know that he already had the 5-colored, exquisite battle suit. Only a martial artist of the same level or a golden battle suit could increase his true dragon aura. The other martial artists had no effect at all. Thinking of this, his expression became even more gloomy. The martial artist with the long spear took a deep breath and held his spear tightly with both hands. He came from a 4-star sect and was a top genius in the sect. As a genius, his pride wouldn't allow him to lose without a fight. Take my strongest attack, Cloudless Gale Stab. The martial artist's long spear vibrated, forming a terrifying spear light that pierced the sky. However, Prince Heavenly Flame only flicked his finger and a wisp of flame floated toward his opponent. The terrifying spear light trembled in the void. However, when it touched the wisp of flame, it quickly dissipated. Not good. The spear-wielding martial artist's face changed greatly. He quickly absorbed the surrounding spirit chi and formed a solid defense in front of him. However, all of this seemed very fragile in front of that ball of fire. In just an instant, his entire body's defense was roasted away, and his body felt as if it had fallen into a volcano. A burnt smell came from his body. Plop! The spear-wielding martial artist fell to the ground, black smoke rising from his body. A wisp of true dragon chi flew out from the silver armor and entered Prince Heavenly Flame's body. However, the 5-colored battle suit didn't change at all. Bring him for treatment, the referee said in a deep voice. Everyone was shocked. Just a flame was enough to defeat the silver armored warrior. Prince Heavenly Flame's strength was terrifying. For a moment, a dark cloud enveloped everyone's heart. Not only the 3rd arena, the same thing happened in the other arenas as well. On the 1st arena, Infinite Tyrant didn't even make a move. He used his aura to defeat his opponent. On the 2nd arena, Zhou Jianying's gaze was like a sword, directly sending her opponent flying. On the 4th arena, Yan Shan was controlling a corpse puppet and almost bit off his opponent's neck. If the referee hadn't stopped him in time, his opponent would have been a dead man. Everyone was shocked and trembled. Venerable Green Lotus had already warned them not to kill as they wished. However, Yan Shan acted as if he didn't hear it. He continued to do his own thing and attacked viciously. He's a madman. Everyone was afraid, and no one dared to provoke him. Many people even decided that if they met Yan Shan, they would surrender immediately. Otherwise, they might lose their lives. The 4 exceptional geniuses were abnormally powerful. They sent their opponents flying in one move. This scene immediately attracted the cheers of the millions of spectators. The sound of the cheers dispersed the clouds in the sky. After the 4 exceptional geniuses attacked, the competition continued. After watching a few battles, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He realized that with his current strength, it wouldn't be too difficult to squeeze into the top 72. However, his goal wasn't just that. His main goal in joining the Green Dragon Association was to absorb as much true dragon qi as possible so that he could sense the direction of the great dragon sword. According to Wine Lord's analysis, he would need to at least reach the golden armor level to be able to sense it. Therefore, he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Since the Green Dragon Association gathered all the young geniuses in the entire Tianan region, the competition would take a long time. During this period, as long as he increased his strength, there was still hope. Thinking of this, he used his soul to control the Sword of Devouring to absorb the black dragon flames while watching the competition. He even swallowed the divine sword visualization diagram into the mysterious small sword. Then he separated a wisp of his soul to cultivate the divine sword visualization diagram. After reaching the level of a 4-star inscription master, one could do 4 things at once. This was because refining elixirs was a multitasking process. A genius alchemist like Lin Xian could multitask all the more. Wisps of black dragon flames were absorbed by the Sword of Devouring and quickly entered his body. Under the operation of the art of longevity, they were gradually converted into his spiritual power. He controlled it very carefully. The amount of black dragon flames he absorbed each time was just the limit that his body could bear. This way, he could safely absorb the energy and temper his body to the maximum. The divine sword visualization diagram was even more unpredictable. Lin Xian comprehended a lot from it. His swordsmanship was also improving, and his great dragon sword essence had become sharper than before. Lin Xian believed that if he continued to comprehend the divine sword visualization diagram, it would not be long before his sword essence improved again. At that time, he would be able to contend with Zhou Jianying's sword essence. Just as Lin Xian was multitasking and improving his strength, the battles in the 4 arenas were fierce. In the first arena, Lung Yidao, who was wearing a bronze battle suit, went up. His opponent was a warrior in a silver battle suit, holding a metal sledgehammer. Haha, another newcomer in a bronze battle suit. This time, I'm going to win 3 times in a row. The warrior laughed proudly. Then he swung the metal sledgehammer and smashed it into the void. A sledgehammer the size of a house appeared in the sky and smashed toward Lung Yidao. Humph! Lung Yidao's saber light shone brightly as if it was going to pierce the sky. The dazzling saber light rushed up and instantly chopped the sledgehammer the size of a house into 2 halves. Then, the dazzling saber light sent the warrior in the silver battle suit flying. A wisp of true dragon qi flew out of the silver battle suit and entered Lung Yidao's body. Suddenly, his bronze battle suit bloomed with a trace of silver light. What? This kid actually sent Jia Laolu flying with 1 move. Damn, what a terrifying saber light. Who is this kid? Chapter 457. There were many new geniuses like Lung Yidao in the 4 arenas. Many people were amazed. They realized that this year's Azure Dragon Society was even more powerful than the previous one. Lin Xian was cultivating while watching the battles. At this moment, his bronze armor emitted a ray of light as if it was guiding him to the arena. He knew that it was his turn. Then he stood up. Lin Xian stood up slowly and leaped onto the arena. His opponent was a warrior in silver armor, holding a blue sky profound steel longsword. His aura was as strong as the clouds. It's a newcomer and a harmonious spirit. The warrior in silver armor laughed. Seems like I'm lucky to meet such an opponent. Kid, surrender now. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble when I attack. I'll give you a chance to attack first. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. Lin Xian's lips curled. You're courting death. Yun Tianyang shouted angrily. How dare a bronze brat talk to him like that? His long sword moved slightly, drawing a strange sword light. Misty Cloud Sword Art. He's a disciple of the Yun family. Seems like that bronze brat is going to be unlucky. Yeah, I heard that the Misty Cloud sword art is extremely strange. It leaves no trace and kills without leaving a trace. That brat won't be able to dodge it. There were many whispers around the third arena. Lin Xian smiled when he saw the sword light filling the sky. Although the sword light was strange, there was nowhere to hide in front of him. Using the phantom demonic steps, he left behind an afterimage, while his real body dashed toward Yun Tianyang at top speed. Chi Chi! Chi! Two sword chi suddenly appeared behind the afterimage and pierced into its body. Got him! Yun Tianyang sneered. The Misty Cloud sword art of the Yun family was unpredictable. Ordinary people couldn't catch it. In his opinion, this bronze brat was courting death for daring to challenge him. Below the arena, Zhao Kuang, Hua Fei, and the others were shocked. Did Lin Xian lose? Impossible. With Lin Xian's strength, it's impossible for him to lose. The two shook their heads. Sure enough, the phantom that was stabbed trembled and dissipated, disappearing from the spot. It's an afterimage. When did that kid leave? Most of these warriors came from other factions in the Southern Heaven region. They did not know about Lin Xian's performance near the Heavenly Fire sect. Therefore, Lin Xian's ghost-like speed had shocked them. Yun Tianyang's pupils contracted as well. He cursed inwardly as he quickly formed countless sword energies around him. However, he was still one step too slow. Dozens of green sword chis were as soft as willow branches as they quickly wrapped around him. Instantly, Yun Tianyang was wrapped up into a green dumpling. With a wave of his arm, Lin Xian threw Yun Tianyang off the stage. Suddenly, Lin Xian's true dragon chi increased, and a silver light bloomed on the bronze armor. What? That's it. Everyone was stunned. Yun Tianyang was a martial artist at the spirit transformation realm. Moreover, the Misty Cloud sword technique was extremely strange. It allowed Yun Tianyang's battle prowess to increase by several levels. But now he was subdued by a harmonious spirit warrior with a bronze armor. This contrast was hard for everyone to accept. Is this guy also an expert? Everyone looked at Lin Xian with fear in their hearts. Humph! Useless thing. You can't even block a single attack. Below the stage, a cold-looking young man in a brocade robe said with a gloomy face, "This brat is too despicable. How dare he hurt a disciple of the Yun family? Humph! He better not let me see him, or I'll teach him a lesson." The disciples of the Yun family were furious. This brat is so fast. It seems like his strength is not bad. A young man with an explosive hairstyle said. There were a few strands of golden light on his silver armor. It was obvious that he was an expert. Judging from the current situation, he only had outstanding speed. If this was all he had, he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble in the Azure Dragon gathering. In front of the young man with the explosive hairstyle stood a martial artist in a golden armor. He was surrounded by lightning and emitted a terrifying aura. Lei Zhen, one of the 5 geniuses, came from the lightning sect. His lightning attribute technique was extremely violent. In the third group, other than Jin Wudao and Yu Yan, the others were nothing to worry about. All of you in the third group must fight for as many spots as possible to enter the Azure Dragon Genius battle. Lei Zhen said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, senior brother." The disciple of the lightning sect said with a smile. They had outstanding strength and had participated in the previous Azure Dragon gathering. It could be said that they had both strength and experience. Other than a few peerless experts that they couldn't defeat, they didn't put the others in their eyes. It's my turn," the young man with the explosive hairstyle said. Then, he turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly arrived on the stage. Instantly, the area within 100 feet radius became a terrifying sea of lightning. "Haha, lightning punishment." With a loud laugh, the young man with the explosive hairstyle waved his hand. Suddenly, Several huge bolts of lightning descended from the sky and struck his opponent's head. Instantly, a terrifying scene appeared on the stage. His opponent's body emitted a dazzling light as he resisted with all his strength. At the same time, he retreated rapidly, trying to dodge the lightning attack. "You want to run?" "Humph!" The young man with the explosive hairstyle snorted coldly. He waved his hand, and a huge blue electric saw appeared in the air. In an instant, the air in front of him was split in half. The martial artist from the Yun family trembled and fell down powerlessly. On the silver armor, the wisp of golden light dimmed and entered the body of the young man with the explosive hairstyle. Then the young man with the explosive hairstyle turned into a bolt of lightning again and disappeared from the stage. "He's from the lightning sect." What a terrifying method! Everyone was terrified as they looked at the injured figure on the stage. Their hearts trembled. Lin Xian looked at the young man with the explosive hairstyle and was surprised. His opponent's attack was swift and fierce. Moreover, the intensity of the lightning didn't seem to be any weaker than his. Then he looked at Lei Zhan in the crowd, who was wearing a golden armor, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. In the crowd, Lei Zhan seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned his head. Two rays of light, like divine lightning, exploded near Lin Xian's courtyard. In an instant, the surrounding people stiffened and trembled uncontrollably. "Humph! Overestimating yourself." Lei Zhen sneered and silently turned his head. In that instant, he saw a trace of battle intent in Lin Xian's eyes. However, as one of the 5 great talents, how could he put Lin Xian, a bronze martial artist, in his eyes? He actually dares to challenge eldest senior brother. This guy is courting death. The young man with the explosive hairstyle sneered. "Senior brother, don't worry. Leave this person to me. I'll teach him how to behave properly." Then the young man with the explosive hairstyle looked at Lin Xian and made a beheading gesture. Lin Xian frowned. The lightning sect's people were really vicious. He merely looked at the other party, and the other party wanted to kill him to vent his anger. Beside him, Zhao Kuang and Hua Fei's hearts were beating wildly. Damn it, what did this guy do? He actually dared to anger Lei Zhen? Zhao Kuang cursed in his heart. Although he knew that Lin Xian was strong, it was impossible for him to fight against Lei Zhen. The others were also shocked. They all distanced themselves from Lin Xian, not daring to stay close to him. Humph, this kid is really courting death. He actually dared to provoke Lei Zhen. The Fantasy Moon Sect's disciples sneered. Chapter 458. Everyone in the Illusionary Moon Sect knew that their senior apprentice brother, Yu Yan, was interested in Zhao Shui. However, this Lin Xian was actually so close to Zhao Shui. This was simply provoking their senior apprentice brother. Therefore, the Illusionary Moon Sect's disciples hated Lin Xian to the bone. Lin Xian naturally didn't know that his actions had already attracted the hostility of many people. He was currently thinking of a plan. Just as the Lightning Sect's disciples wanted to teach Lin Xian a lesson, Lin Xian was also scheming against the Lightning Sect's disciples. He had a bold plan in his heart. Although he had absorbed the Black Dragon's flames and had the fire attribute in his body, his power was still not enough. It was far from the lightning attribute. He had already comprehended the concept of wind. If he could comprehend the concept of lightning, he would be able to greatly increase his combat strength in a short period of time. Moreover, as his cultivation increased, the Silver Thunder Body could no longer satisfy his needs for defense. He had to quickly evolve to the Golden Thunder Body. Only then would he be able to gain an advantage in the spirit transformation realm. And all of this required a large amount of energy. Lin Xian had used the power of heavenly lightning to evolve the Silver Thunder Body last time. One could imagine how much lightning energy was needed to evolve to the Golden Thunder Body. Therefore, Lin Xian's attention turned to the Lightning Sect's disciples. Now that he had the Sword of Devouring, he could completely devour the lightning energy released by the Lightning Sect's disciples. These people were all spirit transformation realm experts. The energy they contained was terrifying. Moreover, there was Lei Zhan, an outstanding person who contained pure lightning energy. If Lin Xian could absorb his lightning energy, then he would be able to quickly break through to the golden thunder body. Moreover, he would have a high chance of comprehending the concept of lightning. After all, he was only one step away from the concept of lightning. Thinking of this, Lin Xian revealed a smile. The competition continued. Soon, the bronze armor on Lin Xian's body reacted again. With a tap of his foot, he appeared on the stage again. His opponent was a martial artist wearing silver armor. Moreover, there was a golden glow on his body. When this youth saw Lin Xian on stage, he quickly formed a series of hand seals. Suddenly, a bone-piercing chill spread out around him. Countless dark blue ice crystals appeared within a radius of 100 feet, and snowflakes were even floating in the sky. This person was actually an ice attribute martial artist. After doing this, he sneered. He had watched Lin Xian's matches before, and Lin Xian's ghost-like speed was frightening. However, as long as he could restrain Lin Xian's speed, he was not afraid of any other methods. He was able to restrain Lin Xian's speed because he was an ice attribute martial artist. As long as they were within 10 feet of him, their speed would be slowed down, and they might even be frozen. Once Lin Xian slowed down or froze, he would definitely win the match. However, what surprised him was that this time, Lin Xian did not use his ghost-like speed. Lin Xian waved his arm, forming a huge lightning sword chi in the air. The sword chi was terrifying, like 3,000 thunderbolts, releasing a violent aura as it crashed down. Instantly, the ice element man's ice defense was mercilessly blasted apart. The huge lightning sword chi exploded, forming a sea of lightning that enveloped him. When the silver lightning dissipated, the ice element martial artist's body was charred black, his hair standing on end, and his body emitted a burnt smell. A trace of true dragon chi entered Lin Xian's bronze armor. What? Lightning? Lin Xian is also a lightning attribute martial artist? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian did not display any attributes in the previous matches, so everyone thought that Lin Xian's speed was extraordinary and his other attacks were mediocre. However, they did not expect him to be able to use such a terrifying lightning attribute. This was really beyond everyone's expectations. After Lin Xian defeated his opponent, he did not leave quickly. Instead, he turned to look in the direction of the Thunder sect disciples and revealed a provocative smile. Then, with light steps, he came down from the stage. This guy is courting death. The Thunder sect disciples were furious. Lei Zhen's face was gloomy and lightning crackled on his body. Someone actually dared to challenge them. This was something that had not happened for many years. Moreover, the other party was merely a bronze martial artist, an ant-like existence in his eyes. Such a person had no right to challenge the Thunder sect. Kid, I'll let you know the consequences of challenging the Thunder sect. The Afro youth's eyes shone with a cold light. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to take the initiative to challenge the Thunder sect. This was simply courting death. Zhao Kuang's heart trembled. He could not wait to escape from this place, lest the Thunder sect misunderstood his relationship with Lin Xian. Lin Xian had a calm expression. He wanted to provoke the Thunder sect disciples to attack. Only then would he have the chance to absorb the lightning energy. The match continued, and Zhao Kuang entered the stage. His opponent was actually the Yun family's youth in the brocade robe. Zhao Kuang was very wary of the Yun family's Misty Cloud sword technique, so he planned to defend and counterattack. However, that strange sword light was very sharp, and it cut through his defense, leaving a terrifying sword mark on his body. "I admit defeat!" Zhao Kuang screamed. Soon, he lost the true dragon chi in his body. Many people were shocked. Zhao Kuang's strength was enough to enter the top 200, but he could not withstand Yun Feng's sword. The Yun family was indeed one of the three major sword families. The Misty Cloud sword technique was strange and unpredictable, killing without leaving a trace. That youth should be the head disciple of the Yun family, Yun Feng. Looking at his strength, he should be able to enter the top 50 this time. I think he has a chance to enter the top 30. Everyone discussed, their hearts filled with fear. The three major sword families? Lin Xian was puzzled. Someone explained, the three major sword families refer to the Yun family, Shui family, and Xie family. These three families' sword techniques are unique, each forming their own path. Their disciples are also elites. They are known as the three major sword families below the myriad sword sect. So that's how it is. The three great sword clans are interesting. Lin Xian understood. Yun Feng's Misty Cloud sword technique was clearly more advanced than Yun Tianyang's. Even he would have to put in a lot of effort to go against it. Look, the Xia family disciple in the first arena is attacking. Someone exclaimed, Xia family? One of the three major sword families? Lin Xian looked up. A cold-looking youth walked out of the first arena. His opponent was Fan Chao, the head disciple of one of the four major countries. Fan Chao's expression was solemn as he sent out hundreds of palm shadows in succession. Facing such a terrifying attack, the youth quickly drew his sword. The air trembled slightly. Then he sheathed his sword, turned around, and walked down the arena. That's it. Everyone was puzzled, not knowing what he was going to do. However, the next moment, the palm shadows dissipated, and a terrifying bloody hole appeared on Fan Chao's shoulder. Everyone gasped, their hearts filled with fear. What a fast sword! They did not see the trajectory of the sword light at all, and they did not even see the youth's movements clearly. The sword light was beyond their perception. Lin Xian was also shocked. He only sensed the general trajectory, but he did not catch the precise sword light. It was his first time encountering such a thing. Chapter 459. Lin Xian exclaimed. He realized that the Xia family's youth strength was even above Yun Feng's. The Azure Dragon Association was indeed amazing. They could actually gather all the geniuses in the Tianan region. Lin Xian was excited. Normally, it would be difficult for him to meet such an expert, but the Azure Dragon Association gave him such an opportunity. Here, he could see all kinds of sword techniques. This would be of great help to his growth. Moreover, he knew that whether it was the Xia family swordsmen or Yun Feng, they must have held back most of their strength. Moreover, the two of them might have comprehended sword intent or some other concept. However, Lin Xian had never fought with them before, so he could not figure out their strength. I really hope I can fight with these genius swordsmen. The competition progressed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian had already participated in 4 battles. In these 4 battles, he had won all 4 of them. On his bronze armor, there were 4 additional silver auras. He believed that it would not be long before his bronze armor became a silver armor. In the 3rd arena, Crown Prince Heavenly Flame defeated his opponent in 1 move every time he attacked. Lei Zhan, Yu Yan, and the others also won easily. Zhao Kuang was unlucky. He was injured earlier, so he only had 1 victory and 3 losses. Hua Fei had 2 victories and 2 losses. However, she was still young. Moreover, this result was already very good for her. At this moment, Lin Xian entered the arena again. His opponent was also a martial artist who won all 4 battles. This was a young man with bronze skin. The muscles on his body bulged like a dragon. In his previous battles, it was as if he took the opponent's attack and then defeated his opponent with 1 punch. It could be said that he was a very powerful martial artist, especially his defensive ability. At this moment, the youth Yuan Shan looked at Lin Xian and revealed a wild smile. Very good. If I defeat you, my bronze armor will become silver armor. The The surrounding crowd discussed. Lin Xian and Yuan Shan were both new geniuses. Moreover, both of them had 4 silver auras. No matter who it was, as long as they won one more battle, they would become silver armor. I think Yuan Shan has a higher chance of winning. After all, his terrifying defense is unmatched. Lin Xian might not be able to break through his defense. Yeah, even that spirit transformation realm cultivator from before couldn't break through the Yuan Mountain's defense. That guy is really too abnormal. Everyone discussed among themselves. Even though Lin Xian's performance was very outstanding, in front of Yuan Shan's astonishing defense, Lin Xian's abnormal speed and violent lightning seemed to have met his nemesis. Brat, let me tell you, your moves are useless against me. Neither speed nor lightning can break through my defense. Yuan Shan was very confident. His body blossomed with yellow light, and 3 shield-like phantoms quickly revolved around him. Moreover, there was a layer of ancient yellow light on his skin. Like diamond one, it emitted a metallic luster. We'll know once we give it a try, Lin Xian said solemnly. He waved his arm, and a huge lightning sword energy came crashing down. Boom! Lightning suddenly appeared. The lightning sword chi collided with Yuan Shan's defense, forming a sea of lightning golden light. However, the terrifying lightning only forced Yuan Shan back, and didn't break through the 3 rotating defensive shields in front of him. Haha, you can't even break through my first layer of defense. You'll lose for sure. Yuan Shan laughed loudly. As expected, Lin Xian is restrained. No wonder. Not to mention him. Even if a spirit transformation realm middle stage cultivator came, they might not be able to break through Yuan Shan's defense. Everyone discussed, and they all thought that Lin Xian would lose for sure. The lightning sect disciple looked at the stage and sneered. Looks like we don't need to do anything. Someone can take care of that brat. The fantasy moon sect disciple also sneered. He can't even wear the silver armor. And he wants to pursue junior sister Zhao Shui with this kind of strength? What a fool's dream. However, Lin Xian smiled indifferently. It was indeed tougher than expected. He swiped his finger and quickly took out the black scabbard. Holding the star extinction sword, Lin Xian's aura instantly became fierce. What? He's a swordsman. Everyone was shocked. Humph. So what if you take out a weapon? You still can't break through my defense. Yuan Shan sneered. He strengthened his defense again and then slapped out with his palm. As a body refinement cultivator, not only was his defense outstanding, his attack was even more terrifying. His bronze fist quickly became bigger and rushed towards Lin Xian like a small mountain. 3,000 lightning haste. The star extinction sword was unsheathed, and terrifying lightning flashed in the air. Silver lightning surged and slashed towards Yuan Shan. Crack, crack. Boom. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the defensive shield in front of Yuan Shan instantly cracked, and a scarlet sword mark appeared on his diamond-like skin. Puff! Yuan Shan's body flew out. Sheathing his sword, Lin Xian's black hair fluttered as he stood proudly. What a violent sword art! Everyone was shocked. That sword attack just now didn't have any fancy moves. It completely used the power of lightning to tear through Yuan Shan's defense. This sword art could be said to be terrifying. At this moment, the Cloud Tribe, Lightning Sect, and Fantasy Moon Sect disciples all looked at Lin Xian. Their eyes were filled with deep enmity and seriousness. It was especially so for the Yun family. Lin Xian's display of 2 completely different sword techniques had surprised them. One must know that a swordsman's style was hard to change. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He could feel that the bronze armor on his body was undergoing some kind of change. As expected, when the true dragon Qi entered the bronze armor again, the armor gave off a silver light. The silver armor is complete. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He finally broke through the lowest bronze armor level and reached the silver armor level. With his current true dragon chi, Lin Xian estimated that he should be in the top 200. Lin Xian's performance shocked many people, but this was just the beginning. After this, Lin Xian continued to sing. 5 consecutive wins, 6 consecutive wins, all the way to 10 consecutive wins. Lin Xian won 10 matches and became a dazzling star. The silver armor on his body had already condensed 2 rays of golden light, like 2 small golden dragons that constantly swam. This kind of battle record directly shocked everyone. One must know that everyone present was a genius. In such a genius competition, the probability of achieving 10 consecutive wins was very small. Only extremely powerful newcomers could achieve such a dazzling result. Without a doubt, in everyone's eyes, Lin Xian had already become a terrifying existence. Not only him, but in the other 3 arenas, there were also super powerful new stars. In the first arena, Lung Yidao's aura was sharp, and his blade light soared into the sky. He had won 10 consecutive battles. That cold blade intent made people's hearts tremble. Zhao Shui's white clothes fluttered like a fairy. Every time she attacked, she could make her opponent fall into an endless illusion with a glance. She had yet to be defeated. Dongfang Xiong was like an ancient fierce beast, using violent power to suppress his opponent. Moreover, he became braver as he fought, and his strength rapidly increased in battle. Chapter 460. For example, the Xie clan had a superstar whose sword technique was unparalleled. In fact, after 10 matches, no one was able to clearly see how he drew his sword. The Lightning sect also had a superstar disciple. His lightning aura was violent, second only to Lei Zhen. Peerless geniuses rushed out like bamboo shoots after the rain, competing with the geniuses from the previous batch. On the ancient city, the 5 supremacies smiled in satisfaction. Another batch of geniuses. These are new geniuses that have surpassed the previous batch. The geniuses from these 2 batches are the strongest in the past 500 years. Back then, the Tianan region was destroyed by the Black Dragon cult and lost many geniuses. Now, it seems like it has recovered. Supremacy Red Flame smiled. At this moment, a palm-sized jade bird flew over from the sky and landed on Supremacy Green Lotus's shoulder. The jade bird chirped a few times as if it was transmitting some kind of message. Indeed, after a while, Supremacy Green Lotus frowned. Hearing the message from the jade bird, Supremacy Green Lotus's face darkened. What's going on? Supremacy Red Flame and the others were puzzled. As a supremacy, they were already at the peak of the Tianan region. Basically, there was nothing that could make a supremacy worried. However, Supremacy Green Lotus revealed a rare, worried expression. According to the Martial Alliance, there are remnants of the Black Dragon cult among the Azure Dragon Association's disciples. What? The remnants of the Black Dragon cult are also here? Supremacy Red Flame and the others were shocked. Supremacy Green Lotus's message was clear. The remnants of the Black Dragon cult were not among the audience, but among the Azure Dragon Association's disciples. It was obvious that they had a motive for doing so. True Dragon Aura. Supremacy Green Lotus's face darkened. They must be here for the True Dragon Aura. Then what should we do? There are more than 700 participants here. How can we know who it is? It shouldn't be a disciple from the previous batch. Otherwise, we would have already received the news. Moreover, if the Black Dragon cult wants to obtain the True Dragon Aura, they will definitely send out young experts. Therefore, we only need to keep an eye on the new geniuses. The 5 supremacies' hearts were heavy. They would never allow the Black Dragon cult to obtain the True Dragon Aura. Supremacy Green Lotus was worried that the True Dragon Aura was related to the Black Dragon cult's leader. He had participated in the war against the Black Dragon sect, so he knew some inside information. I hope my guess isn't true. Venerable Green Lotus stared down. The martial artists below naturally didn't know. They were still nervously watching the competition. Lin Xian sang loudly all the way, continuously achieving consecutive victories. Half of his silver armor had already turned a faint golden color. As the number of matches increased, everyone's strength was gradually revealed. On the third arena, the heavenly flame-crowned prince suppressed everyone, and no one could match up to him. Behind him were Lei Zhen and Yu Yan, the two heroes. Both of them were wearing dazzling golden armor. In addition to them, there were also a few warriors in golden armor. Obviously, these were the masters of the previous batch. These warriors in golden armor were the top existences of the third arena. They represented the pinnacle of combat strength. Other than them, there were a few other people who were extremely eye-catching. That was the new rising star of this year's batch. These people were strong, far stronger than most warriors. Some of them were even as strong as warriors in golden armor. Among them, the most dazzling were three people: Lin Xian, Thunder Sect Shangguan Hao, and Yun family's Yun Hai. These three people had maintained a winning record since the beginning of the competition. They had never lost. Everyone could accept the rising stars of the Thunder Sect and Yun family. After all, they were both top forces. However, Lin Xian's appearance was unexpected. The overall strength of the Dragon Star Nation was different. In the past, it was impossible for such a rising star to appear. Many people were secretly investigating Lin Xian's background. On the ancient city, the five venerables looked at Lin Xian and frowned. Ever since they learned that the remnants of the Black Dragon sect had infiltrated, they had been keeping a close eye on the rising star. As for Lin Xian, a star genius without a strong background, he naturally attracted more attention. Who is this young man? What's his background? Venerable Green Lotus asked. Soon, a spirit-detecting realm warrior came to report. Venerable One, we have investigated him. That young man is Lin Xian, a disciple of the Dragon Star Nation's Great Banner Sect. Great Banner Sect? The five venerables were slightly surprised. Speaking of Great Banner Sect, they were no strangers. The sect leader of Great Banner Sect, Lung Rushuang, used to be a member of the Martial Alliance. Do you have any other clues? Venerable Green Lotus asked. According to our intelligence, this Lin Xian was not originally a disciple of Great Banner Sect. Moreover, he is not from the Dragon Star Nation. What? The five venerables were shocked. It seemed that this young man called Lin Xian was very suspicious. Where is he from? Why did he join Great Banner Sect? I have already asked the people of Great Banner Sect. It is said that Lin Xian joined Great Banner Sect to participate in the Azure Dragon Association. As for his background, he once appeared in the Tian Sha Nation and became the champion of the Pill King tournament. As for what happened in the Tian Sha Nation before, we are not too clear about it. Continue investigating. We must get to the bottom of his background. Venerable Green Lotus said. At present, this Lin Xian's identity was the most suspicious. What's there to investigate? Who cares if he is or not? Capture him first. Venerable Red Flame snorted. If there is no other way, search his soul directly. Venerable, according to our intelligence, this Lin Xian seems to have a close relationship with Venerable Lung, the spirit-detecting realm martial artist said. Oh, he has a relationship with Lung Rushuang? The venerables were surprised. It seemed that this Lin Xian was more mysterious than they had imagined. He actually had a relationship with Venerable Lung. One had to know that Venerable Lung had been injured for hundreds of years and had been cultivating in seclusion. Even they could not see her. However, if Lin Xian had a relationship with sect leader Lung, he must not be simple. Go and investigate first. Don't act rashly, Venerable Green Lotus instructed. Lin Xian naturally did not know that he had been targeted by the venerables. He was cultivating while watching the competition in the arena. Soon he raised his eyebrows and revealed an excited expression. This was because the person who had entered the arena was a young man with lightning and a terrifying aura. This young man was the rising star of the lightning sect, Shangguan Hao. What a terrifying power of lightning! This Shangguan Hao's strength is probably very close to Lei Zhen's. Yeah, ordinary spirit transformation realm martial artists can hardly get close to him. As expected of a rising star, his aura is indeed extraordinary. The crowd below the arena discussed animatedly. Kid, your strength is not bad. However, your winning streak ends here. On the opposite side, a young man with a blood-red whip sneered. This young man's aura was equally powerful. Most of the armor on his body glowed with a golden light. Only a small part of it was silver. It was obvious that this was an expert. Chapter 461. He's a green dragon genius from the previous cohort. I remember that he was ranked 51st. The top 72 were all green dragon geniuses. They had been baptized by the true dragon chi in the previous cohort and were much stronger than their peers. It seems that the kid from the Thunder sect is in danger. Yeah, he actually met a veteran green dragon genius. However, the disciples of the Thunder sect had a mocking expression. They were not worried about Shangguan Hao's safety at all. In the arena, Shangguan Hao looked at his opponent with a disdainful expression. What green dragon genius? You can only kneel in front of me. The lightning on his body shone brightly. A huge lightning ball condensed in front of his chest and shot forward quickly. Wherever it passed, lightning filled the air and the void trembled. Humph, kid, you're still too inexperienced. Luo Fei's blood-red whip shook and hit the lightning ball with a terrifying force. Boom! The two collided and formed a terrifying energy wave that spread quickly. The area within a 100-meter radius was in chaos, and the energy wave continued to spread. Luo Fei is at the peak of the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. Shangguan Hao can actually tie with him. The two of them exchanged blows quickly. Terrifying energy waves exploded in the arena. Fortunately, the ancient arena was big enough. Otherwise, the energy waves alone would have injured some martial artists. Sea of Lightning Spirit Transformation. Shangguan Hao shouted coldly. The sea of lightning behind him rolled and condensed into a ferocious lightning beast. The terrifying aura made many people's hearts tremble. Everyone was horrified. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Seeing that Shangguan Hao was finally serious, he could use this opportunity to observe the martial arts of the Thunder sect. In the arena, the ferocious lightning beast roared and its momentum shook the sky. Then it turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed forward quickly. The lightning beast was lifelike, as if it really existed. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Luo Fei sneered and lashed out with his blood-red whip. Spirit transformation? I can do it too. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-red whip shook and turned into a 100-meter-long blood-red python that pounced on the lightning beast. The two forces collided and waves of energy spread in all directions. In the end, they turned into two streams of spiritual chi and dissipated in the air. Shangguan Hao's face was gloomy. He waved his arm and condensed a lightning-long blade that slashed forward. The saber radiance was astonishing. It was as if divine lightning had struck down. Luo Fei was not to be outdone either. The blood-red whip seemed to come alive, shattering the lightning saber light with every strike. The two of them quickly exchanged blows, and in the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged dozens of blows. Shangguan Hao was proud and arrogant. Seeing that he couldn't gain the upper hand, he finally shouted angrily. The thunder and lightning on his body suddenly rose and formed countless thunder and lightning halos. A violent aura that seemed capable of tearing apart the heavens emanated from his body. This is the essence of thunder. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he stared at Shangguan Hao. After waiting for such a long time, he finally waited for the other party's concept of lightning. Die. After using the essence of thunder, Shangguan Hao became even more violent, as if he was the god of thunder. Behind him, 100-meter-tall thunder hammer appeared, as if it was the hammer of the thunder god. Damn it! It's actually the concept of thunder and lightning. In the distance, Luo Fei's face was gloomy. The concept of thunder and lightning was incomparably violent. Within the concept, it was an extremely terrifying existence. He was afraid that Shangguan Hao's strength would be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Luo Fei did not dare delay any longer. He quickly activated the blood python concept. Thunder and lightning overflowed, and a sea of thunder filled the sky. On the other side, the blood python roared with terrifying killing intent. The two concepts collided, and the arena was in a mess. The terrifying energy spread out rapidly like waves. The aftermath was enough to shatter an ordinary warrior in the spirit transformation realm. Lin Xian stared at Shangguan Hao, carefully comprehending his concept of thunder and lightning. He even secretly used the devouring sword to absorb some of the thunder and lightning aura at the edge to comprehend quickly. In his body, the silver thunder and lightning trembled as if they were about to leave his body. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He was now one step closer to the concept of thunder. However, if he wanted to fully comprehend the concept of thunder, he was afraid that he still needed to fight with his opponent. Just as he was comprehending the concept of thunder, there was a shocking change in the arena. Shangguan Hao held the hammer of the thunder god in his hand. Thunder and lightning surged behind him, forming huge thunder and lightning wings. He flapped his wings and disappeared instantly. His figure flashed and appeared behind Luo Fei in an instant. The huge thunder and lightning hammer fell and hit Luo Fei, sending him flying. Luo Fei fell into the arena and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with horror. The Thunder Wings flight technique. You have learned this secret skill. Everyone was shocked. They had heard of the Thunder Wings flight technique. It was said that only Lei Zhen had learned this secret skill. They did not expect Shangguan Hao to have learned it so fast. Lin Xian was also shocked. At that moment, Shangguan Hao's speed was definitely not slower than his illusory demonic steps. It seems that the secret skill of the Thunder Sect is indeed magical. It can be used at such speed. Lin Xian could also evolve the Thunder Wings. However, he knew that his evolution speed would not be as fast as Shangguan Hao's. Only by mastering a secret skill could one maximize their speed. I really want to fight with him. Lin Xian's blood was boiling. Luo Fei was defeated and his true dragon chi was lost. At this moment, Shangguan Hao's silver armor was mostly covered with golden light. At this moment, the golden light on his body had surpassed that of Lin Xian and Yun Hai. He had become the most powerful among the rising stars. Junior brother Shangguan, you did well. You can definitely enter the top 30. The young man with the afro from the Thunder Sect laughed. Top 30? My goal is to be in the top 10. Shangguan Hao said proudly. My goal is to be on the same level as eldest senior brother. Shangguan Hao from the Thunder Sect had won. However, Yun Hai from the Yun family was not so lucky. He had encountered Lei Zhen. Yun Hai performed the Misty Cloud sword technique to the extreme. Behind him, clouds and mist filled the air. His aura was no weaker than Yun Feng's. At the same time, he also performed the cloud will to form an even more powerful attack. Facing one of the top 5 talents, he did not dare to relax. He used his most powerful move right from the start. Misty Cloud Sword. As he swung his sword, the clouds in the sky moved rapidly. The sword radiance was fleeting and the cloud will was surging. This move was enough to kill an ordinary martial artist in the spirit transformation realm. However, Lei Zhen only snorted coldly. A pair of lightning wings that were almost 100 meters long appeared on his back. They streaked across the sky at high speed. As the lightning flashed, the clouds and mist were sliced apart. Wherever the lightning passed, a deep crack appeared on the black gold ground. Boom! Yun Hai was enveloped by the lightning. He fell powerlessly, his chest charred black. Facing the lightning wings, he felt a strong sense of powerlessness. It was too fast. It was so fast that he could not dodge it. Moreover, this was under the condition that Lei Zhan had held back. Otherwise, that attack just now would have been enough to cut open his body. Everyone was shocked and even more respectful of Lei Zhan. Even someone as powerful as Yun Hai could not withstand one attack from Lei Zhan. Perhaps only the top 5 talents could contend with him. Chapter 462. Lei Zhan's speed was too fast, and he could only capture a bit of the lightning aura. Obviously, this was not enough for him to comprehend the concept of lightning. However, he believed that as long as he could fight with the disciples of the lightning sect, he would soon be able to condense the concept of lightning. Thinking of this, he temporarily put aside his comprehension of lightning and continued to absorb the black dragon flames. As the fire-attributed energy in his body increased, Lin Xian gradually had a new idea in his mind. That was elemental fusion. For example, lightning and fire elemental fusion, wind and lightning elemental fusion, wind and fire elemental fusion. He had once used the black scabbard to fuse the wind and lightning elemental fusion, and its power definitely exceeded that of a single elemental power. If he could fuse the 2 violent powers of lightning and fire, the terrifying energy attack would reach an unimaginable level. He had already begun to experiment. He could now use the power of wind and lightning, but he was still experimenting with the power of lightning and fire. On the ancient battle platform, the competition quickly progressed. In the 4th arena, Dongfang Xiong let out an angry roar. The golden light in his body surged, and his red blood was dyed with a layer of golden light. The violent energy tore the air apart, and the sky was filled with golden light. A blurry figure condensed behind him, and it seemed to emit a terrifying power. Even so, he still could not defeat his opponent, because his opponent was one of the 4 great prodigies, Yan Shan. Yan Shan's fingers moved as he controlled 2 puppets to fight Dongfang Xiong. He had a mocking expression on his face, obviously not taking this competition seriously. Of the 2 puppets, one was a mummy with a metallic luster, and the other was a huge scorpion. The 2 puppets were as fast as ghosts as they attacked Dongfang Xiong together. Only Dongfang Xiong's strong defense could resist the attacks of the 2 puppets. Otherwise, even a mid-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator would not be able to resist. Even so, Dongfang Xiong was still injured. The huge purple scorpion's stinger slid, forming a strange light that instantly left a wound on Dongfang Xiong's body. A ball of pale golden blood flew out, shining faintly in the air. The blood was absorbed by the huge bandage behind Yan Shan. The package wrapped in bandages trembled slightly, as if it was very excited. What is in the bandage? Everyone was shocked. They felt a heart-shaking power from it, but no one knew what it was, because no one could make Yan Shan use the thing behind him. Perhaps only the other 3 geniuses had the ability to do so. Every time Yan Shan fought someone, he would absorb the blood of his opponent. However, this time, the bag on his back actually emitted an excited fluctuation after absorbing Dongfang Xiong's blood. He actually possesses the power of the bloodline. Yan Shan's eyes flashed with a cruel light as he licked his lips. Then he stretched out his hand, and a pitch-black iron pipe extended from his palm, instantly rushing towards Dongfang Xiong. The black pipe drew a black arc in the air and instantly arrived in front of Dongfang Xiong. Dongfang Xiong's expression changed drastically. He stomped his foot and dodged to the side. However, the huge purple scorpion puppet used its 2 poisonous pincers to tightly clamp onto the eastern wind bear, causing him to be unable to move. Puff! The black tube was inserted into Dongfang Xiong's shoulder and quickly absorbed his blood. Streams of faint golden blood flowed out quickly, and the golden figure behind Dongfang Xiong also began to dim. Scram! The eastern wind bear roared into the sky and merged with the shadow behind him. Instantly, a shocking power burst forth. Bang! The puppet scorpion's poisonous pincers were broken in two. Dongfang Xiong quickly moved away from the black pipe. Then he let out a sigh of relief. In that instant, he felt as if he was facing death. However, Yan Shan didn't seem to want to let Dongfang Xiong go. His peach arm swayed, and the black pipe quickly pierced towards him. "I admit defeat," Dongfang Xiong said. He had no choice. The black pipe was too strange. It could absorb the blood in his body. Moreover, losing to the four prodigies wasn't shameful. The fact that he could last for so long already proved his strength. Although Dongfang Xiong admitted defeat, Yan Shan didn't stop. The black pipe instantly arrived in front of Dongfang Xiong again. The audience below the stage exclaimed. They didn't know why Yan Shan was collecting the blood, but they knew that he must be plotting something. It seemed that Dongfang Xiong's blood was special and had been targeted. Fortunately, the judge acted in time and knocked the black pipe away. Yan Shan's expression was gloomy. He sneered and stared at the judge with his cold eyes. Everyone was shocked. What was Yan Shan planning to do? Did he dare to attack the judge? The spirit-detecting realm judge coldly snorted, and a powerful pressure spread out from his body. Yan Shan's eyes flashed. In the end, he didn't make a move. However, he looked coldly at Dongfang Xiong and sneered. Dongfang Xiong's body tensed. He felt like he was being stared at by a demon. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. They didn't dare to look Yan Shan in the eye. Lin Xian also saw this scene. He frowned. Firstly, he was worried about Dongfang Xiong's injuries. Secondly, he felt an extremely uncomfortable, palpitating feeling from the bandage on Yan Shan's back. What's inside? Lin Xian was puzzled. It doesn't look like a puppet. I can feel signs of life, Wine Lord transmitted. I don't know what it is exactly. That white bandage has a mysterious power that can block soul perception. The four prodigies are indeed terrifying. Lin Xian sighed. The competition continued. Soon it was his turn again. This time his opponent was the Thunder Sex youth with the afro. After seeing his opponent, Lin Xian finally smiled. He finally met a disciple of the Thunder Sect. It seemed like his thunder concept would be formed soon. When Song Ke saw Lin Xian, he sneered. Previously, Lin Xian's provocation had angered them. Now he finally had the chance to teach Lin Xian a lesson. Kid, you've got guts. How dare you provoke our Thunder Sect? Now you'll pay for your foolish actions. Lightning surged on Song Ke's body, condensing into a tiger head. As he opened his palms, a lightning tiger bathed in lightning appeared in the air. It roared and charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't pull out the Star of Extinction sword. He had already made up his mind. Once he fought with a disciple of the Thunder Sect, he would absorb as much lightning energy as possible to evolve his silver thunder body. The devouring power covered his body. Lin Xian's body bloomed with silver lightning. He quickly used the silver thunder body to meet the roaring lightning tiger. Fuck, is this kid crazy? He's not dodging? Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to make such a move. The disciples of the Thunder Sect sneered. Song Ke was ranked third among these people. He was extremely powerful. Moreover, he had practiced the Thunder Tiger Fist to the large success stage. Not to mention Lin Xian. Even those martial artists wearing light golden armor wouldn't dare to take his attack head-on. Under everyone's doubtful gaze, the terrifying Thunder Tiger Fist collided with Lin Xian and enveloped him. It's over. This kid is dead for sure. Is his brain cramping? He actually dared to take it head-on. With his speed, he should be able to dodge it.